So this is share the screen. Is it visible, please? Hello.
No, sir, not as yet.
The problem is when I'm share the screen, it is going to the, it is only sharing the other one. How do we get the actual presentation?
Ready or Namaskaram?
Sir. Namaskaram andi. Yeah, no, the point is for sharing this.
Hello, Amit Soni sir.
Hello.
Please guide the sharing screen option.
Yeah, you see here, present your entire screen. When I'm touching on that, it is only showing this Google Meet with all the participants, not the PowerPoint. So the PowerPoint one has to come on the screen, no? Hello, sir. Shaji. That's what yesterday I talked to you about this. Okay. Has it come, sir, now? Hello?
It is visible now, sir.
Okay, okay.
Visible, sir.
So now let me try to. Is it full screen now?
No.
No, sir.
Whether the slide I am presenting about.
But visible, sir.
Is it visible, sir? Can I go ahead with the presentation? Is it, if it is okay?
Yes.
All of
Yes,
you?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, my topic is on Visakhapatnam, potential urban geopark of India. So I'll just give you a brief about those for the benefit of those non-geological people. There are certain terms which we need to understand before we actually understand about the geoparks. This natural heritage, which we there are, as we all know, that there are two kinds. One is a biotic and another is the abiotic. Biotic is we call it a biodiversity, and abiotic we call it as a geodiversity. So geodiversity refers to whatever we see on the face of the earth minus the life forms, so like plants and animals. So what we see on the face of the earth includes mountains, oceans, rivers, glaciers, beaches, etc., etc. So all the non-living beings, whatever we see on the face of the earth, forms part of the geodiversity, which includes rocks, minerals, fossils, soil, and the processes that are responsible for the formation. So then another term is geoheritage. So geoheritage, what the part of the geodiversity, but which we feel is very important that we use it, and then we would like to pass it on to the next generations based on their realizing their value and then their utility for the future generations, so that the further utilization in the form of either enjoyment or for the research or advancement of the science, it will be useful. Then the other term is geoconservation. Geoconservation becomes necessary whenever we feel there is a threat to any feature. So there, the conservation aspect comes into the, we need to put it into practice. So there is a difference between conservation and preservation. Normally, in conservation, the most important, the difference is between these two is that in conservation we use them. In preservation, we just preserve it as it is without using it. So whereas conservation, that's why geoconservation is important for us, because we have to use whatever we are trying to protect. Then the tourism. geotourism, most of the tourism which we have, like say visiting the beaches, mountains, caves, waterfall, or any valleys, all these things forms part of the geotourism. But unfortunately, we don't realize that we are having the geotourism. Then an important concept of geopark, which has been this concept has come into existence during 2000 in the initial stages. It was started by the Europeans, then subsequently adopted by the UNESCO. So the geopark is an evolutionary concept which includes geo-education, geo-conservation, geo-protection, and then education, research, and then economic development of the region. All these things are involved in this concept of geopark. As of now, there are quite a few geoparks. In this, there is a misconception about the meaning of geopark. Geopark is not a geological park. It is geocentric, but then in addition to the geologically important sites in a region, it's not bounded by any boundary walls like a park. It is a region in which there are important geological sites. Besides, and in addition to these things, we have archaeological, cultural sites, which are all interrelated in a way, depending upon the resources of the region, and then it has contributed to the development of this region. So all these things together, we call it as a geopark. So as of now, UNESCO has designated 177 geoparks from 46 countries, and China alone has got 41 geoparks. But unfortunately, we have not yet established any geopark in our country, though we have been trying for more than 10 years. Various organizations and number of people are trying for that, but still we are yet to achieve any this thing. The most important drawback in that connection is there is no act to protect the geological sites in India, unlike we have for the archaeological sites. So unless there is an act that protects it, because the essential condition of a geopark is that whatever the sites we are calling geological important sites, they need to be legally protected. So the legally protected sites are not many in our country. In case, wherever there are quite only few examples, but those few cases are because of the local efforts, and only certain cases where there are certain organizations have taken some extra efforts in protecting them. Otherwise, there is no general act, unlike these archaeological sites. So now coming to this, our topic with this background, let's examine. Suppose, if the circumstances favor in our country to start geoparks, what are the various, areas which deserve to be called as a geopark, and what are so in that connection, I have chosen one such a thing. We have published as uh, Sudaji was telling that INTAC has published a monogram on this potential geoparks of India, in which we have listed out 14 geoparks which are potential to be. It's not that there are only that many number, there are many, but just to start with. So in that connection, Vishakhapatnam is one of the important areas which has got a potential. Uh, More than that is there is what is called an urban geopark concept. Even in UNESCO, out of 177, there are only hardly 5 or 6, perhaps, which can be called as urban geoparks. One good example of urban geopark is Hong Kong. So now let's examine how what is the condition of Vishakhapatnam in that context. So Vishakhapatnam, as many of you know, that it's popularly known as the city of destiny, and as of now, it's very popular not only in Andhra Pradesh but also from the adjacent states like Orissa, West Bengal. Many tourists come to this place. It's a beautiful place. So the beauty of this Vizag is related to its interest setting. There are 4 spheres, that which is a rare this thing in case, but
Now it has come to, now yeah, it's gone, sir.
is it moving?
No, it is not seen now. I think you
Oh,
have stopped sharing now.
I said stop screen sharing. But
Oh, okay.
sharing, it must have been showing, no? No, just to check it, I did it that.
Okay, okay.
Then how do we go about it?
Sir, if any problem, so we will share slide in our side.
Yeah, that a little bit uncomfortable, but still, that's the only way, perhaps. Yeah, otherwise, you suggest me a way out here. You see here, what is there on that is the present now, your entire screen. Side. Is, are you seeing anything? This thing, PowerPoint slide, sir?
No, sir.
Actually, yesterday I requested Mr. Saab to find out a solution for this, because every day this is becoming a problem. Any improvement?
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Have you got this PPTs, ma'am?
Second one, sir.
Second slide.
Is it moving now?
Now it is
Yes, yes.
moving.
Yes, sir.
Sir, go to full screen mode, sir.
First, let us check this,
Yeah.
and then,
Yeah.
yeah, full
Yes.
screen.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir.
Is it moving now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank God. Okay, I was in this slide about the Visakhapatnam Geopark. As I said, there are four spheres that are relentlessly working in shaping this Vizag coast and adjoining areas. They are, as I said, it's a rare combination having all four spheres at one place, like hydrosphere in the form of Bay of Bengal and lithosphere in Eastern Ghats. Biosphere we have, which is, I mean, very important from Vizag point of view. It is a Kambalakonda Wildlife Sanctuary and eco-sensitive zone, and of course the all pervasive this atmosphere. So with this great geodiversity in terms of the there is a, I mean, say, uh, because of this Bay of Bengal and then the Eastern Ghats, you can see that, I mean, the sediments forming right now. So we have very recent sediments, and then we have say Eastern Ghats, which are I mean, millions of years old. So there is a great diversity in terms of the age of the rocks, and then in terms of the altitudinal variants, there is a great diversity. And then in terms of the culture also, there is a great diversity, because Vizag city is fast growing smart city, and then slightly away from Vizag we have the tribal belt. So in terms of the culture also, you can see a great diversity. So all these things, actually, greater the diversity, I mean, the higher the beauty, and then other aspects of any region. So I would like to discuss about this potential in terms of two sectors. One is delta. As you know that there are the delta is a sediment that where a river joins the sea, it forms a delta, and there are three things that play a prominent role. One is the river, another is the wave, another is the tide. Depending upon whichever is dominant, the shape of the delta will differ. Like, for example, this slide which I'm presenting now here is, see this this one is Godavari delta, and the southern side is the Krishna delta. You can see that in the Godavari delta there are distributaries, and then this shape is different as compared to the one here. This Krishna delta is, there is not many distributaries here, unlike in case of Godavari here, and it is going more into the sea, forming a delta like that. So the protruding one, and whereas this is the Godavari delta is a wave dominated delta, whereas Krishna is a river dominated delta. When river dominates, it goes more into the sea, and then the progradation takes place right across into the ocean or sea. So whereas the wave dominated deltas, they spread parallel to the coast and having a wider this thing. Now, coming to the other one is a tide dominated delta, like in case of Brahmaputra delta, we have this, you see. And here the tide goes more into the land and then cuts the deltas and then forming these sandbars which are perpendicular to the coastline. So with this background, let's see what's the type of delta that is forming in case of Gostani River, that is, I mean, in Bhimlipatnam area, that's the northern part of Vizag area. So this is an aerial view of Gostani River, and I'll come to the more closer. So this is a very important slide in which you can see number of things. This is educationally, it's a very valuable slide in the sense, this gives us an idea how the delta forms and develops and progrades. That is, this is a case of a wave dominated delta. So here you can see that of course this delta it's not like it's not a major delta like Mahanadi or Krishna or Godavari, but this is a micro delta because the Gostani River, I mean the sediments that are carried by them, and then the size of this river is not that big enough to form a major delta here. So the quantity of the sediment that is brought by these things, but still it is educationally very, very important because how the delta forms and then progrades when there is a wave, like you can see here, these are all, there is a gradual shifting of the main channel that contributes the sediments from southern side towards the northern side. And then this is actually that is being filled up in this so-called it's not yet to become a lagoon, but still it has got a contact with this. And then these are the spits. So in a wave dominated delta, how the delta progrades is, first there will be a spit. This spit is a sediment that has got a connection with towards the beach and one side, and then other side is open. So these two, depending upon the southwest monsoon and northeast monsoons, from both ends the spits starts developing, and over a period of time, I mean, it forms a semi-enclosed water body. This is a semi-enclosed water body, and this will be gradually filled with the sediments that is brought. As this gets filled, then the channel migrates, and then another opening will take place, and then this ultimately becomes a lagoon, and this lagoon will be filled at a later stage, and then it migrates. That's the various stages of formation of the delta. So here this provides us an opportunity to understand. It's a nature's laboratory where the nature is conducting the experiment of formation of the deltas at various stages, which we can see, study, understand, and appreciate, and then carry on for the next level of stages. So next, so as you come from that delta, micro delta in this thing, we see these sand dunes. These sand dunes are extensive, width-wise, not in the laterally for a long distance. They don't continue for a very long distance here. As I said, there is a great diversity in the beaches of Vizag within a 30-kilometer stretch. So we have seen the micro delta forming there, and then we have these sand dunes. Sand dunes are the protective barriers in coastal areas. They protect the hinterland areas from the cyclones and all these things. So these are the sand dunes. As you come down towards further south, we have these rocky beaches. Where we have these eastern Ghats projecting into the sea as promontories, forming these bays, and then a lot of variations within the rocky coastal stretch. Let's see those things. So this is one of the feature that is forming in the rocky beaches of Vizag. So this is a natural arch. This has become very popular for the tourists, as we can see here. And here, actually, you can see there is another slide also. This is a natural arch that is on the top of the Tirumala Hills. This is a declared National Geological Monument, which is formed millions of years ago, and it is occurring at a higher elevation. And in order to understand how this kind of features must have formed, that's where this natural bridge at Visakhapatnam helps us in understanding. Like in geology, we have a dictum which says that the present is a key to the past, and of course extending that past is a window to the future. Present and past both, if we understand, then we can make the predictions about the future. So here, this particular feature has got a very high, more than scientific value. It has got more of an educational value. How, I mean, the ancient such features would have formed when they were formed, because now it is being formed in front of our eyes. The coastal stretch in these areas, or I mean, where the experiment is still going on, and then so you can see the nature conducting the experiment and then make the observations, what's happening, and enhance our understanding. So unfortunately, this is being abused in this form. You see, the moment that joint collapses, then it has no value at all. So of course, INTAC is playing a predominant role in trying to protect it. But now based on our this thing, a police is kept there. And besides that, there are other features, that very interesting features that form because of the geological process, resulting in features like it's known as the serpentine hood. It looks like a hood of a serpent, because the water goes through, taking advantage of the fractures and joints, and then splashes and comes out. And then where these weaker planes are, that gets eroded faster and leaving the top ones like that. So this is one of the features which is known as the serpentine hood. And of course, we organize regularly the geoheritage walks in these areas. This is one such this. And this is an interesting final. What happens is, in the coastal area, whenever there is a rocky terrains, the waves, tides, currents will be continuously acting on these things, and then eroding whatever is above this baseline water sea level, and then ultimately it will try to bring to its own level. So whatever above the sea level will gradually get eroded. So it is a question of time, and ultimately giving rise to a plain platform-like thing, which is cut by the waves. So we call it as a wave-cut platform. So this is a wave-cut platform that is being formed in that coast. So we have the different features and then the final product also. So this is one of the important, there are 10 beaches in India which are designated as a blue flag beaches. And in Vizag, we have a beach which is known as the Rishikanda beach. This is a blue flag designated beach. So here there is one ridge is there, which is called Kailasa Hill. In order to get a panoramic view, there are this are arranged by the tourism department, this cars. So this is an interesting example where, due to ignorance, certain things happen. This is called a 1080 Park. This is, I mean, from the engineering point of view, site selection is good, but from the scientific point of view, we have lost. This is a lost heritage, because it's a flat area. In previous slides, I showed you the wave cut platform. This is also a wave cut platform. I mean, it's a past wave cut platform, paleo wave cut platform. So now by covering it with the soil and then developing it as a park, and then it is no more available for us to do the further studies on this. See, this is at a higher elevation than the one which I have seen in the previous slide. So that means that either the sea level must have gone down, or this has gone up, or any other combinations must have taken place. Both gone up, both gone down, one gone up, one gone down, with different rates. Any kind of interpretations can be made, but this is lost for us for further studies to come to certain conclusions of these various possible alternatives. So this is, I mean, if we are not vigilant, and if we are not, unfortunately, in our country, then we don't interact in taking certain decisions and implementing, and in the process, we lost a lot of scientifically valuable things. This is one such example. And by the time we come down to the further south, we have the Ramakrishna beach, where it is a sandy beach. So it's a very popular beach, and then many people visit that. And this is Dolphin's Nose, on which we have the lighthouse and all. It's a big promontory. So in the coastal area, for this tourism point of view, many attractions are made, including the submarine museum and the aircraft museum, and then other museums are there in the coastal area to promote tourism. So INTAC also, involves in cleaning the beaches and for takes the people around. So far, what we have seen is the diversity, geodiversity in the farm in beaches, starting from in a stretch of 30 kilometers from north to south. We have seen Estuarine Beach, Rocky Beach, and Sandy Beach, and the process response system in those beaches with the different features that are interesting and attractive. Now, just adjacent to these beaches, there is one area which locally it's known as the Erramati Dibalu. Erra means Erramati in true sense it is a red soil. In fact, it is a misnomer. It's not a soil actually. It is a sand. These are red sand, paleo red sand dunes, late quaternary paleo red sand dunes, and these red sediments this is the area which are designated as a paleo basin. These are very important scientifically because these are supposed to, one thing is that these are in the tropical areas, coastal area, and in the tropical coastal areas of in our regions and then globally, I understand that there are only few, like 3 such features. One is in this Ramati Dibalu, other is in Tamil Nadu, which is known as Terry Sands. The other is in Sri Lanka. So these are the 3 badland topographies which are supposed to have been formed. And these are not the local features. The formation of these things are related to the global climate, global sea level variations. So what I understand is that these things have been formed over 20,000 years ago, when the sea level was at its, last glacial maximum, which took place around 18,500 years ago. At the time, the sea level at Vizag is 50 kilometers away from the present coastline. And then there was a vertical fall of about 100 meters. So at the time when the continental shelf was exposed, due to the prevailing winds, the sand was transported onto the land and then deposited, like the way the modern dunes are forming. So this is one of the important slide in which you can see that there is a variation in the color. The topmost color is light colored. You see the white in nature, but and then it is slided down because of the water. So as you go from the top to the bottom, there is a lot of variation in the colors, and these colors reflect when they were formed. They were light colored only, like the one we are seeing on the top. It is supposed to be 3,000 years old. And as you go down from the top unit to the lower units, there is a great variation in the color. This variation in the colors is due to the geochemical alteration of the iron-bearing minerals. The parent rock for all these formations are the condolites, which is, the major component of the Eastern Ghats. And that particular is mineralogically is garnetiferous sillimanite gneiss. So quartzo-feldspathic, garnetiferous sillimanite gneiss. In that we have these different minerals, and these minerals like garnet, etc., which are iron bearing, they are geochemically altered, giving rise to the this reddish and reddish brown and various other colors. So when they were formed light colored only, but due to the onset of the monsoon and all that, these over a period of time gradually these minerals have been altered, giving rise to those colors. While altering, then they form a soil, and this soil became these soils. They became base for the development of these plants. So if you see that entire from the top to bottom at a particular level, up to a particular level, you can see the plants growing and soils are forming. And through the around the roots of these things, then these calcareous concretions have been developed, which are rhizoliths. and they are dated to be 6,440 years. So the from top to bottom, there is a great variation in the color and then the composition and then the nature of other associated things, which all are having the evidences of this past climate, global sea level variations, onset of the monsoon, and then the formation of the rhizoliths, formation of the soil. All these things are documented in these things, and based on the rarity and then these things, it is designated as the National Geoheritage Site. We have organized a seminar in 2012, and then subsequently the appeal to the Geological Survey of India, which recognized this and as a National Geoheritage Site. This is a slide is important because you can see from the scalar point of view, see the people standing over here and then how tall or high it is. And these are the rhizoliths that are forming in these areas. And of course, tourism department is now 2012 we have organized a seminar. 2014 GSI declared it as a National Geoheritage Site, and in 2016 state government of Andhra Pradesh also declared as a notified protected area. So this is the signboard they have kept there as for protection purpose. But in spite of that, still, in our country, as we all know, that rules are one thing and implementations are other things. Though it is a protected area, nothing is supposed to be built or done like this here. You see here, INTAC keeps regular, vigil in that area, watch. And then whenever there is a problem, there are the problems are very regular, starting from cinema industry to the real estate people and road. These towers are for concrete mixing for road widening in that area. So immediately we contacted the district administration, and of course they acted promptly and got them removed next day. These kind of things, and this is a continuous process, unfortunately. So this is the area of this. So from the aesthetic point of view, it's beautiful. From the scientific point of view, there are a lot of things in this which are related to the global climate. And of course, we INTAC regularly organize geoheritage walks for in this area also. And of course, Vizag is this is just to show you that it's a city for religious harmony. There is a hill terrain in that area where we have the temple, mosque, as well as church in a same area on different hill tops to as a mark of religious harmony. And we have a number of water bodies in Vizag, which are, of course, important. This particular one is very important because this has been supplying water to the city for more than 100 years. And recently, the government of India has undertaken a task of declaring geoheritage water bodies across the country, keeping in view this 75 years of this thing. They wanted to declare 75 geoheritage water sites in India. They have asked for these nominations. So from Vizag, we have nominated this Mudusarlo water body. Further, the condition is that it should not be a natural one. It has to be some, man-made, and then the other parameters are prescribed. So this Mudusarlo is very important water body for Vizag. It has been supplying drinking water. But unfortunately, because of the developmental and this construction of the roads, all the feeder channels are cut off from this. So in that process, there is it was shrinking and then getting degraded. So because of the efforts by many, and the restoration has started. And of course, this is another thing which needs to be understood. These are the solar panels are kept, on the water body for, but then what is its impact assessment? Impact on this ecology of that area is still not. We can imagine many things, but then there is no concrete study on that which needs to be taken up. What is the likely impact of this kind of developmental activities or water body? And besides this, then we have a number of springs in Vizag, and incidentally, many of the local names are named after these springs, like Sitamadara, Madhavdara, and all that. And still, these daras, in the process of development, we are losing many of these things, which needs to be not only documented, and then we should take up some kind of a restoration and then protection of these water bodies, springs. uh, this is one area which requires attention. And after this, as I said, Kambalakonda Wildlife Sanctuary is a very, very important. It's just, you see, having a wildlife sanctuary of that dimension, it occupies an area of 70 square kilometers in just 3 kilometers from the city. It's a part of the city. In fact, the city is on all sides of this wildlife sanctuary. And it is also an eco-sensitive zone. And now the government of Andhra Pradesh and India, they have decided to develop it as a biodiversity park. So this is going to play a major role, and in the overall context of these geoparks in this area. So these are my details related to the 71 square kilometers of an area, and a number of these types of animals are residing in that area. And there is a great relationship between the geodiversity and the biodiversity here. There is a saying that which says that higher the geodiversity, greater the biodiversity. In fact, this is an area where there is a scope to study the relationship between the different type of fauna and then the their habitats. Like, you see, there are caves within the hill, and then there are some features where certain type of animals dwell in such areas. So their habitat and then the geomorphic feature relationship is an interesting area to study and understand the relationship between the biodiversity and geodiversity. So in TAC also, again, we organize this. This is a water body in that sanctuary, and we need to uh, develop this and then further studies. And besides these things, we have a number of important archaeological sites within this urban area. As I said, there are very important, very popular Buddhist sites out there. In fact, the government of India and then Andhra Pradesh, they are trying to make it an important part of the Buddhist tourism. These are Totlakonda, Bavikonda, Bojanakonda. These are all the number of archaeological sites which are developed, say, about 3 centuries before Christ to 6th century of AD. We have these various Buddhist sites representing different forms of Buddhism, like Hinayana, Mahayana, and Vajrayana. And these are very popular amongst not only the locals, even from outsides. Whenever the dignitaries, see, we regularly organize walks in this area for the benefit of the people. And this particular one, intact organized, there was an Indian fleet review and then a Milan program in which 46 countries, they have come from different places for this in this Indian Navy effort. So 480 people for 3 days we have organized during February a trip to all these people. So this is how people show interest, when they come to our region. Uh, yeah. Now, so far we have dealt about the urban sector. Now, as we move towards the hinterland area, which are about a couple of hours journey from Vizag, we can see this tribal area and then hilly area where we have a number of interesting and important geological things which have become very popular and attractive. One such case is the Borra caves. So this is, of course, we have interesting stalactites and stalagmites, all like in any other cave. And this is very easily approachable because there is a railway station just near the caves, and then people can go. The tourism department organizes trips to this both by road and rail. But unfortunately, there is another aspect to that is the railhead, which is very nearer to these caves. What is its impact on the stability of this is one of the problems needs to be understood and then probed further. So this is the stalactites and stalagmites of that region. And of course, this is a very beautiful Araku Valley with this, enchanting this thing. And this is a scientifically very important. Of course, these kind of features are they're spread in different river valleys, but in Araku area also we have one such feature, that is an volcanic ash layer of about 70 centimeter thick is there in the Araku Valley. And in this particular volcanic ash layer, if we show it to the people, they may not evince any interest. But the moment we say that this particular ash has its source in Toba Island of Indonesia, that means that volcanic eruption took place in Indonesia about 75,000 years ago. Now that imagine the amount of the nature of eruption and to what extent, how explosive it must have been, to what height this ash must have gone, dispersed into the air, and then what is the direction and speed of the winds that must have transported this volcanic ash layer crossing the entire Bay of Bengal and then getting it deposited in Indian soil and Indian river valleys. And then the way the type of conditions prevalent for the preservation of this volcanic ash layer is really interesting, to understand the power of nature in having such things. So here, that's how it's interesting. And of course, scientifically, it's important for reconstructing the stratigraphy, because we know that once we know the age of that particular one as 75,000 years, then we can say that at least relative stratigraphically, we can say that the rocks below are older and the rocks above are younger. And then since it is related to a particular event, we can call it as an example of an event stratigraphy. So that's how this particular site is scientifically important, and generally also even for a layman, it's awe-inspiring to understand the power of nature, how powerful explosion, how powerful the winds must have been, how effective the depositional conditions for it to be preserved like that. Because it must have spread all along that, but then it is preserved only in certain areas, mainly in the river valleys. So to understand the nature and its process response system, this serves as a good example. And another interesting and important thing in this area is the formation of the bauxite deposits. See, this is an Araku Valley, and then these bauxites are formed from the host rock condolite. But the condolite is everywhere, but all along the eastern Ghats, but then the bauxite is not everywhere. So the question starts, why only here, why not elsewhere? What has caused this? If you say that this bauxite, even for a normal man to evince interest, these bauxites are, chemical altered products, chemical weathered products of by the water action. See how a water has transformed from a hard rock into this soft bauxite deposit. Well, the most important thing here is the time component. So we know that even a drop of water continuously falling on a head can kill or break a head and then kill a person. So that's how, with time, the time component is very important here. And besides that, there is another controlling factor here, because same rock, similar rainfalls are there in other areas as well, but bauxite has formed only in certain areas. That is because even normally hills in Vizag and other areas, they're all conical, or say they say. And then when the water forms on that, there is, because of the relatively sharper edge, the water drains either side and then goes away from that. But where the bauxite has formed, there they are all flat topped. So the morphological control is very important in this area. So because of the flat topped nature, the water could percolate into the rocks. And then, of course, over a period of time with monsoons and then fluctuations and all that, this water has an effect in transforming all the minerals, and then they dissolving them and then flushing them out finally resulting in the accumulation of the aluminum oxide, which is perhaps a stubborn one in its dissolution capacity or in nature. So they ultimately enriching in aluminum oxide and then forming bauxite deposits. Here, the interesting thing is that, if the people see how, in order to understand the formation of this, if we have a section nearer to each other, that will greatly help in explaining to the people how the parent rock, of course, if there is a trench from top to bottom, but then, that's okay for scientific studies, but for a layman, which to show it to the general public, if we select a suitable site, that is to be done actually now, at least nearby areas where, starting from the parent rock at the bottom, as we go up, how we can see fresh rock, partially altered rock, and then altered rock, and like that. So from bottom to top, how these things, the profile. So of course, bauxite mining was there once, but now it's not there. And here, coming to the cultural aspects, there is a great attractions in Araku Valley, and then this is a very popular dance called as the Dimsa dance. So this is very attractive, and the people, these people even visit Vizag area and celebrate these festivals, tribal. So now, if we analyze what is a geopark, what are the requirements of a geopark, and then do we have it in Vizag? If we see that yes, there should be important geological sites, there should be important archaeological and cultural sites, and all these things put together under one administration like a geopark management authority, then they should be protected. The most important aspect of, the drawback in India is that majority, as I said in the beginning, they are not protected sites. But if we take the case of Vizag, say the Yerrabatti Dibbalu is a protected sites, beaches are also the protected sites by the government, and then all these archaeological sites are protected, and then the Borra caves and all these things are under different administration, and then they are all protected. So that initial hiccup of an obstacle to form a geopark is not there in case of Vizag, because all the important sites are already having a protection. But only thing is that they are all under different organizers. Each one is administered by separate authorities. So if the state government understands the importance of geopark tag, and then if all these things comes under one, if they form one administrative body like Visakhapatnam Geopark Management Authority, having all these things under one umbrella, and then they can easily designate it as a geopark. So there is a relatively advantageous situation in case of Vizag to be designated as a geopark. Okay, thank you very much. Hello.
Hello. Yes, thank you, sir.
Hope I finished it on time.
Yes, for the wonderful presentation. I think there are some questions and some people have raised their hands.
Sure, ma'am.
Yes, it's now open to the August audience for discussion.
Shall I stop sharing this one?
Yeah, maybe I think, or unless somebody has some questions, and if you want to revert back to the slides.
Yes, ma'am.
Anis Ahmed, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please unmute yourself, sir.
अनिस साहब अपना माइक खोलिए जी। अंसारी साहब माइक खोलिए।
जी जी बोलिए जी।
हाँ, आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं?
नहीं, मैंने अभी स्टार्ट किया मैंने, और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा था, क्योंकि जियो पार्क कंसेप्ट जो है ना, वो तो पिछले सीरीज में सेशन में सुना था मैंने, तो उसमें
हाँ, तो
अल्पेश
अभी
वाले भी कुछ बोल रहे थे।
अभी
तो
सर विशाखापट्टनम से लेक्चर दे रहे हैं। कुछ जानकारी लेनी है तिरुपति एरिया का।
हाँ, अभी तिरुपति का आया था कि भाई वहाँ पे जो प्रोटेक्टेड एरियाज हैं वो ट्रिमलाई के अराउंड जो है उसकी भी इम्पोर्टेंस है। और क्योंकि हम लोग जो है नेचुरली, जैसे वो हम लोग सोने की चिड़िया बोलते थे, तो हमारे यहाँ तो जियो जियो पार्क की बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट बहुत है। जैसे आप ग्रेनाइट वगैरह जो साउथ में होते हैं जो सब एक्सपोर्ट होते हैं। जी जी। तो मैं रेड्डी साहब को बहुत बहुत मुबारकबाद देता हूँ। बहुत नाइस प्रेजेंटेशन है। और ये जो है बहुत अच्छे से प्रेजेंट भी किया है। मैं समझता हूँ कि जितने स्टूडेंट वगैरह सुन रहे होंगे आगे के लिए पर उनके कैरियर के लिए बहुत अच्छा, बड़ी अच्छी इंफॉर्मेशन दिया है। जी मिश्रा जी।
जी
Thank
साहब, अंसारी साहब सर बॉटेनिकल सर्वे ऑफ इंडिया के हैं और इन्होंने कई गार्डन बनाए हैं। जितने भी जैसे दिल्ली में जो गार्डन है रिपब्लिक गार्डन नोएडा में, और इलाहाबाद बीएसआई के हेड रहे हैं, वहाँ का भी गार्डन बनाए हैं
हावड़ा
बोटेनिकल
में भी था,
गार्डन।
हावड़ा में भी था, हावड़ा में भी था मैं।
हाँ जी।
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
कार्ड में भी था। जी जी।
Professor Reddy, I
Yes,
am
sir.
also a geologist. How do you envisage the future of geopark as a whole in India, comparing its status with United States? I have visited many geoparks in USA too.
Sir, actually in USA, they're all national parks, sir.
Yeah.
There are not, I mean, like India, they don't have geoparks. You see, actually, by the concept and definitions of geopark, all the components within the geopark should be legally protected. That's the first condition. So, unfortunately, in India, as of now, we have no the geopark. As I said, it's not a geological park; it is a geocentric. Besides that, the geological features, we have other features which are interrelated in the form of development of that region. So, like archaeological, cultural sites, we have no problem so far as the important archaeological sites are concerned, because there is an act. The moment Archaeological Survey of India declares some as an archaeological, then it gets legally protected. Unfortunately, in India, so far we do not have the such a blanket act which says whatever GSI declares as a national geoheritage monument or national geological monument, it gets because of the lack of the act, they are not legally protected. Only in certain areas, because of certain local conditions and then the effort of the people, like I said, Eramati Dibolu in Vizag is a legally protected site because the government has declared it. The state government, which is the landowner, has declared it as a protected site. Like that, there are few such cases. So wherever such things are there, we can the state government can take the advantage of this thing and then start forming the geoparks. As of now, the environment is not conducive, though we have been trying for more than 10 years. Still, we need to, in the 2012, in TAC and Andhra University, when we organized a seminar on Eramati Dibalo, at that time itself, we proposed a draft taking into consideration on the similar lines of the Archaeological Protection Act. So we submitted to the Ministry of Mines, and then that was referred to the GSI by Ministry of Mines. And in 2013, when we again organized in Vizag another first seminar on geoheritage in India, it was organized in 2013. For both the things, I was the convener of both the seminars. In that we have discussed, the Secretary of Mines has advised DGGSI to discuss that in 2013 seminar, and then submit the proposal on that act. So GSI did that. They attended. In fact, GSI is one of the co-organizers of GeoHeritage Seminar in 2013 when we organized. In that, we have discussed, and then subsequently they have submitted the draft proposal to the ministry. But still, they are not yielded any, I mean, a final result. As of now, there is no act, and subsequently a number of attempts have been by a number of societies and organizations, but still the situation is same. So that is the prerequisite for us to form the geoparks in India. And then, there are various stages of formation to get a UNESCO status. First, you should have a legal protection. Then you should form the geoparks, and then countrywide you should, after forming the geoparks, any number that's not important. They should be networked. So, network of a country level geoparks. From this, those who qualify, they should become a member of a region. Like we have different regions, like Asia Pacific region is one, African region is one, European region is one. So after having from one level to the other level, there are certain criteria to get passed, to get elevated. So first we should form at country level, then we should graduate to the regional level. From then we have what is known as a global geopark network, GGN. So we have to get an admission into that. From there, it will go to the UNESCO site. So then to get a tag of UNESCO Global Geopark, these are all the various stages which you have to cross. So even if put a lot of effort, and then if the things goes, without much problems, it will take a bare minimum of 5 years, to get a geopark of, a status of UNESCO. By the time you get a UNESCO status, it will take a minimum. That's my understanding and projection, because we don't have the basic level, basic requirement of having an act. And there are a lot of procedures to make anything to act.
Sir, good morning. Meghalaya caves, stalactite, stalagmite caves, are recently recognized by UNESCO as geoheritage site.
That is
So
a site,
what
sir.
is it?
Site is different from a park. Geosite is one of the components of the geopark.
Okay.
There should be many such sites in that region. Coupled with those geological sites, we should have other sites, and all these sites should be under the administration of one authority, which has got all the authority as well as financial resources to run as an integrated one. It is not isolated ones. They are under one authority, means you should have a proper plans and flow of the people, flow knowledge. All these things should be under one authority.
Okay. It is. I think it is declared as a geoheritage site.
Yes.
Not geopark.
No, no. There is a lot of difference between a that is not even a geoheritage site, sir. That's a geosite.
Okay.
There is again a difference between these two. See,
Professor Reddy,
yes.
I am associated with University of California, Berkeley, and Geological Society of America has volunteered to prepare dossier for geoparks in United States to present the dossier to UNESCO. So likewise, if some agency in India volunteers to prepare a dossier, it will be a blessing for geologists.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, actually, many scientific, INTAC has been doing its own bit for the last 10, 12 years. We have been national seminars, and then half a dozen books are related to the geoheritage we have brought out. And similarly, the geoscientific associations also, they are doing their bit. But ultimately, the agencies like Geological Survey of India or other things, they all should contribute. They're not that they are not doing it; they're doing it. But ultimately, we haven't have an act in place. So that's very important. And then either the state government or the central government should have the willpower and take a concerted action to start. So that's one thing. And here the problem is which ministry. See, there are so many. If you go into the nitty gritty, the number of problems comes into effect. See, which ministry should take the lead? That's another problem in India, because there are geological sites, there are archaeological sites, there are cultural sites. And then bringing all these things under one, you have to create a new one or make it a part of another ministry. So, and then the coordination amongst the ministries, these are all the practical issues that are there. But the thing is, in a geopark, geological features are important. Besides that, there are other features. So, recognizing a particular feature as geological important, definitely under the purview of GSA, and they are doing it. But a geopark, establishment of a geopark, because of the nature of these GSA, they cannot do it. So it has to be done by other ministries like Ministry of Culture and all those things, wherein tourism is there, archaeology is there in that particular ministry. So perhaps the Ministry of Culture and then these things, they have to take more important. But government has to give a direction.
To summarize in one sentence, technology may provide the means, but the will to create awareness is the role of humanities. And in that scenario, uh, National Council of Science Museums under Ministry of Culture, Government of India may play important part. Uh, that
Right.
council is very active in India.
Yes, sir. Yes. Actually, this even intact comes under the Ministry of Culture. It has got a network of 227 district level chapters and about 4,000 schools, because in all this we have the heritage clubs and all that. And they regularly, I mean, not only for geo heritage, for all types of heritage, regularly the annual programs takes place in all these things. Even through that only we have organized International Geodiversity Day for a couple of months. Not just number of programs have been taken place both for different categories of people, including the school children. So creating awareness is being done, sir. It's a continuous process. There is no end to that, and we have to keep on improving. There is nothing like the best in that direction. So we have to keep on improving and then continue to do it.
All right, thank you.
Sudha madam. Hello.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yeah.
Can I make a small comment on this? Hello.
Sir,
Lady Garo,
Madhav.
thank you very much. Lady Garo, thank you very much for a very insightful talk. My small observation is, are we in a position to facilitate a establishment of a geology gallery within the museum that you have been talking about in Visakhapatnam? So having a good rock types collection and maybe few fossils collection to increase the awareness amongst the tourists about the geosciences, that will be a great step forward.
Yeah, it's a good solution, sir. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sudha madam, please
Yes, sir.
conclude.
I will not take much time because the next speaker is waiting. Thank you, Reddy sir, for taking us on a virtual tour to Visakhapatnam and Bhimanipatnam areas. Yes, indeed, I think everyone can appreciate that the Visakhapatnam urban geopark, the proposed geopark, includes all the ingredients which qualify. I mean, it qualifies to be a good geopark. It has got diverse types of beaches, then natural arch, serpent hood structure. Then you have the Rishikonda beach and Eremiti Dibbalu, the late quaternary red sand dunes, and water bodies like what is the name of the Mudusara Lova, yeah, which actually has been nominated as a geoheritage water body. And he also took us to Bora Caves, then Araku Valley, with the where you have the volcanic ash beds and the bauxite deposits. Uh, the, it's interesting that this area also has many archaeological sites, and Dr. Reddy mentioned that these Eremiti Dibbalu, the beaches, and the archaeological sites are all well protected. So it is, and with the Visakhapatnam Geopark Management Authority, I am sure this will be this will be definitely be one of the first proposed geopark. I hope that it will be soon a proposed, I mean, a geopark from India. Thank you all for the active participation and lively discussion. I think I will hand it over to Mishra sir.
Madam, my request is still pending there.
Okay, I didn't see, sir. Sorry, sir. I'm extremely
Just
sorry.
only 1 minute.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir.
Yes.
I would like to thank Dr. Rajshekar Reddy for his excellent presentation. There are two things because he has a long stay at Visakhapatnam while serving in GSI and also serving in Andhra University as a professor and head. And he has a lot of ground control over the Vizag area and its surroundings. Excellent presentation, Reddy Garu. Second thing is I would like to answer Dr. Sudesh Vadan Saab ka query. His query is that about adding certain rocks and other things to the Geological Museum. I would like to just, Dr. Reddy Garu may be knowing that Professor K. Subbarao, retired professor from the IIT, has been trying to establish a historical society there. Government has already given about 10-acre site, and he is making a lot of efforts. That is again on the beach road, on the coast road. Once that comes, he is planning many things. He is trying to get rocks from different areas, and hopefully that will be materialized in course of time. Thank you, Reddy Garu. Good.
Natural History Museum, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, I did not see the request.
No problem.
Extremely sorry for that.
We'll be seeing each other at a later stage.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely. Yes, Mr. Sir, I think Dr. Guha can. Yeah.
First, I welcome to our some senior teacher, Professor Satyanarayana, GSI Director General Sudesh Kumar Padhavan sir, for joining the session, and thank you, Dr. Professor D. Raja Shekhar Reddy sir, for giving a nice talk in this webinar, and Madam Dr. Sudha Vedadi Madam for share the session. So thank you all of you. And now next session, geology session. Our eminent speaker, Mr. Satyabrat Guha, former Deputy Director General, Geological Survey of India, Kolkata, and our chairperson, Dr. Vishnu Gadgil, Professor and Head, Geology Department, Govt. Golvalkar Science PG College, Indore. Welcome, sir. Guha, sir.
Mr. Sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Sir, EVR Parthasarathi sir has also joined.
Acha, yes, sir. Welcome. Welcome, sir. So, Dr. Vishnu Gadgil, sir, welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Please share the session and introduce our eminent speaker,
Yeah.
Mr. Guha, sir.
Okay, namaskar, good morning. It is my pleasure to introduce eminent geologist Mr. Satyabrata Guha. He did graduation and post-graduation from the University of Calcutta, carried out research work on structural geology and metamorphism of Proterozoic rocks in Rajasthan as a UGC scholar, joined GSI in 1982 and served at different centers like Pune, Calcutta, Bengaluru, Agartala, and Itanagar in different capacities. Was emerged among other things as the executive editor of the journal published from GSI, Indian Mineral, Indian Journal of Geosciences, for a long time. Superannuated from services as Deputy Director General, Central Headquarters in charge of planning, programming, and monitoring of GSI's work throughout the country in 2017. Have been taking active interest as a heritage worker for the last 5 years. Sir, welcome, most welcome.
Good morning, sirs. Just give me a minute. I'll share my screen. Is it visible, sir? Just please
Yes.
let me know if it is visible.
Yes.
No.
Okay,
No.
just give me a minute. Is it visible now?
No, no.
No.
Please let me know, sir.
Sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now
yes,
visible.
yes.
Now.
Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Just 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Should I start now?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Good morning to everyone. First of all, at the outset, I must thank the organizers, Professor Misra in particular, for having me here and giving me an opportunity to deliver a small talk on this August forum. My topic today is Raw Bengal Geotourism Trail, and I'll be taking you through, rather than speaking on a single site, I'll be taking you through some important points of interest along the area known as Raw Bengal, which is part of West Bengal now, and I'll detail it later on. So, first of all, I must confess that I am going to take the liberty of digressing a little bit away from geoheritage as such, because for me, I have a little different idea, and I have a conviction that the different elements of heritage in the ambit of A, B, and C, abiotic, biotic, and cultural, including both tangible and intangible heritages, they have a strong bonding with each other, and a strong thread passes through all these different heritage elements, though not always obvious in the first place, but one cannot be separated out from the other. So that is my so. And I am not though I am not an expert in many other fields like archaeology and the different cultural aspects, but still I'll just like to take you to different aspects of heritage along this trail, and I'll try to put my presentation in a way that it is appreciable to most of the common people also, because our need of the hour is to reach out to more and more people, to the community as such, as a whole, and speak in a language that is appreciable and intelligible to the mass. Now, what is RAR? Now, what is heritage first? Let me just briefly mention what is heritage. Heritage is just not about a heirloom, and it is not also to be confined to our built heritage. Few years ago, also, most people thought that heritage means an old building or a haveli or a monument like that, which are part of built heritage, but it's only a small fraction of the total heritage paradigm. And the first concrete step was taken in the 1990s when in a United Nations conference held in Paris, 91. This geoheritage thing has been discussed, and since then we are being flooded with different ideas which are evolving. Actually, the different terms are also coming in and getting flooded. We are getting flooded with the terms such as geosites, geoheritage, geoconservation, geoparks, geotourism, and finally we have arrived at a term called geodiversity, which encompasses almost everything. It is a bigger umbrella than geoheritage as such, and Professor Reddy had already mentioned about all these terms, and I'm not going to into detail of it. So all the different elements of heritage, abiotic, biotic, and cultural, all these things have a common thread, and I'll try to just elaborate on those things as I progress during my talk. Thank you. What is the link between Dr. Francis Buchanan Hamilton, Dr. H.W. Vicey, James Princeps, Stephen Hislop, etc.? Buchanan Hamilton was a doctor by profession. Even Dr. Vicey also was a surgeon who came to this country as professional doctors in the service of East India Company, but they had contributed heavily, all of them had contributed heavily towards the development of geological sciences in the country. Stephen Hislop, for example, was a Baptist missionary, and he had a passion for the subject, natural sciences to be more precise, and his work was mainly confined to central India, an otherwise isolated, little known hinterland of the country at that time. Today, a dinosaur, 2 freshwater snails, and a few plant fossils, etc., bear his name. Besides, a bright green variety of calcite has also been named after him because of his tremendous contribution to the subject. And then, what about Robert Bruce Foote? He was a professional geologist handpicked by Thomas Oldham, the grand old man of Geological Survey of India. Along with W. King, they mapped a large part of South India, and he actually is today has been recognized as the father of Indian prehistory because of his contribution to the archaeological work he carried out. He recognized the artifacts and tools used by the early hominins, and his personal collections today adorn a huge gallery in the British Museum named after him. Same goes for Arun Shonakia, another GSI geologist of a recent vintage, who discovered the most researched human skull from near Hatnora in Hoshangabad district in the Narmada Valley in the 1980s, which is talked about in very high regard. So my point is that which profession did they really belong to, and what do we remember them for today? They are some geologists who contributed to other fields like archaeology, while others, they were not geologized by profession. In fact, this much of geodiversity, right from the snow-capped hills to the sea, and of course there is it is divided in between by the huge expanse of the Gangetic Delta and subgangetic plains, which gets thicker and thicker as you come down towards south. And this is actually very, very important humanistically, from human point of view, in its importance as well as interest, and it provides maximum economic aspect also by way of agriculture, etc. But geologically, as Dr. Wadia had commented in one of his papers, that it is geologically it is insignificant, though probably present geologists may not agree to that. But anyway, since the state is covered by this alluvium, major part of it has been covered by this thick alluvium, not much of hard rock geology is exposed, except in the north and in this part, in the western part. This segment is actually Manbhum and presently Purulia as well as Jhargram district of West Bengal, which is eastern extension of the Chotnagpur Plateau, a rocky area, and this part actually between this Chotnagpur Plateau and between the Gangetic Plains to the east, this part number 5 here, this is the Rar Bengal area, which extends from border of Orissa right up to this part, middle of West Bengal. So this is a transgressional area from the plateau area to the alluvial belt. It has its own Rar region actually is a toponym for an area for the Indian subcontinent that lies between Chotnagpur Plateau in the west and Ganges Delta on the east. Although the boundaries of the region have been defined differently according to the various sources throughout history, it is mainly state of West Bengal, also comprising parts of the state of Jharkhand in India. Linguistically, the region is defined with population speaking the Rar Bangla local dialect. Low-level Pleistocene era lateritic badlands, locally called Khwai, especially in the northern part, are common in the region. Here, the geology of few secondary laterite profiles have been determined by OSL dating method in 3 simple sites representing late Quaternary Paleogenesis of laterites and ferruginite sediments, which extends from roughly 1.5 million to 35,000 BC, and that is mid to late Pleistocene. The Rar region in the local parlance is also known as the Rangamati Desh, or literally the red soil. It is the Bengali equivalent of Eramati, what you heard just now from Dr. Reddy. Lal Mati or Rangamati means red soil. So, occupied by many with this region called Radha. The major rivers in this region include Damodar, Ajay, Moirakshi, Darakashar, Silavati or Shilai, Kamshavati, Kasai, and Suvarnarekha. The general slope is towards southeasterly, between say east to south, overall towards southeast you can say, and all the rivers originate from Chotnagpur Plateau. Many of them are ephemeral in nature, and they all join along with their tributaries. Mostly they join the river Hooghly, which is flowing down south after it gets bifurcated at a northern district called Murshidabad. One main branch goes into Bangladesh now, named as Padma, and the southern branch, which is called Bhagirathi or Hooghly down south, that is the main river of the state. And all these rivers from Rar region, they join river Hooghly, except Suvarnarekha, which directly debouches into the Bay of Bengal in Orissa. According to Britannica, the Rar plains cover different parts of the districts, and northern and southern Rar have been divided, but I am not going into that. Geomorphology of the area must be appreciated to have been formed and shaped through the interplay of following forms and processes. Following form, process, and events. On one side, we have an upland region made up of Archean to Proterozoic rocks, that is towards west, of the Singhum Craton, as well as northernmost Eastern Ghat mobile belt that was subject to profound weathering and erosion on one hand, and upliftment due to the Himalayan orogeny of or other tectonic activities on the other, and concomitant subsidence in the central Bengal basin area, which had thickened, which had given rise to thicker and thicker sediments as the delta progressed and the thickness of the sediment increased. So the basin also kept on subsiding. Nestled between the two predominating deltas, that is Mahanadi to the west and the Ganga towards east, its lower part must have suffered several rounds of marine transgression and retrogression following a eustatic sea level changes throughout the geological history, and also tectonic or epeirogenic upliftments since the Pleistocene time. Besides, major climatic changes caused by setting up of monsoon following the last major phase of Himalayan orogeny and intermittent glacial or interglacial regime during the Pleistocene have taken place. The first event had caused several rivers that now drain the region. The overall dry spell of the youngest part of the Holocene, that is the Meghalayan age, commencing at around 4,200 years before present, must also not be kept out of contention. This clearly shows that this area has undergone, I mean, it has suffered a lot of vicissitudes through which it has to come through. And the southernmost aspect is the coastal dynamics. The eastern part of this area, right from Digha eastwards, they are still getting eroded very fast because of geological reasons, and which is not so southwest of Digha in the Odisha part and Andhra part, but the eastern part from Digha, which is right on the border of Odisha, the eastern part of it towards the West Bengal side, it is eroding pretty fast. So this is the geological and mineral map of West Bengal. Many of the geologist friends may be knowing. This is the western rocky area, and this is the northern Himalayan belt. Of course, it also has Precambrian element in it. And these are the quaternary formations of Lower Bengal. I am not going into detail. Different names have been ascribed earlier. Bhangar and Khabdar, these are the names given by Hande and Banerjee, older alluvium and newer alluvium. And afterwards, from this area, actually, these different formation names of the quaternary deposits have been ascribed. Bhairav Banki, Lalgarh, Fluviatile deposit, and coastal marine deposit. As you can see, the different environment of deposition have also been mentioned. The older ones are in the shelf zone, and then dry phase gave rise to the caliche bearing formations. Then ancient dune complex zone, since it was once upon a time close to the coast, and ancient intertidal flat. Gradually, it gets, as it progresses towards younging, it gradually gets into the riverine phases. Rar protohistory. Human jawbone was also found in a place called Shijua in West Midnapur district, which was tentatively dated at 10,000 BC, 10,000 years before Christ, though not dated precisely. Paleoliths have also been found in this whole of Rar Bengal, as well as the adjacent part of Jharkhand and Purulia district of West Bengal. They are full of, unfortunately, hardly any archaeological maps emphasize on their presence, but that is very surprising. I don't know why. Still, not much of mention has been noted by me in the archaeological maps currently available in India. But there are findings of several implements and anecdotes of these early hominins, starting right from the Paleolithic through Chalcolithic to Neolithic things, and in all the different districts like Bankura, Mednipur, Bardhaman, etc., all these districts and Purulia and adjacent Jharkhand and Odisha, the Paleoliths all bear striking affinity of technology with the Madras specimens. These discoveries thus point to the existence of a Paleolithic culture zone stretching from the South India to the Gangetic Valley. In Bengal, Paleolithic tools of various types and forms have been found at different places of these districts. Implements of Neolithic period have also been recovered from Mednipur, Mathura, etc., all these districts. One must remember that the copper mining area of Singhum is Singhum, near Mosaboni and all. It is just adjacent to it, and the nearest port was in Tamrolipto, which also alludes to the availability of copper. Tamro in Sanskrit means copper. Probably a lot of copper is to be traded through this port during this thing. Tamrolipto port was the most important port in this eastern segment for nearly around 2 millennia, starting from first millennium BC to the first millennium AD. And it is a heritage trail that we are going to pass through, that encompasses all the different types of heritage, not only geo-heritage, but also other aspects. I'm going to take liberty a little bit, considering the gamut of subjects that have been this thing covered for the last few days, I am inclined to take this liberty. Geologically, it exposes proterozoic to quaternary rocks, and it in fact is a microcosm for all kinds of variations, and different religions also have thrived here, right from Jainism to Buddhism, then Hinduism of the Sanatan Dharma, and Islam at different times. During the Mughal period, in historical, this thing also during Gupta era and Maurya era also, this also had important incidences. There was, I will come to that during my this thing. And during Mughal period also, lots of things have happened, lots of wars and battles have been fought here, and many important anecdotes are there, and many historical sites are also present here. So this is the map, Google map, showing this different part. This river is Subarna Rekha, and this is these are the 10 points. I'm just going to briefly cover: Mogolmari, Kurumbera, Noya, Patra, Gangoni, Bishnupur, Shushunia, Raniganj, Amkhoi, and finally settling with Shantiniketan. So these are the different. I don't know whether it is visible or not. And this is the Kharagpur, which is an important railway junction on the Southeastern Railways, and this is Calcutta. This is on a different map, satellite map, the 10 different points, roughly along north-south trail. We will start from this point, which is Mogolmari, just on the border of Orissa, and this is the Subarna Rekha River. The Subarna Rekha River actually was quite navigable even 100 years back. In fact, all the rivers were much more navigable 150 years back, and a lot of even maritime trading used to take place through inland ports. But unfortunately, nowadays it has mostly dried up. Not much of water, navigability has gone down. Mogolmari, it is a place near Dantan block in Kharagpur subdivision of Mednipur district, bordering Orissa, close to the Subarna Rekha River. And late Professor Ashok Datta of University of Calcutta, in 2003 and 4, he had started excavation in the site, and 9 phases of excavation have already been completed so far. And as of now, Professor Datta had expired in 2012, and it was followed up by one of his colleagues. He also expired after 1 year and a half. But it is still being continued. Actually, a Buddhist monastery, or rather a pair of Buddhist Mahaviharas have been unearthed, and lots of important things have been discovered, unearthed, and this is now being believed as one of the 10 major Buddhist viharas around Tamrolipto, which Hyun Sang also had actually taken for going back to China after visiting India. That was he actually came to this region in 638 C, just after the king Shashanko's reign. He mentioned 10 such monasteries, but before the finding of this monastery, not a single one was discovered. But the experts now believe that it could be one of those things, and it falls along an important trade route which passes right from Nalanda to the east coast, going down right to the Andhra area also. Mogolmari, the name had fallen possibly from most simple. This thing is Mughal and Mari. Mughal means Mughal soldiers were killed in a large number. Probably that is the most common belief. There is a place not very far, 20 kilometers away from this place, where a large battle was fought in 1576 AD, and it alludes to a battle whereby Mughal soldiers were killed in a large number, but that may not be actually the true thing. Madhi also means route, so this could be along the route taken by the Mughal soldiers. So that is also many people think. However, the excavated mound was earlier known as Shokishena Divi or Shoshishena Divi, and has been mentioned in one of the epics, Bengali epics, by one Fakirram of Bardhaman. This place was also possibly known as Amravati at that time. The heartening thing is that this excavation site is now being maintained, and upkeepment and protection of this site is being done by one local club and a library just adjacent to it, apart from the government agency, which is very good thing. So this is uh, earlier look before the excavation started. It was from the 19th century. Uh, one Mr. Nagendranath Boshu, who actually first described it, the mound. He suspected, he himself was a great archaeologist, though his claim to fame is because of some other things in linguistics. He had, to his credit, one Bengali encyclopedia in 22 volumes, which he is more famous for. But he was basically an archaeologist, and he surveyed the area for Moyurvanj state in 1880s, and he first mentioned it. But subsequently, more than a century later, Ashok Datta of the History Department of Calcutta University, he was actually researching on the maritime trade of Bengal, and he chanced upon this place, and through the help of one local school teacher by the name Narendranath Bishwas, he actually got to come across this place and got interested and started excavating right from the beginning of this millennium. And the results is that the Buddhist Mahavihara by the name of Sri Bandaka Mahavihara Arya Bhikshu Sangho, that also has been discovered after his death. This was, as I told, one of the 10 such Buddhist centers reported by Yuan Sang, the great Chinese traveler. From this place, more than 95 bronze statues, including around 25 to 30 of Lord Buddha, were also found in a single day, which is very unique. And then there are at least 53 different styles of bricks have been unearthed. And among other things found here, King Samachar Deva's coin, votive tablets, several stucco figures, statue of Lord Buddha, and other gods and goddesses, potteries of different ages, a gold crown, and several other items. All these things have been unearthed so far. This is Professor Ashok Datta, who started it all. This is a rather recent photograph in front of the site. Gate has been erected. Board also has been erected by the Archaeological Survey. This is how it looks now. Some of the photographs here. I'm not going into the detail of it, but this is how it looks. This is probably the border of outside wall of one of the distinct viharas adjacent to the other. Two Mahaviharas were conjoined with each other, and several stucco figures can be seen here, like this. Actually, it is not yet complete, and the adjacent village, the whole thing actually needs to be excavated. The whole area, the large area, but only very small part has been excavated so far because of lack of funding and other hurdles. It is not much. Lot of thing needs to be done so far. And this is the club building, who are actually maintaining a small site museum also, like this. Many seals and other things also have been found out. So this is all about it. The second point of interest is at Kurumbera. Kurumbera means stone fort wall or fortification wall in Odia. This area was also part of the Odia dynasty in 15th century and all. Though locally it is known as a fort, Kurumbera Fort, but many people have doubted whether it was ever used as a fort, because there is no, other than the outside wall, there is nothing like a moat or an ammunition store or place for staying of the soldiers, etc. So this may not actually have been constructed with the idea of a fort. It was constructed in the mid 15th century, in between 1438 to 1469, by the Suryavamshi king of Odisha, called Gajapati Kapilendra Dev. Earlier in old Odia manuscript, scripture, there was a boat, but which is not there anymore. And though the site actually is maintained nowadays by ASI, but unfortunately they have not given any history of the place. Subsequently, a general of Emperor Aurangzeb called Muhammad Tahir, he occupied this area in the late 17th century, in the 1670s, and built a three-domed mosque in one side of it. There is a huge courtyard at the center. Uh, Most probably at the center of it there was a Shiva temple earlier, but nowadays it is gone. The mosque is of course there, but it is now locked. It is no prayers are offered here. Um, Whether or not it's a fort is debatable, as I mentioned. So this is the front. But important thing is what I want to mention is that the whole thing is constructed out of laterite. I mentioned about Dr. Hamilton Buchanan, who actually coined the term laterite, who himself was a great naturalist. He was employed by Lord Wellesley during the initial part of the 18th century, 1701 and 1702, at a place called Barakpur, very close to Calcutta. He was supposed to supervise a menagerie and the whole site, which was a which was housing a government house there, a pleasure garden kind of place. But for the Bodalat or the Governor General, Lord Wellesley was this thing. He appointed Hamilton Buchanan. He catalogued. Hamilton Buchanan actually had the gumption of cataloging the whole flora and fauna locally available there. But unfortunately, in 1805, sorry, Wellesley was summarily called back because of other reasons. And after that, Hamilton Buchanan went on a travel spree throughout the country, and he discovered many important archaeological sites in Bengal, and finally landed up in Kerala at a place called Angadipuram, where he observed and got surprised by the way laterite bricks were being quarried locally, and he described the physical and chemical properties of the rock, even coined the term laterite, and mentioned it in a note sent to the Royal Society of London. That's how the name fell, actually, the laterite. It is the Angadipuram site is now a National Heritage Monument, geological monument, and here now actually Dr. Wadhwan Sahab also must be getting interested, because they have used laterite in laterite is never known as a good building material, unlike granite or marble or some other rocks. But here they used square blocks to use. This is as a inner dome. How they have used such rectangular blocks to construct such a round dome, and see how beautiful geometric pattern they have created out of this laterite blocks. Very, very interesting thing. It is also now under consideration after the Makrana marble and Deccan Trap basalt and that yellow limestone of Jaisalmer. This is also under consideration for declaring as geological heritage stone resources by the UNESCO. I don't know whether it will happen or not, but very, very interesting architecture. That's how geology also comes into play, though it is not a geoheritage size as such, but geology touches all aspects of our lives, and here it is an example. So this is an open courtyard in between. All surrounding it, you have a gallery like this on all four sides, and you can see the gallery, open gallery running on through four sides of it. And this is a place where supposedly the Shiva temple was there, probably Shiva Linga was there, but it is no more existent. And it is just on the opposite side. This is on the eastern side. This three-domed mosque is now present, constructed by Muhammad Tahir, Aurangzeb's general, facing west. So this is the same tomb. This tomb up close, and there is some decadence. SI is maintaining it. They are still doing their job. but now certain parts are now falling apart, which needs to be conserved. Another view of the fort. So this is about it. So our next point is there is another very big rectangular water tank close by called Shashanko, which is also very historical because King Shashanko, of the first independent king of Bengal in the 7th century, first half of 7th century, he apparently had constructed this thing, and from his name actually Shashanko, this name had fallen. Lots of myths are also associated with it. I'm not going into that. And this is not very far from Kharagpur, 27 kilometers. Is Keshiari, is a very important stone tool site. And nearby is also another place called Kiarchad, which is again a Neolithic site with full of obelisks and menhirs. And close by is this place, Shashanko, this thing, and Kurumbera. So our next list is absolutely a cultural heritage site. I mean, it's an intangible cultural heritage, which is a Pottochitra village. Apparently, nothing to do with geology as such. It's a village called Noya village in Pingla in Western Midnapur district, where roughly around 136 Pottochitra painters or Pottuas they reside. The pot word has come from Potto in Sanskrit. They paint, draw or paint on paper or cloth and fold it, and they sing songs on different themes as they unfold the pots or the scroll. So that is how it is. They paint different stories of Ramayana, Mahabharata and different epics, and also nowadays they are using different social themes like planting of trees, etc. But interestingly, it's an example of our syncretic culture of this part. All these Pottuas, they are practicing Muslims, but they paint pictures of Hindu gods and goddesses, examples of which can be found in places like Pipli and Raghurajpur in adjacent Odisha, close to Bhubaneswar. So this is a very interesting this thing, and this has been recognized internationally nowadays. And government of West Bengal's Department of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprise and Textiles also have created a rural craft hub in this place. GI recognition for this Bengal Pottochitra was also registered in 2018. Annual 3-day fair used to be taking place during Deepavali time, roughly in month of November. But for the last 2 years, because of COVID, these things could not happen. I'm not sure whether this year, if at all, this should happen very soon, within this month only. Pot Maya Festival it is called, which is attended every year, used to be attended every year by lots of tourists, both national tourists and international tourists also used to throng in this place. Just, if I may give, I may allow, I'll just share I can share a YouTube video, small clipping of the video, which may be of interest to you.
হিন্দুদের নারায়ণ মুসলমানের পীর দুই কুলে পুজো খেয়ে হয়েছে গাহি। আগে আমরা গান শুনতাম, গ্রামের ঘরে দলবদ্ধ কয়েক ধরে, তখন তো সিনেমা ভিডিও এই সমস্ত কিছু ছিল না, তারপরে পটের গানটাকে অনেক মানুষ খুব ভালোবাসত।
পট কথাটা এসছে পট্ট থেকে। সাধারণভাবে কাপড়ের উপর যে কাগজে আঁকা ছবি তাকেই পট বলা হয়।
আমাদের পটচিত্রগুলো হচ্ছে বংশগত কাজ, তো আমি শিখেছি আমার বাবার কাছ থেকে।
রামায়ণ, মহাভারত, রাজা হরিশ্চন্দ্র, দাতাকর্ণ থেকে শুরু করে কৃষ্ণলীলা বা নানা রকম পৌরাণিক সমস্ত পর আমরা শুরু করেছি। তারিতে হবে মাতারা আমি নয়ে শরণগত তারিতে.
It could be taken as a precursor to the film medium, because the unfurling of the Patachitra, along with the music, along with the lyrics that the artist himself or herself composes, I think it brings all these different genres of creative arts together, which the cinema does.
পৌরাণিক পটচিত্র যেমন আঁকি, কিন্তু তার সাথে সাথে সামাজিকটাও আঁকি. এটা হচ্ছে চলমান চরণচিত্র, মানে এটা সমাজের সাথে তাল মিলিয়ে এই পটচিত্রটা এগিয়ে যাবে, এটা থেমে থাকা না. জনগণ সবাই মিলে করো গাছ রোপণ.
This medium is still at its rudimentary stage. I mean, the same.
Interesting thing is that they use all natural materials, including some ochres and minerals, powdered leaves and different things. So that's how geology also, again, even if as a fringe material, it comes into play. So I'm skipping it. Hello. এটা আটকে গেল কেন? ওই ভিডিও দেখালাম, এটা আটকে গেল একটু। ওটা দিয়ে হবে না, এটা দিয়ে
কি চাও, কি করতে চাও?
আবার ব্যাক করতে হবে। স্লাইড পরের স্লাইডটা চলে যাবে। So our next point of interest is Mandir Mai Patra. Patra is a small village, again on the side of the bank of Kangshavati River in Midnapur district, West Midnapur district. Some 40 Hindu temples and other structures, about 100 to 180 years, are present here. This is one of the 3 most famous temple towns of South Bengal. One more will coming afterwards, and it portends a different revival story of this thing. Most of the places, temples and such structures are getting wasted. Actually, they are not being, people are not being able to maintain them, and they are dying. So here, actually, this place has got some interesting history. I'm not going into detail of it. One, Mr. Vidyanand Ghoshal was appointed as a revenue collector by Alivardi Khan, the Nawab of Bengal at that time in the mid 18th century, in the 1740s. So after reaching this place, he started building temples. Instead of sending the revenue to the Nawab, he started building temples, and when the news reached the Nawab, he ordered this thing, but he ordered Ghoshal to be arrested and punished by trampling under the feet of a rogue element. elephant, but as the Bengali saying goes, Rakhe Horito Mareke, meaning who can kill someone who protected by the Lord. The elephant charged but stopped just short of him. This the Nawab took as a sign of a miracle and ordered him to be released forthwith, and the place got its name from this feat of Pa Utra, or lifting of foot. That's how apparently the name has come. Though another view is that since there are lots of stones, or which is pathar in Bengali, on the adjacent river, that might have also lent its name as Pathra. There was no stopping thereafter. Ghoshal and his descendants plunged into a temple building spree, and temples like Navaratna, 9 pinnacle, Pancharatna, 5 pinnacle temple, Kalacham temple, Durga temple, Shiva temple, Tulsi Mancha, etc., have come up in next 100-150 years. The family took the title of Mazumdar and continued the act till about the first half of the 19th century. Another lineage of the family also, with the title of Bandopadhyay, constructed several set of temples. At least 34 temples were left, out of which 17 or 18 are now finally being looked after by the ASI, and technical help is being provided by IIT Kharagpur. The second miracle was that there was a lightning strike apparently at the Navaratna temple, the most important temple of this place, when Vidyananda was about to start consecration of it in preference to his mother. The temple has since been abandoned and no puja was ever held here. And the final miracle, of course, was still to happen when local school staff by the name Muhammad Yasin Fathan from a different community, he came forward along with some of his local community members and embarked on a mission of saving these temples from getting lost forever. Through his persistent and untiring effort, he could finally manage to obtain government and aid and bring the IIT Kharagpur to lend technical assistance and also to involve the ASI to restore and preserve 18 of these 34 temples. But the remaining temples like the office building, Kachari Bari, etc. also getting dilapidated and needs to be saved. So some of the photographs, this is that Navaratna temple, another view, this particular temple, temples of Bandopadhyay family, Dharmaraj temple, Patra temples. This is Rash Mancho, a very important architectural this thing. Rash Mancho is a typical Vaishnavite, this thing of Gaur Bengal, Gaur Vaishnav sect. It was quite prevalent in different parts of Bengal and even in Calcutta also. During the Ras festival, which is actually just ended, then Kartik Purnima, for 7 days, the main deities are to be brought here. The important aspect is it is always placed on a raised platform with openings on all sides, normally hexagonal to octagonal in aspect, with pinnacles on the top. The stucco work in some of the Patra temple. This is the office building or go down, Kachari Bari as they call it. So this is about it. So now it is becoming an important site, geosite. Gorbeta and Gangoni, this is the 5th points of interest, and this is the first true geoheritage site in the true sense. This is adjacent to a river called Shilabati, further north of Patra, and cuts through a 70 feet thick sedimentary profile capped by lateritic cover, creating a badland on one side, aided by rampant headward erosion through its attendant rills and gullies. Gongoni literally means the land of fire, over an area of around 3.4 square kilometers on one side of the river. However, the lower northern or left bank apparently enjoys good agriculture. The asymmetry in altitude, landscape and vegetation between the two banks is remarkable on the ground. And this is the upper part the plateau part is known as Gangoni Danga, while the lower part of the valley part is known as Gangoni Khola. And it is lovingly called, I don't know, perhaps not with good reason, the Grand Canyon of Bengal, for bearing some similarities, though essentially cosmetic, to the famous Grand Canyon of USA. The area is capped on one side by the protective cover of ferricrete and laterite over the primarily loose and semi-consolidated sediments, often exposes myriad mind-boggling forms set in ensemble of colors that not only are an art scientist's delight but do enchant the common people as well for their extraordinary beauty and aesthetic appeal. We can see this some of the photographs. You will realize, appreciate how it is. The sediment pile clearly points to a frequently changing environment of deposition as well as climate since Pleistocene time. The older sediments were formed in subdeltaic environment, as I mentioned in the beginning itself, followed upward by essentially by the fluviatile deposits under changing climatic regime. It was identified as an important geosite and has been given a place in the list of important geosites, around 75 in number, by GSI, prepared by GSI before the commencement of 36 IGC from the state. So this is the location. This is the river, Shilavati, and this is Gangani, and there is a railway station nearby, Gorveta Road railway station, close to Kharagpur, between Kharagpur and Adra, this thing. And this is the panoramic view. It has similarity with Eramati Dibbal in the sense that it also has different colors, you can say. Different colors you can find, right from deep brown to red to greenish to yellowish to buff to even white, silvery white, like that. And this is the upper part of the plateau on one bank of the river. The other bank you can see is almost very close to the river level itself. And the river itself, actually during the monsoon time, the river, the base level of erosion also rises pretty high, and these areas get flooded, and this also creates a lot of gully and reel erosion, which actually contributes to its overall architecture. This is a panoramic view. You can see one person standing at the top of this thing, which is roughly around 70 feet thick. And these are the badlands created by natural processes, which is now getting enhanced by human interference. Some of the sediment architecture can be seen. This is another photograph on person cycling away just on the top, and this is how it looks. I think not much has still been done as to how this has come into existence. Though GSI had mapped this area and several theories are there, but enough geographers also have been using it for their work. It's like an open air laboratory. This is Gangani Khola, and some fancy sculptures you can see like this. Lots of people are, human interference is becoming too much. Hundreds of tourists actually throng on it every day nowadays. It has become very, very popular tourist site. People are going for picnic in other places, which needs to be stopped. And because this is a semi-consolidated sediment, and unless something is done, it will probably lose much of its resources. So this is pillar and roof structure. It's like a pyramid here. People are accumulating here. This is like a mushroom-shaped rock. There are many different forms here. You can see how vulnerable it is. Very easily it can get eroded to human interference. People are rising on the top and not realizing what actually they are doing. And these are some of the real erosion. This is Kalish formation taking place, which is an indicator of dry phase, arid phase of climate in between on the profile. This is the ferricrete top, which is actually protecting the site. And this is a staircase has been constructed here for the benefit of the tourists. A lot of tourists, they reach right up to the base of the river using this staircase from the top coming down to the bottom. So next we'll be reaching Bishnupur, another important, very important temple town of Bengal, which has been enlisted in the tentative World Heritage Site for several years now. It is the second temple town on the trail and celebrated worldwide for its beautiful temples. Most of the temples are in terracotta, scores of them. And terracotta, you are probably aware, terra means earth and or clay, and cotta means dry coating or baked. So terracotta is the answer of Bengal to, because since we don't have much of rocky exposures here, so terracotta has been used in temple construction and other things. temple and mosque construction in a very big way in Bengal. But origin of it is found even in Mergor, which is 3000 year BC. But during the right from the 6th, 7th century, it is one of the major material used as construction on this thing. These temples have been constructed between 17th and mid 18th century by the Malla kings who came from North India. There are lots of myths and historical facts about it. I am not going to detail. But this Malla dynasty is different from the Nepalese Malla dynasty. Malla probably were the wrestlers. I mean, that is the Sanskrit word for this thing, wrestlers, Malla. Probably the first scion of this thing, dynasty was Adi Malla or Raghunatha, who started it in 695 CE. They had started a calendar also called Mallabdu. The several adjacent districts and part of it had been was being ruled under this kingdom by this dynasty. And initially they are Shaivites, but subsequently, and their capital was also at a place called Pradumnapur, a little distance away. But 19th king of this dynasty, Jagat shifted his capital to this place. And Maharaja Bir Hambir, who actually was the 49th king of the dynasty, converted into Vaishnavism under the influence of Guru Srinivasacharya, a direct disciple of Sri Chaitanya Dev, in the second half of the 16th century, and named it after Lord Vishnu, its presiding deity. It is from this Bir Hambir's time this temple construction has started taking place, and most of the temples now are Vishnu temples in some form or the other. Rash Mancha, as I told you about it, this is the oldest one existing now. Malleshwara temple, Shamlaya Pancharatna temple, Jolbangla temple, Kalachar temple, etc. etc. The temples represent nearly all varieties of structural forms of medieval temple architecture of Bengal, like Deul, Chala, and Ratna styles. These monuments and temples are often pretty unique, as in the case of Rash Mancha, that infused Egyptian. I'll tell it afterwards. The Archaeological Survey of India is now actively engaged in restoration and preservation of this thing, and several large water bodies have also been dug by these kings, since it was a rather dry area for water conservation. Several this thing have been dug. Only few, 2 or 3 are still existing. And finally, there is a 18th century cannon, huge cannon called Dal Madal, which is probably a corrupt form of Dal Mardon, or destroyer of the enemy, which is still there in this place. Apart from the terracotta art forms that transgresses from the temple architecture or to even household items like toys and other things, it has a wide array of, because the Malla kings were patrons of fine arts in different forms and music also. So wide array of handicrafts and folk art in the forms of metal, silk, cotton weaving, woodcraft, conch shell art, Dashavota card making, etc. are still prevalent. And most importantly, this is the only center where the famous Baluchari silk sarees in Bengal presently come from. The only gharana of Indian classical music from the state is called Vishnupur Gharana, which is also coming from this. This is the center of that Vishnupur Gharana of classical Hindustani music. There is a small but beautiful museum at this place called Acharya Jogesh Chandra Archaeological Museum in the town that depicts the built and cultural history of Mallabhum and its heritage. This I have already mentioned. It features in the tentative list of World Heritage Sites since 1998, and these are the photographs. This is the Rash Mancha. You can see the top part is having Egyptian, like a pyramid, Egyptian influence, and the lower part is having Mughal influence or Islamic influence, the beautiful arches, and this is the intermediate part is typical Bengali Chala style, the roof style. So these 3 different influences have been amalgamated into this construction of the temple, and this platform is completely constructed by laterite. So laterite again has come prominently in temple construction in some form or the other. This top part, of course, is brick, made up of brick with some lateritic tiles attached to it. This is another view, and this is a Pradakshina path inside that Rash Mancha. This is the biggest Rash Mancha in the whole state and perhaps in India, and the oldest existing in this township. It was constructed in 1600 AD by Raja Bir Hambir. So this is another Shamrai temple. These photographs are not very good, and I apologize for that. But beautiful this thing up there. This is the different. This is Akchala, a single roofed one with a single pinnacle. Dochala, on both sides you have roof. There's different types. This is Jor Bangla type of architecture, different another form of architecture, and this is exquisite carvings in laterite again. I mean, this is one of the finest examples of lateritic temples in Bishnupur, which is again very. I know that Angkor Wat also they have used laterite, but unfortunately I had missed on yesterday's lecture on Angkor Wat. But here also we have some beautiful lateritic architecture on some of the temples at Bishnupur, which is pretty unique. This is the influence of Islamic art in the beautiful arches. This was the medieval time when Mughals were ruling actually. So you have Mughal influence here. Ramayana stories, mythical creatures, terracotta work in splendor, different splendor. These panels of terracotta with different stories again. Ramayana stories. This is Nauka Vilash or Rivalry on Boat. So all different epical stories and social scenes have been depicted in different forms. And this is the foundation stone written in old scriptures. And this is the old cannon, Galmadal cannon, preserved in the town. And this is terracotta horse, which is worldwide famous from the whole district, Bakura horses. So our next, before going to this thing, some another important temples are also there close by, which have lots of interesting architectural heritage. This is Bahulara temple, and this is Sanatapur temple. This is earlier one is Shiva temple, and this is Sun temple originally, but probably they have come from Jain or Buddhist influence up there. So originally they might have been used as Jain temples or Buddhist temples, which have later got converted into Hindu temples. Next stop is at Shushunia Hill, and Shushunia is roughly around 60 kilometers northwest of Bishnupur, and in a nearly peneplain country. This is like a hill suddenly cropping up from a nearly peneplain country, and it is famous for its scenic beauty, as well as there is a perpetual holy spring coming throughout the year, 24/7. A rich flora and medicinal plants are there, and the steep rock faces are there, which is used for rock climbing training, etc. The area around the hill, second highest in this district, 448 meters, is very interesting from the point of view of petrology. We have got dumortierite occurrence from some of the places here, which is a very rare mineral, and then vertebrate paleontology, archaeology, and anthropology, as well as historical artifacts. Evidence point to Eastern Ghat affinity for the outcrops in the hill and its adjacent outcrops also. The area happens to be one of the most important Stone Age sites, right from Paleolithic to Neolithic in the whole district. There are actually around 30 sites in and around Shushunia itself. Late P.C. Dasgupta, the then director of the Department of Archaeology of the Government of West Bengal, in the 1960s, reported some 2,000 artifacts from more than 50 years ago, range from Lavalosian to Acheulean to Neolithic. Tools of early Stone Age consist of hand axe, ovates, cleavers, and scrappers, while those of New Stone Age include microliths, amongst others. Stone uprights like obelisks and menhirs have been found at nearby Maulbana. And Monibruta Chattopadhyay of the Department of Anthropology had collected a huge number of stone tools from the area. And Dr. Avik Bishwas very recently in the 2018 had done some critical archaeological study and published a paper. He had done his PhD actually under Professor Rajguru of Deccan College, and published a paper in 2018 very recently. He has also collected several important artifacts from the early hominins. So preponderance of Stone Age tools in the area surrounding Shushunia Hills are evidently indicative of availability of raw materials for tool making. The rock types actually are right from granitites to feldspathic quartzites to amphibolites, etc. These are the most common rock types in the hill, and so mostly the quartzites were used for tool making, and foods were available because it was a thickly covered forested area, so raw meat to wild roots, etc. were available in abundance, it can be surmised, and waters, of course, is also available during the Pleistocene through Holocene times. Very recently, a cave-cum tunnel system has also been discovered nearby, suspected to have been hewn from the weathered hill and used as a rock shelter. Actually, history is that on a cue from Dr. Pishi Das Gupta, who was the then director of the Archaeology Directorate, Paleontology Division of GSI under the leadership of Dr. N.V. Shastri, who was the director of Paleontology Division CHQ. They initiated some critical studies, paleontological studies of this area, and there is a small river tributary to Golvalkar called Gandheshwari. From three alluvial deposits of this river, they have found several abundant of vertebrate fossils they have collected, and gives a fair idea about the changing climate and paleography of that area. At a nearby place called Pyrashol, some of the workers have found evidence of interaction with early hominins with the animals, which is also again very interesting. Animals were killed and burnt, open hearts were found, etc. by geologists of GSI. Overall, the area seems to carry evidence of the transformation of the early hominids from their nomadic hunter-gatherer stage to a stable farming community. So these are some of the very significant vertebrate fossil finds from the quaternary alluvial beds of the area. I have only enumerated some of the most important like Paleoxodon namadicus, which is arguably the biggest mammals to have ever roamed the earth on the land. Boss species or gaur. So elephant, gaur, water buffalo, antelope, wild boar, lion, giraffe, spotted hyena, porcupine, Indian wild ass, ghorial, turtle, like that. All the different vertebrate fossils have been found, and except the last two, ghorial and turtle, which are reptiles, all these are mammals. Out of the 17 species discovered from the area, only 6 are now extinct. Besides, all the extinct species show quite advanced stages of development. Interestingly, some of these fossils, some of these species, they have migrated to other places. They have become extinct from this area, like the spotted hyena, which is now found only in Africa, and then this Indian wild ass, which is now found only in Rann of Kutch. Spotted hyena was probably found from fossils of spotted hyena found from Cornwall caves, also in Andhra Pradesh. But that's how it is. It gives a very clear idea as to the changing phylogeography of the animals that lived in this area. And then important stone inscription. This is a historical aspect from recorded history. A stone inscription of our local king called Pushkaradhip Raja Chandravarman, who was son of Singhavarman, has been discovered. Scholars believe that the present-day village of Pukhrana, around 40 kilometers northeast of Shushunya, close to Damodar River, represents ancient Pushkarana. His name has been found from 4th century CE inscription, the Allahabad inscription by Harisena actually, where it is mentioned that he was defeated by King Samudragupta, the great Gupta king Samudragupta, in 336, between 336 and 376 AD, and his territories are annexed to the Gupta Empire. So that way, with all these different elements, heritage elements, this area also has a huge geotourism potential. So this is a panoramic view of the Shushunya hills. There are 3 major hills here. This is a perpetual holy spring, which is still quite popular amongst the tourists. Throughout the year, water comes out of it, the hill. And this is the Chandravarman's inscription. And this is a undeciphered script at the base, and here also something is written in a code language, and this is the symbol of probably the Suryavamshi kings of that time. The next point of interest is Raniganj, the heritage mining town. The name of this place is pretty familiar to most of the geology students and mining students in India, at least. Situated on the left bank of River Damodar in West Bardhaman district, West Bengal, it is credited with the following. It is the oldest official coal mine in India. The first coal mine owned by an Indian jointly with a European, namely Prince Dwarakanath Tagore, under the distinct name of Car Tagore and Company. The first published geological map from the Geological Survey of India also covered this area only on 1 inch to a mile scale. It was mapped by W.T. Blandford and it was published in the memoir GSI Volume 3 Part 1 in 1863. He recognized 3 groups, subsequently elevated to other this thing. He recognized actually series that time of subsequently these 2 groups, Talchet, Damoda and Panchet. That was the status that time. And this was also prior to the official formation of GSI. It was also surveyed by D.H. Williams in the 1840s, 1845 to 47. And the first railways also in this sector, in eastern segment, started between Howrah and Hooghly in 1854. Within 6 months, actually, it was extended up to Raniganj, which shows the importance of coal during that period. Probably it doesn't require any mention how important coal was that time, and actually formation of GSI also was associated with search of coal. I'm not going into detail of it. Hitley, S.G. Hitley was the collector of Chotanagpur who actually initiated, he applied for coal mining in 1771, which was turned down initially. And finally, during the time of Warren Hastings, 1774, it was granted. He, along with one of his colleagues, they started mining, but failed. And after 35 years of quiescence, when the economics of the coal mining changed, it was again started, renewed by another gentleman. And finally, afterwards, the East India Company sponsored William Jones for mining coal in Bardhaman, then Bardwan. He took land on lease from the Rani of Bardhaman and named it Raniganj. That's how the name fell, Raniganj, in her honor. Jones mined coal but incurred persistent losses again. And in 1821, Alexander and Company, which had secured the loans taken by Jones, took over and started mining. They performed better, but raised production also, but even earned profits for some time, but the company failed in 1832. That brought Prince Dwarakanath Tagore, the grandfather of poet laureate Rabindranath, who was an entrepreneur par excellence, and he bought up after some haggling the Raniganj coal mine at a cost of 70,000 and formed a joint venture company with one Mr. Carr by the name Mr. Carr, Tagore and Company. This was the first joint venture initiative along with a European. So that's how it is. The oldest mines of the oldest mines from the PGSI days. A few are possibly still operational. Some relics from the era are still present too. Thus, attempts to identify and declare some of these as heritage items are now on. For example, of late, there is an attempt going on to declare the ruin of bungalow built by Dwarakanath at Narayanpuri on the bank of Nonia River here in Raniganj as a heritage property by the State Heritage Commission. There are instances galore in many countries of the globe to declare such old mines or mining towns which are now abandoned as heritage. Tourists actually are taken regularly to travel this thing in South Africa, in Korea, and many other countries actually. Raniganj also definitely has a claim to fame and has a huge geotourism potential. So this is the outline map from Blandford's memoir. This is the geological map of Gondwana rocks with coal bearing this thing. Gondwana rocks. This is some of the mines, present mines. And this is Dwarakanath Tagore, Prince Dwarakanath Tagore, grandfather of Rabindranath. And this is the first page of this memoir GSI part 1. And then we arrive at our penultimate destination called Amkhoi Fossil Park, located near Ilambazar in Birbhum district of West Bengal. It contains fossilized wood of Angiospermous flora of 15 to 20 million years. That means roughly around from Miocene age epoch. And these fossil logs, which represents Upper Gondwana Angiospermous flora, were excavated first during digging of a pond accidentally at a depth of around 50 feet in 2006 and has since been developed into this park, officially developed by the State Forest Department of West Bengal. Identification of the fossil flora present here have not yet been completed at the specific level. While some of these are still continuing in the area, others are not, and some are found today only in faraway places like Western Ghats and Malaysia. So some have become extinct, while others are still continuing in the area, in the Jharkhand area, adjacent Jharkhand area especially. You know about the Mandro site also in Jharkhand, adjacent Hazaribagh district, near Bhagalpur. Actually, these fossil logs probably were transported from upper reaches to this place and got deposited here. So that way, this area also has been named as has been listed as a important geosite in that revised list of geosite prepared at the time of last IGC. And this is the only fossil park in West Bengal state and has an area of 10 hectares. Apart from creating a recreational space, this park was created as an attempt to help the researchers raise awareness among the students and common people, and also to prevent vandalism by thieves and fossil hunters. Though there are many more beautiful fossil wood parks in other parts of the country, but as we know that several have been lost out due to our carelessness. For example, I have encountered one at Tripura. There was a whole formation named after the fossil logs, but hardly any fossil log is found nowadays anymore. So the whole area has become bereft of all such fossil logs which were once there. And the formation also has been named after that. This happened to be finding a place in the revised list like in Gangoni. So this is some of the photographs of that park, which looks like a recreational space basically. And there is again a video, but I'm not going into that. I'm skipping it. Finally, we are arriving at Shantiniketan. Probably everyone knows, which literally means abode of peace. It is situated in the neighborhood of Bolpur city in Bolpur subdivision of Birbhum district in West Bengal, which is roughly around 150 kilometers north of Kolkata. It was established by Maharishi Devendranath Tagore, father of Rabindranath Tagore, who has a vision what is now a university town with the creation of Vishwabharati. Initially, he opened a small school called Brahma Vidyalaya in 1901 here, which later got expanded. His idea was to introduce open-air learning with emphasis on free thinking and fine arts like art and craft, music, dance, drama, etc., agriculture and rural welfare, etc., under the tutelage of teachers handpicked by him from across the globe. He also made it his home for the last few decades of his life and resided in several buildings here at different times till his death in 1941. While Rabindranath established the Brahma Vidyalaya here in 22nd December 1901, it took shape in the form of Vishwabharati, the National University now, Central University, in 23rd November 1921. There are a large number of buildings and monuments like Shantiniketan, Notunbari, Beholi, Uttarayan Complex, Chatintala, Mandir, Upasana Griho, Patha Bhavan, Sangit Kala Bhavan, Kalobari, Hindi Bhavan, China Bhavan, Chatintala, Mandir, Upasana Griho, etc. After the poet's death, the government of India took over Vishwabharati in 1951. It's a popular tourist destination now frequented by thousands of national and international tourists every year. Like Bishnupur, it also features in the tentative list of World Heritage Sites in India. There are other tourist spots too outside the sprawling Vishwabharati campus where one can have a feel of the place, including its geomorphology, particularly the badland, again found extensively in some parts, called Khwai, rural scene, cultural life, produce of the self-help group typical of the place to be collected as mementos. This is a famous poem, translated version of the famous poem by name of Shantiniketan. She is our own, the darling of our heart, Shantiniketan. In the shadows of our trees we meet, in the freedom of our open sky. Our dreams are rocked in her arms. Her face is a fresh wonder of love every time we see her, for she is our own, the darling of our hearts. This is some of the photographs, Tagore and Gandhi in 1938 when he called on Tagore in Shantiniketan. This is the Shantiniketan Griho, the oldest building constructed here in the early 20th century. This is the Kalobari, famous Kalobari with famous murals erected by the famous painter Nandulal Bose. This is a bronze statue amongst several others by the name Santhal Kapil, created by Ram Kinkar Beys, one of the famous sculptures of India. This is a scene of bowls, which is a form of Sufi music. They perform. This is a very popular site of bowl musicians. They are performing outside the campus at a place called Shonajuri. And this is again the Badland Khwai. It's called Khwai locally. And the red soil also can be seen very clearly. So, as a conservationist, we can only hope that preservation and conservation of all heritage items must be an intensely inclusive affair. Though necessary, mere enactment of laws alone cannot save these from getting stolen, defaced, or erased from the surface of the earth. That is very clear. So there has to be a great deal of coordination amongst the experts also. We need to break open, come out of our iron curtain, iron these things, walls, and get down from the ivory towers and raise awareness among the locals or the community, involve them in a big way, also enabling them to earn their livelihoods out of this thing. So there has to be a bottom-up approach. Only through that method only, which also it can sustain and UNESCO's main idea behind everything also is sustainable development. That's how it can finally we can save these different heritage aspects. So finally, I acknowledge I have taken and literally used photographs and materials from others, either on personal request or from the net. The presentation would not have been possible without the direct and indirect help and inspiration of many people who it is difficult for me to name here individually. My sincere thanks to all of them, and I also appreciate and gratefully acknowledge the kind efforts of the organizing team of this webinar led by Professor Mishra, for making it a success. It was really a humongous effect and far exceeded our expectation, I must confess. And I'm also thankful to all the participants of today's presentation for giving me a present here. Thank you, sir. Sorry, I have exceeded my time limit, but I apologize for that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Dr. Godwin, sir.
Any question it can be directed towards me in the chat box or my email ID
Yes,
also, because it's already late.
Yes, sir.
Sir, it was an excellent presentation. In fact, many of us do not visit our own tourist sites. With Sundarbans, with Vishnupur, and with all these lovely sites in West Bengal, you really took us through a heritage tour. Your slides, the pictures, of course, are very good, and your explanation was also very good. So I really congratulate you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
আমি যাদবপুরের ছাত্রী ছিলাম।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা।
ওই জন্য বেঙ্গল দেখে আবার মনটা এই হয়ে গেল। আমি কেদারেশ্বর।
My humble attempt was to get more and more people acquainted with the heritage of this place. Is rather lesser known. Not many people know about the heritage of these areas.
Yes, yes, খুবই সুন্দর। আমি আপনাকে বক্সে দিয়েছি আমার কন্টাক্ট নাম্বার, আপনার কন্টাক্ট নাম্বার চাইছি, কাইন্ডলি দেবেন আমাকে।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, থ্যাংক ইউ।
বক্সে চ্যাট বক্সে আছে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ,
ডেফিনেটলি
ধন্যবাদ বিষ্ণু, আপনাকে ধন্যবাদ দিতে হবে।
থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার, থ্যাংক ইউ ম্যাডাম।
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Guha, for an exhaustive presentation, and it took considerable time, and we had to listen to you very patiently because so much information you have given. But only fear is, I thank the organizers for allowing the speakers to speak for longer duration, which is normally not the case. But one danger is this is like a long distance train where people get down and get into the train at different places. Very few people travel to the destination. Finally, I would like to suggest one thing, that the word geo-heritage has brought in a group of geologists, archaeologists, and historians to form a new science as such. And then the need of the hour is to bring out the historical evidences of right from the Vedic period till today without any distortion. And it should be truly depicted. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Satyanarayana, sir.
I'm ready.
Just a small observation, Dr. Goa, thank you very much for a
Thank you, sir.
very insightful talk. In fact, earlier during GSI Geodiversity Day celebrations, I attended your talk and I was trying to reach you. I'm actually particularly interested in knowing more details about the laterite being used in many of the old palaces, even in West Bengal.
I know, sir. You are working on laterites. I know, that's why I mentioned your name also.
Yeah. So I'll be really keen to get some more details with you. I'll talk to you separately on that, because I have done it for peninsular India, for South India, but it never occurred to me that even in West Bengal there are many old ancient buildings which are also built by this natural stone resource. Actually, this is actually taking a huge dimension, because Southeast Asian countries also have been using laterite. So we have a huge treasure of such ancient, monumental, iconic buildings. So thank you for giving us the details. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Should I stop here? Can I stop here, sir? Can I stop sharing?
Yes, sir. Presentation to sir. So thank you, sir. Mr. Guha, sir, former Deputy Director, Geological Survey of India, given a nice talk, sir, about Bengal region. इस क्योंकि बंगाल रीजन पे बहुत कम टॉक हो पाई थी, इसलिए मैंने गुहा सर ने बताया था कि मैं वहाँ के आर्कियोलॉजिकल जो भी साइट है और जियोलॉजी के साथ आर्कियोलॉजी के जो साइट है उस पर भी चर्चा करेंगे। और वो हमने हमारी जो चर्चा हुई थी उसके अनुसार आर्कियोलॉजिकल साइट को भी उन्होंने कवर किया है। बहुत बहुत थैंक्स सर। और ये ऑडियंस के लिए बहुत ही हमारे फ्रूटफुल होगा। दोनों चीज़ें इसमें सम्मिलित हैं, तो आपने समय दिया उसके लिए। और प्रोफेसर गाडगिल साहब जो चेयर किए सेशन को, अभी वो शायद वहाँ क्लास में अपने कॉलेज में बिजी हैं, तो मैं दोनों लोगों को अपनी ओर से थैंक्स होता हूँ। थैंक यू सर। Next session, eminent speaker Dr. Sudha Bedadi, Madam, former geologist, Geological Survey of India, Pune. Welcome, Madam. Dr. Sudha, Madam.
Thank you, sir.
Chairperson Dr. Yashvi Satyanarayana, formerly the Geological Survey of India, Hyderabad.
Thank you, sir, very much. I think without delaying further.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you.
Satyanarayana, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Sudha Bedadi, madam.
Thank you, sir. Without wasting much time, I would like to introduce my younger colleague who took more voluntary retirement some time back. I'm very happy to introduce her. Sudha Vadadi, many people know in the geo-heritage, geo-tourism circles, know her very much. She obtained her MSc Geology from the University of Pune in 1983 and continued to do MPhil degree in 1985. Then she obtained PhD degree in 1999 from the same university, Pune University, under the guidance of Professor Rajguru. She joined GSI in 1986 and worked in various projects in Deccan Volcanic Province for over 23 years before taking premature retirement in 2019. I faintly remember she attended one of the programs conducted in the GSI Training Institute in Geo when Mr. Pasardi now is also watching your talk from Australia.
Yes,
Australia. I was Director Technical Coordination those days, if I remember very well. By face, I know you. Anyhow, that's not the issue now. So she did a lot of work, and she's one of the first few geologists from GSI to identify and document the lava distributed systems, that is lava channels and tubes from the volcanic province, as early as in 1989. She has contributed to the understanding of the mode of propagation of the Deccan basalt flows and also the creation of GSI-based multi-layer spatial data of geological information pertaining to the Western Maharashtra. So after her voluntary retirement, she has been actively associated in geoscience education. She is one of the founder members and currently president of the non-profit, not-for-profit organization, Center for Education and Research in Geoscience, known as SERGE, Pune, which focuses on popularizing the geosciences among the school students and common man at large. As a part of the Earth literacy movement, such as conducted outreach programs like geo walks, exhibitions, workshops, lectures, field visits. She is very popular in field visits. GeoQuest for the school students, GeoLab, inter-school earth science based on project competition and GeoTrials. She is also associated with the postgraduate divisions of the Department of Geology at Ferguson College. She has been faculty for more than a decade or so. And her interest in philately led to a collaboration with other geoscientists who are philatelists like Dr. Ajit Vartak, Dr. Abe Madolkar, Professor D. J.T. Lips, and Dr. C. Rajshekar. And as a team, our individual has been popularized hereby and use it as an alternate means for geoscience education and awareness. And she publishes several articles on Deccan Volcanic Province, like lava tubes and lava carve, geologists, geomorphologists, geoheritage, geoscience, and education and philately. But here I would like to add a little more. In her achievements, she is not alone. She has her husband also, who is a geologist. And this geology couple has been doing wonders in Maharashtra. I request her to extend your activity to other places also. Anyhow, when I hear your couple, geology couple, the one famous geology couple of last century, or even beginning of this century, last century only, that is Herbert Hoover and his wife Lovely Hoover. Herbert Hoover is a famous geologist come mining engineer, famous mining engineer. He was 32nd president of USA, the great country, vast country. He served one term, but later on, for some reasons, he could not be elected. That's another issue. But as a geologist come mining engineer, he did wonders. In fact, Hoover Dam was named after him only. So I hope the Vadadi couple also will have good success in their future endeavors. Thank you, madam. You can continue your talk on the Pune, Ahmedabad,
Ahmednagar.
Sorry, Ahmednagar. Ahmedabad, if I say you're
extending it.
trespassing your territory into Gujarat. So, Ahmednagar Geopark, it's a proposal. Would like to hear you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Without wasting time, I'll share my slides. Please give me a minute. Oops. I have to make this. Just a minute, sir. Nataraj. Yeah, I'll do it. But if I do this, how do I go into? I've not shared from there. I'm not shared. This shared. No. I have to share it, no?
Go here. Window.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Am I?
Very well.
Okay. I know this is everybody must be hungry and waiting for lunch. So I will quickly take you all through Pune Ahmednagar. I mean the proposed Pune Ahmednagar Geopark. I know in the audience there are lot many people who are not geologists per se. The audience is a mixed audience with archaeologists, historians, botanists, and many. So I would like to give a brief introduction to what happened. A brief introduction to Deccan volcanism in general and Deccan traps in general, and some idea about the morphological features of the basalts. This is this is a map of India, as you can see, and the entire area which is marked green is the expanse of Deccan volcanics. Okay, it covers more than 500,000 square kilometer, covering major part of Maharashtra, some parts of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, then Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat. And what is interesting is that this Deccan basalt volcanism took place at the very close to the Cretaceous Tertiary boundary, and it has also led to a mass extinction. One of the event in the event stratigraphy, one of the major extinction event, which also wiped out most of the dinosaurs or entire dinosaurs. And this shows you that the main phase of Deccan volcanism, though it started much earlier, the volcanic activity, the main phase is only within a period of 1 to 1.5 million years, and more than 80% of the lava erupted within that short period. Okay, and this picture here is that of the Icelandic eruption, where the flow field, which is lava field, which you can see. When the eruption took place, when the Deccan volcanic eruption took place, this part of the peninsular India must have looked something like this or much more. In fact, it must have been a much more magnificent, and the intensity was so high that naturally it is expected that a lot of lot of animals and plants which existed at that time could not survive it. Okay, this is the map of Maharashtra, and this particular one shows the entire expanse of Deccan volcanics, and it is divided into different the different groups or provinces. This is this Saurashtra, then Malwa traps, the Mandla traps, and this is the main Deccan. Now, what is shown here? This is the Western Ghat escarpment, and what is to the west of it is the coastal area, and what is to the east of it is the Deccan plateau area, which is also known as Desh in Maharashtra. And this is the map of Maharashtra. As you can see, major part of Maharashtra is occupied by Deccan basalts. I hope that my slide is moving. Sir, are you audible? Yeah. Okay. And this is the map of Maharashtra, or rather map of the expanse of Deccan volcanics, and which you can see that there are two different types which is shown here: the compound Pahoi flows and the R flows. Now, what happens? As I showed you earlier, the major part of Maharashtra is occupied by Deccan basalts. People generally think that it is a very dry and very monotonous. It is occupied by mostly dark gray, greenish gray colored rock, which is almost same throughout, but it is not so. We have been able to categorize two major types, that is the compound Pahoi flows and R flows. This classification is based only on the morphology. Now, earlier days, it was the entire Deccan basalts were classified. This is a typical flow. This is the schematic section which is showing the internal morphology of an R flow. At the base, you can see you have some clinkery kind of material, and at the top of the flow typically is fragmented. Now, why is it fragmented? This flow, the R flows are typically more viscous compared to the Pahoi flows. So what happens when the lava comes in contact with the atmosphere? It immediately starts the upper surface starts cooling, but beneath inside there is still liquid lava. So when the lava is still moving, what happens? The upper part gets broken up into jagged fragments, so with giving rise to this kind of a fragmented appearance in the field. Okay, this is also known as a flow top breccia or a fragmented top. Now, what happens when the lava is moving? These broken pieces are carried at the top like a conveyor, like it moves on a conveyor belt, and some of the pieces are then fall down, and the hot lava moves over it. So some of it is absorbed by it, or kind of um, and only fragments of it remain at the base. So that is why basal clinker, you will never find that it is continuous, only fragments of it is there, but this you will find as a continuously the fragmented material all through. And this is a red interflow horizon which is separating the lower flow from this particular flow. Okay, so this is the typical schematic section of a Pahoi flow. This also has a the typical internal structure. At the base, you have what happens is this flow is has a the viscosity is less, and it contains large amount of gas and vapor. So when the gas starts escaping, what happens? It starts escaping in the form of pipes. So here you can see a clearer thing of pipes. So some of them you find they are empty and some are filled. Now this filling of these vesicles, they are empty. Initially they are empty vesicles as the gases are moving towards the top of the flow, and subsequently later on it gets filled with some secondary minerals. Sometimes this is a central part which is generally massive, and the frequency of vesicles are less. But sometimes what happens, these gaseous material, they gather together into what is called as vesicle cylinders. So the vesicle cylinders, they will pass through the central part, and the upper part, what happens, all the vesicles, all the gas which is moving up, all get collected toward the top. Now at the top, this thin thing what you see is a crust. As the lava comes out onto the surface, it immediately cools and a glassy crust is formed. This glassy crust prevents the further gases from going out. So they start spreading. What happens? Naturally, they will start spreading laterally, which is parallel to the enveloping surface. So this kind of a pattern you will find everywhere where you have the Pahoi flows. So here you can see the parallel arrangement of the vesicles and amygdales, and then you have a thin crust of the lower flow, and above that you can see the pipe vesicles of the upper flow. Okay, so these Pahoi flows typically, as I told you, they are compound in nature. This is a one section of Pahoi flow, where you can see some of them are of bigger size, some of them are very small. You can see how small they are, right? And typically when the emplacement of these Pahoi flows take place, the emplacement of the Pahoi flows take place, by what is called as inflation. Typically, what you find when the cake is being baked, similar to that. So when the inflation takes place, naturally, cracks are developed on the upper surface, especially at the axial part. So these are known as the inflation cracks. So sometimes, or inflation cleft or inflation reshaped. Sometimes when if there is still hot lava in the central part, it will get squeezed out through these. So then they are known as squeeze ups. But sometimes it is the lava which is immediately, some lava is flowing above, some pulse has come up, that will fill in the place, fill in these cracks. Then it is called as a in crack filling. Okay, so this is the plan view of a inflation cleft, which has been filled by which is actually a squeeze up or a squeeze out. And particular area in Shelawadi, you have large number of potholes, and these actually at these points where water starts collecting and initiation of the pot flows. Typically, you find this fine-grained glassy material, which is clay, and these are actually the interflow horizons, and they are in many texts they are known as bowls. So the bowls are of different colors. They can be mostly it is red in color, but they are also brown in color and also green. And often we find many places we have found that they actually laterally they change from red to green or red to khaki. It's very common. Exposition of the lava flows, you can see the individual flows you can identify. And this line, this what you can see as a which you can draw as a line, this is actually a fracture. If you check any website regarding data, is not devoid of such features. You have number of such interesting features in the Desh area also, and Pune and Ahmednagar fall in the Desh area. So that is why I showed you for comparison what it looks like in the Western Escarpment. Now, why did I choose Pune Ahmednagar terms like geo-heritage, geo-site, geopark, geotourism, etc.? So I will not go into detail, but what is what is to be highlighted is that a geopark is geocentric, but not necessarily it is only geology. You have archaeological, ecological, and features of cultural value in that area, in the area. Okay, so in Ahmednagar area, one of the reason is that there are lot many interesting geological. Some are of volcanological nature, like you have the lava flow sequences, and then you have lava tubes and channels. You have lava caves, and there are a lot of dikes which are used again by the archaeologists for making the tools. And you have the which Redigaru also had shown, and you have Kaltufa and various features which has given rise to interesting geomorphic features like potholes, a natural arch, and gorges. In addition to it, you have large number of caves. The list is incomplete. A large number of caves in and around Pune and in the area straddling Pune and Ahmednagar, and also large number of forts. So, and there is a clear relation between the type of the flow with the caves and the forts. That is very interesting. And second, another reason is that uh, this area, the area exposes flows from the three different subgroups. Now, for those who are not familiar with the stratigraphy of Deccan Plateau, I will just touch upon it. This table gives you the lithostratigraphy and the chemostratigraphy of the area of Deccan Volcanic Province. These thick pile of Deccan volcanics has been divided into, in turn has been divided into different formations. Now, the area which I have marked in the circle is the area which is straddling Pune and Ahmednagar districts. Now, here you have, the upper and middle part of the Ratangad formation, and then your Indrayani and Karla formation, and some parts of Divegad, Purandar, and Mahabaleshwar formation. And at the formational boundaries are typically marked by giant plagioclase basalts. And so here you have the flows from stratigraphically lower horizons. And this is the geological map of the area. Another interesting thing is that this area, there are a large number of dikes. I mean, most of the dikes, if people are aware that most of the dikes are in the western part, but this and upland Maharashtra is generally the dikes are less, but this area you have large number of dikes, and these are dikes. This is the area where the dikes contain xenoliths. And I do not know whether you can see, but this what is marked here, there are lava channels. There are many such lava channels in the area. Yeah, there are in addition to the lava, to the volcanic ash, you also have many Acheulean site is there, and in the Acheulean site, lot many lot many artifacts have been collected, and many of the artifacts have been made with this using this dike material, which is easily available. And another one more reason is that into what is present in Oregon. This is the only place in the world where it is present. It is very costly and rare. Okay. Now what I will do is, instead of going from I will describe the different geological features which are present, and wherever there is any relation to the archaeological and historic monuments, there I will relate them there itself instead of describing it later. Okay, so this I had earlier mentioned that the compound in nature. This is a schematic section showing how a typical lava yeah, and what is seen in the central part, you see here, this is the lava transport system or lava channel, or lava transport system or lava channel, or lava tube, depending upon if it is closed or open. Now, if I along this line, this will look something like this, where you have very small lobes, and as I think you can see that within each small lobe also you can see that there are pipe vesicles present here, and there's a thin crust which is formed here, and all these features can be seen. Okay, now how would it look like in the field? Now, this is a Google map of the Kanerwadi area. Can you? I hope you can all see that this sinus ridge which is standing out. This is the expression, this geomorphic expression of the lava channel here. Okay, and now compare it with the active lava channel which is seen in Hawaii. We can say that this can be called as a frozen lava river, right? Now we will see how it looks in the field. This is from this same ridge. What is seen here? This is the same thing here. A closure here, and this is a sinus lava channel which is seen here. Okay, this is from Kanerwadi. This is from another area which is Gunjale. Again, this is a sinus lava channel, and in fact it goes all across, and you can see it appearing here later. Okay, so these are all developed in the Pahoi flows of Ratangad formation. I'll show you some more photographs of this. So this is a closer wadi across sea, like a distributary pattern. It forms like a river, and we have mapped the entire area, and we have taken samples from different areas. In this exhumed topography you can see the close space jointing here, and this portion is adjacent to this is actually brecciated. It is also reddened, and this reddening is seen sometimes even 10 meters away. And this reddened basalts has been used in ancient times, reddened basalt. And this again is the tomb of Malik Akbar at Kuldabad. This again is made of the reddened basalt. Now it's along the one can approach it lava channel, not far from there, and this entire church is made using this reddened basalt. So people in the past knew that these kind of reddened basalts were available, and they looked very similar to they wanted something to look similar to the pink sandstones. So these are beautiful decorative dimension stones which have been used and are built using Deccan basalt. We can proudly say that today the IUGS has declared, I think a month ago or so, IGS has declared, has declared basalt as one of the geo-heritage stone, global heritage stone. So earlier, whatever we saw, all those lava channels which I showed you, they are all filled with lava. That means the lava is not completely drained out. Now, if the lava completely drains out, it's a part of another cave, and this is from Ghoradeshwar, which is very close to Pune. And in this vicinity, in the say, it is found on a hill which is about 400 meters above mean sea level. And what is interesting is that on the same hill, on the southern side, you have the lava caves, and the northern part you have many such man-made caves, lava caves. And we have speculation, and in a couple of places it has been proved true. Okay, and these are present in the Karla formation, which are of the younger age. The uh, the uh, the earlier ones, these are from the Ratanagar formation. Okay, so this is another one cave temple. This is in Amalgam district. Actually, this is midway between your Gunjale and Kanerwadi lava cave. Very interesting, because there are lot many other lava caves, lava channels, lot many lava channels in that area, and I am sure that the sculpting of this temple had started with a small lava cave, subcrustal lava cave in way back in the 5th and 6th century. This is a Hindu temple where again the deity is Shiva. Okay, and this is another lava cave. I mean, to enter to reach the path, it is again here the deity is Shiva. And this is a very this was not a Buddhist temple earlier, cave early. Hindu temple built during the Rashtrakuta period. The what period? What the most interesting thing here is one of the most interesting thing here is the huge Nandi Mandapas, and on each pillar, this is the cylinders here. And if you, I know you cannot see it very clearly, but there are some fine pipe vesicles at the base. These are all carved in the Pahoi flows of Karla formation. Now, not very far from this Pataleshwar cave temple, there is another temple called Vriddeshwar. I have not taken shown the photograph of that here, but in Vriddeshwar we have near Vriddeshwar temple, we have seen that there are some natural openings which are actually small subcrustal caves. Okay, now this is the Bhaja cave complex, one of the oldest cave complexes in Maharashtra, and this is again completely carved out of Pahoi flows of Karla formation. This is a close-up of one of the stupas. Okay, you can see very clearly the horizontal arrangement of the vesicles and amygdals of the lobe. All the Pahoi flow, all the caves within the Maharashtra are carved in Pahoi flows. And this is the this one of the old, again one of the oldest, one of the biggest cave complex, I should say. ASI has said that this is one of the big. According to ASI, there are more than 200 caves in this area, and this is one of the biggest cave complexes. And these are all caves. They have been grouped into 3 different groups. Okay, some of the important ones are here. I have listed out here. You have Lenyadri cave, which is a Ganesha cave, which is where you can see people all thronging here. This is the Ganesha temple, which is one of the Ashtavinayaks. And then you have at Nane Ghat. This is Nane Ghat. So you can see this is the Nane Ghat is a pass. Okay, and which connected the port, the seaport, to the then capital Paitan, which is on the upland. So here, this is the coastal area, and this is the pass. And very close to the pass, there are lot many caves. There are also some points on top of the hill. That fort is made in our flows, but at the basal part of the hill, at the bottom part, is our Pahoi flows, in which you have some caves. Those are the Shivneri caves. These are that Shivneri cave exposed along the Ghat roads. And this is interesting because especially for the students, this is very good exposures where they can understand and study and document the different flows as you go towards the Gunjale. And you can see here the lower part is a compound Pahoi flow, and you have an interflow horizon, thin interflow horizon, which is red, and the upper part is an Aha flow. So this is separating 2 different flows. And here you have, this is a thin brown colored interflow horizon, which is separating the lower flow from the upper flow. Now the lower flow is also an R flow that you can make out from the fragmented nature of the top of the flow. This is the fragmented part of this particular flow, and this particular flow shows large amount of jointing, which you can see here. Some kind of pincushion joints can also be seen. Okay. Now, many in some of these places, we have also you also encounter the formational contacts, and at all the formational contacts, I told you, most of the formational contacts, you have this giant plagioclase basals. Now, these white laths are of plagioclase, which is a calcium sodium bearing mineral. This is for the benefit of people who are not geologists. And this is a older one, that is M3 marker, which is in Shivneri, that is in separating this particular marker separates the Ratangad formation from the Indrayani formation, and this is en route to the Shivneri caves, and this is en route to the Purandargarh caves, Shivneri fort, and this is en route to the Purandar fort, where you see where the M4 marker is exposed. Unfortunately, this area now, geologists cannot carry hammer or anything, because the entire area is under the army. Now, this is again a very good exposure. A flow sequence is exposed here. This is along the Ane Ghat, and you can see this contact, and along the contact you can see seepage of water also. Okay, this is a dike which is intruding this lava pile. This is a close up of the same dike. Now, can you see this? Yes, the close up of the same dike. You can see the jointing, and because of this, the dike fragments are easily available. In Marathi, it's called as kar, and these local people here use it for road construction. And some of these, see, I had earlier shown you, some of these dikes also contain xenoliths. Okay, and this particular dike contains xenoliths. Now, if you see, this entire thing is xenolith. Many such xenoliths, and these are upper crustal xenoliths. Now, what are xenoliths? Xenoliths are actually fragments of rock which are present below the Deccan basalt pile, which has been caught up as the magma is rising along the fractures, and these xenoliths are of upper crustal xenoliths. And the xenoliths in general, whether it is upper crustal or lower crustal, they help you to understand what lies beneath the traps. And some of these dikes, as I told you, are used in as implements, artifacts. Okay, now we'll come to the expanse of volcanic ash, which was present. This is present in Kukudi River, which is again very close to Pune. It is about 80 kilometers northeast of Pune. And this is one area where you have the Toba volcanic ash deposit still preserved. This was what it was present earlier. Many people can recognize him. He is Mr. Kutumbrao, who was our former DG. And today, the continuous stretch is not present, only is present in patches. This photograph was taken in 2020. And Dr. Rajguru is standing here. And Dr. Kale is there, explaining to the villagers the importance of the ash bed. In upstream of this area, so this area is very interesting. In addition to this volcanic ash, we also have gravel bar deposits and river terraces. And from this area, we have Kale and Coricitor. They have collected some animal fossils, mostly of Elephas species. And as I told you, the Acheulean tools, most of the Acheulean tools are made using the dike which is present downstream of Bori. See what the local people, why has it reduced in the quantity? The local people have been using it for cleaning the vessels and all. So fortunately, one good thing has happened is the Gram Panchayat here has taken interest, and they have barricaded the entire area now, and they're also building a small museum where the basalts, the different type of basalts, and the giant plagioclase basalts, the vesicular basalts, and the caltufa, the ash bed, and the replica of the fossils are all going to be preserved. They are in collaboration with the Deccan College, and in the thing is in process now. Now this is Galactufa, which is the, you can call it as a frozen waterfall. It resembles a frozen waterfall. I had told you earlier that the formational contacts are mostly defined by giant plagioclase basalt. Upstream of this, there's a small spring which is actually feeding this a small rivulet, and upstream of this area there is a thick giant plagioclase basalt exposed, and the calcium is mostly supplied by the giant plagioclase basalt. And in this particular area you can see a lot of moss is there, and algal mats are there. So it is more mostly the formation is more biogenic, and this is a close up of the caltufa here. Okay. And caltufa we is seen also in a number of other places. I've shown here only two of them. This is on the edge of another plateau. It's called as the Kanur Plateau, and here even today you can see dripping, the water dripping here, and small stalactites and stalagmites are formed here. This is more of a spring tufa. Earlier, when we were mapping in this area, it was a very this the area was much bigger. Today, uh, it's become a big, there's a temple there. This is inside the temple. Because of the temple, they have actually destroyed a lot of this caltufa which is present here. And now if you want to retrieve some samples, you have to actually search for it. And in the vicinity of this Vadagav area, that is there's a temple, and around the temple there is also sacred grove. Now, I had some samples with me, and you have some. You can see some leaf impressions of plants which grow in the adjacent to the springs. Those are present. I am not a botanist, but based on some literature survey, I can say that these are mostly of ficus glomerate. There are, I know, many experts in the audience. Some of them can tell me whether if it is something different. Even today it's actually trickling along along the walls and the roof. And these are have been dated. Yes. What is interesting is these have been dated to the earlier one, the waterfall tufa has not been dated, but Pawar and Kale have carried out dating of a large number of tufas present in Maharashtra. And most of them fall within the range of either they are about 66 years before present, or 9.2, that is 9,200 years before present, kilo years. Okay. Uh, what interested me was that when Dr. Reddy was presenting, he showed some rhizoliths which were present, and those were also dated to some 6.6 kilo years. So it is something to do some climatic, if the effect of some climate actually. Now we will go. Now we will see some features, geomorphic features present in the basalts, and which are actually of erosional nature, which are formed due to erosion. This is the natural arch. Dr. Reddy had shown some natural arch from Tirumala, and which is on the top of the hill, and he has shown one along the coast in Vishakhapatnam. Now this is midway. This is about 740 meters above mean sea level, and this is formed in basalts. Now as you can see here, this is a formation. Contact between two different flows. Probably the scouring activity started somewhere at the base. This river is the Argra River, and it's actually a fracture controlled river. And scouring activity started here initially, and slowly it became bigger and bigger. And with time, what happened? Rockfall started from the ledges, and today what we have is after the rockfall and the scouring action is still continuing. You can see some water percolating from here. In the monsoons, when you go, there is a beautiful waterfall. This person is there for a scale actually here. And this again is completely in Powai flow. Okay. Now this is the again entrenched meander or incised meander, which is seen again in Pahoi flows of Upper Ratangad formation. What is again interesting is that you can appreciate that this is a one fracture and this is another major fracture. So this is a totally structurally controlled drainage, a textbook type. And this is another interesting thing. This area is Nigoj, which is again very close to Pune. This is one of Asia's largest potholes, and you have potholes of various sizes and various stages of development. It starts as a small one, then they coalesce and form bigger potholes, and as more and more coalesce, they have coalesced together and formed actually a deep gorge, which is actually almost 15 meters deep. You can see dills and vesicles. This has been now declared by a Geological Survey of India as a geoheritage site, and I'm sure soon we will see a board which is put up there. Unfortunately, again, this area, there is a couple of temples, and with the result, there is a lot of during the West River, and after the monsoons, a lot of things are remaining to the sites, and it is not a very good sight for the eyes. So hopefully, once the Geological Survey of India takes it up as puts up a board and takes it up as a Deccan basalts, there are a lot of cavities, big and small. This is one of the small cavity, which is again from very close to Mandahol Oda, which I had shown, and which where you have lot many calcites, then you have quartz and apophyllite, and lot many zeolites are also present. I have not shown all the pictures here, but this is an interesting one. These blue colored minerals are of cavensite, which I had told that they are known as cavensite. This is present very close to Pune. It is in Wagholi, and this is one of the sites in the one of the sites in the world which after Oregon, where you have such beautiful cavensites, and so it has gained a lot of international attention also. Now I'll come to the later part of this, penultimate site. This is Shaniwarwada, which is actually in the heart of Pune city. And this is a historical fortification, and this was originally a 7-storied building and made up of actually bricks and rock. Now today, what has happened is after the British invasion, all the 6 stories have gone, and today you have only the lower part where you have the where the stone base is exposed. Now, within the fortification, you have some ancient wells in the courtyard, and it is what is interesting is during the Peshwa period, there was a beautiful system made up of various, interconnected cisterns, and they were this had completely this complete thing. It starts from a place called north of Carthage, and all the way to from the lake in Carthage all the way to Pune city, and it was supplying water. Now it was in use for quite some time, and of late it has in the last, I think, 10 to 12 or 20 years it has not been used, and it had got completely ruined and rotten. Now the Pune Municipal Corporation has taken interest, and they have rejuvenated the entire thing, and they're using this water hills. Before I end, I would like to add that then you have Mumbai itself, you can have Elephanta, Kaneri, Jogeshwari, and so many caves are there. And then Nasik, where you have your Pandavlina caves and so many other interesting features. And then Satara Raigad, where you have this Mahabaleshwar Panchgani, which I showed you this from the escarpment, as well as many other areas. And you also have some lot of waterfalls, many forts in this area. And in Kolhapur and Ratnagiri area, interestingly, you have also a lot of recently they have discovered petroglyphs, So all these can become independent geoparks. Having a single Deccan geopark may not be actually feasible, because it cannot be covered in 2-3 days, and it covers a very large area. It is not possible. For your patient hearing, I hope I have tried to take you through the Pune Ahmednagar Geopark, try to show you some of the features. I hope you are appreciate that these lava flow features can be related to the various features, various archaeological and historical monuments and structures. Can I close my thing, or do I keep it, sir?
No, keep it for just
Okay, sir.
for some more time.
Okay,
thank you for your lucid presentation. I did not say it's excellent. In a short time you are done. You have not crossed your time limits. In fact, I
Yes, sir.
say.
Yes, sir. I didn't want to cross the time limit.
Because it's a lunchtime, and
Yes.
also that cricket match going on between India and some people may be interested to see. It's a very good presentation. Anyhow, I remember 3-4 things on this.
Yes, sir.
Your pictures are excellent, photographs. I remember our late C.S. Rajarao sir.
Yes, sir.
Used to talk a lot about Aho and Paho feature lavas in training institute programs. I remember that. Other thing is that Dr. Mishra, former DVDG of the Training Institute,
yes, sir.
I was also there at the Javo, Dekiavo, lava tubes, lava channels, and other things. You take few more colleagues, but somehow the time was not good for us. I could not go. Third is that Krishneshwar temple you are talking about that red
colored basalt.
Yeah, red colored basalt. So I did see this temple about 4 years before, but I was not knowing that that was basalt actually. Thank you for all those things. Now I invite questions from others.
Actually, mine is a very simple query because I'm a little ignorant about this subject. Madam, this temples, when they were built in stone,
yes, sir.
Some of the formations also, the pothole formations, these were built 3rd to 5th century BC, AD, those days. I mean, all you geologists, any on a line now, can think of this. Do you all wonder that how it was identified for fit for construction of these temples?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, madam. Actually, in fact, I did not. I knew that time was limited, so I did not show you number of forts. Lot of these forts also are all built on our flows. One thing, and within the fort, I showed you something that fragmented top. This fragmented top acts like a sponge and holds water. So on all the forts, you have actually perched aquifers. So during Shivaji's period, the architects were aware that these are good locations for building fort. And yes, much earlier, during the second to 6th century, the Buddhist architects, though I was told that originally they were not architects, they were actually more of carpenters initially, and then they became architects. With time, they learned, and they all knew which particular rock to actually carve, which is interesting.
Yeah, so the knowledge systems of the contemporary times would be a very interesting study, actually.
Very true, ma'am.
It would be an interesting study.
In fact,
is it possible for you
yes, sir.
to prepare any talk? I mean, this is my very humble suggestion on the forts of Maharashtra and their rocks.
Actually, one person has already done this. That's why I did not. Yes, we can do it.
Ma'am, the 18th to 25th November is the World Heritage Week. And some of these forts, Shivaji was so famous for his forts, the period of the Marathas, because I'm a historian. Mythologist, archaeologist, historian, art historian mixed together. years I have completed in this line. Yeah. So I would like you to present a paper on the forts of Maharashtra.
25th. We will be a little busy because actually 14th to 21st we are having our annual Geo Week, where we have exhibition for the students and common man, and we also have Geo Trails.
Exhibition in Vijayawada at the Queen
Okay.
Victoria Jubilee Museum.
Okay.
Along with art and science exhibitions.
Great, great, great.
Yeah, yeah. And because you are the people who discovered all the diamonds, no? The Jacob diamond, the Kohinoor, how did they come out? Thanks to you all. Yeah, thanks to your studies.
In fact, actually,
Congratulations, ma'am. I found it very interesting.
Manjari madam is not there today. I wanted to actually discuss with Manjari madam also, because she had spoken on the Elephanta caves.
Yes. So perhaps you can get me a good speaker on this subject.
Sure,
of
sure.
the forts and caves also. They can include
Sure,
caves.
definitely.
It would be good. I run this Bharatiya Dharohar Evam Samskriti Society. Please keep in touch.
Sure,
We
sure,
can
ma'am.
do a lot.
Definitely,
Yeah, we do a
definitely.
lot together. Okay,
Yes.
ma'am?
Yeah.
Congratulations, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
You just pass me your contact number.
Sure,
Lovely
sure.
presentation. You opened
Thank
our eyes to Pune and its vicinity. Thank you.
Any other question, please? So if there are no questions, I would like to thank Sudha Madam for once more for such a good presentation. And now I request the organizers to go for next presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Let us give a
Thank
good
you.
clap to Madam. Why are you feeling shy, Madam?
Clapping on the where I am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Sudha Betali, Madam, given a nice talk and interesting talk for our audience. Thank you, Dr. Satyanarayana, for chair the session. And now, next session, our eminent speaker, Dr. S.V. Satyanarayana, formerly of the Geological Survey of India, Hyderabad, and Chairperson Dr. Satish Tripathi, sir, formerly Deputy Director General, Geological Survey of India, Lucknow. Welcome, both of you, sir. And I am requesting Dr. S.C. Tripathi, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker. Dr. Tripathi, sir.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. We all geologist fraternity is thankful to you that you have brought this geoheritage to your international webinar. We all together working hard to bring our geoheritage to a center stage, and your support is very nice, because large number of participants are not from geology background. So that is another feather, because if we are talking within geological fraternity, then language and other presentations are different. But when we are talking to a gathering where a large number of non-geologists are present, so that is our main motto of heritage, to bring things before the common people. So Satyanarayana Sahab, he is my senior in Geological Survey of India. He is very well known authority on mineral exploration, and of late he has joined our efforts to conserve India's geoheritage, and he is very knowledgeable person in geoscience fraternity, and it is nice that he has accepted to deliver a talk. I will just give a brief about him, because time is very limited, and his presentation will be very interesting. Sri S.V. Satyanarayana, a retired senior director from Geological Survey of India, obtained his MSc Tech degree in well-known expert of mineral exploration That is, he has done several surveys for base metals, gold in Shillong Plateau, Meghalaya integrated surveys for discovering kimberlite and detailed exploration of kimberlites for diamonds, conglomerate and river gravel for assessing their diamond potential in different parts of the Dharwar Cretan in Andhra Pradesh. Detailed exploration of copper, tungsten, and limestone deposits in different parts of the Bhutan. He has also carried out opportunities in exploration and mining of iron and manganese ore in Sudan, Iran, and Philippines. And he has been consultant to Indian companies exploring for diamonds. He is well-known diamond person of GSI, and all over India he is known for his diamond exploration. So I invite Satyanarayana Saab to present his talk. He will be speaking on the Karnool Tirupati Geotourism track in Andhra Pradesh. I request Satyanarayana Saab, because large number of participants are from outside geology wing. So be
Dr. Mishra and other organizers. Perhaps my talk is watching the cricket also from there. And also Dr. Kedareshwari. I think she still remembers me. She invited me for the jewelry exhibition, Nizam jewelry exhibition she conducted when he was director museum. She invited me to be a participant in the exhibition, to talk about certain aspects of some presentation. I thank you. And also many of my colleagues, mostly retired colleagues from GSI and others, non-geological fraternity. My talk will be mostly on several aspects. Thank you. Morning, I had a problem in my presentation, some disaster, minor disaster. My laptop, Google Meet was not working. Then I passed on the presentation to my he was my classmate also in graduation. And he is a specialist in disaster recovery, in fact. And he is familiar with our geological circles, geo-heritage circles, and in other aspects also. Now, you will be making presentation, only I will be speaking. My classmate in graduation, and later on he did his post-graduation from Meerut. Then he joined GSI, worked in the process of collecting more data and refining our presentation, which will take some good time. Here you can see the Kadapa Basin, and here and the famous Belam Caves, and here you can see the Kadapa, and lastly you can see Tirupati here. And here you can see the IRS image also, how the Kadapa Basin looks. This is the second largest intertectonic basin in the country. Next to basin, the longest northeast to southeast is about 440 kilometers, and west to east is about 145 kilometers. Next, please. Why I've added this slide is for various reasons. The geological community in India may not be knowing the people who have done a lot of contributions, either in mapping or exploration in the Kadapa Basin. Now, we all know that Thomas Oldham was the first person to start the Geological Survey of India, though he joined on 4th March 1851. But earlier to that also, there was a lot of geological work that I'm not mentioning. There were other people also who have done contributed a lot of work. Here, there are So after he joining, he has made 3 teams, one to cover the Western India, the other to cover Eastern India, the other to cover Southern India. Southern India mapping was done by mostly particularly the Kadapa Basin was done by these 3 famous people. Very interesting to know, Charles Oldham was the leader for the Kadapa Basin team, and he is nothing but younger brother of Thomas Oldham. And initial geologists who joined or who picked up by Thomas Oldham, they were from Irish Geological Survey. Even William King was from Irish Geological Survey, but this Bruce Foot, even here, Mr. Goha was talking about him, but he was from England, English. He was from London Geological Survey or British Geological Survey. I don't remember exactly. So these people initially they did in 1860s for about 10 years they carried out the mapping, and once Solar went to England, but unfortunately due to some issues, they William King took over the team leadership, and he and Bruce Wood, they took that in Tamil Nadu. They did collect a lot of artifacts while working, and later on King proceeded northwards, whereas Bruce Wood proceeded towards westwards to Karnataka and Maharashtra, and he did make a lot of contributions. King was saying he went up to Pokal Basin also. He did make initial contributions there. And their first map or compilation was published in 1872 or 1871. And after 100 years, in between some work was going on by different people in Kadapa Basin, but in a small way. But GSA thought the Kadapa Basin map or the data should be updated. So they have chosen the photogeology trained officers. And many of you must be knowing, these are the 5 people who made a significant contribution in mapping. I'm not mentioning the others who have done mapping in small areas, made contributions. One is Mr. D.N. Sethi, other is Mr. Rajulkar, the other is Ramanan Swami, then Nagarajrao, and Mr. Mehdi. Among the 5, 2 are no more, Mr. Rajulkar and Mehdi. And the rest 3, Mr. Sethi, Ramanan Swami, and Nagarajrao, they are all Hyderabad-based people. But here I would like to say one word about Dr. Nagarajrao. He does a lot of social work nowadays. He's coaching the geology students seeking for UPS exams, either maybe IAS, IPS, or GSI, or other exams, at free of cost, in his house. But he follows very strict rules. Interested candidates, you can spread the message. They can contact him. I can provide his address or phone number. He'll be very happy. And his students, after training by him, enter into many services. Next, please, Ravi. So I would like to briefly say about the present classification following the stratigraphic nomenclature. This is the Kadapa super group. Its upper age limit said to be about 1800 or 1900 million years. I'm not going into those aspects. There are 4 groups or 3 groups, and the other is C7 quartzite at the top. And here, mostly you see the quartzite or shale quartzite formation mostly, with some dolomites here and there. And some groups earlier or series which were named, they are recently correlated. For example, Bairenkonda is correlated with the Nagari, Kamab is correlated with the Pulampet or something like that. So there's a good unconformity here. So all this resting on the Archeans. Next, please. We come to the younger group within this Kadwa basin. There are two younger basins here within the Kadwa basin. One is on the southwestern side or western side, it is Kannur sub-basin. And here, the northwestern corner, we have the Palnad basin. And here, the earlier group of GSI, that 5 members, they did not map these two basins, but they have taken the data already collected by or mapped by late Mr. NVPS Dutt and V. Venkatesh, again, they are from GSI. So here also you can see, so quartzite limestone shale series. You need not remember all these things, but frequently we will be seeing this in our presentation: Bangarpalli quartzite, Narji limestone, Panium quartzite. The other 3 we are not seeing; they are not best exposed in the track we are following. Next, please. So we have provided here. This is a given of Ravi Kumar. So he has given the path. Also, this base names will be starting for the present from Kannur. This is the Kannur here, and then we'll go to other places. One after one, we'll tell all the places you can see. The Belsurgam place, Jolapuram, ash beds, and also the Bellam caves here, Aganti, and other things. We'll go to Kannur now first. Kannur is said to be a gateway to Rayalaseema. Rayalaseema has got 4 districts. Now they are further divided into many more, but we are talking about the old districts. That is Kannur, Kadapa, Chittur, and Anantapur. So we are at the Kannur district. Kannur district is famous for many things, in fact, and I'm showing you famous. One is the Kondareddy Fort, or Burzu, Kondareddy Burzu it was called. It was built by the Vijayanagara dynasty, the last ruler Achyutaraya, during this period, 1530 or 42. You can see this. My interest here to show, apart from this, is that this is nothing but a watchtower, broadly watchtower, to look at the army movements, either their own movements or the enemy movements or whatever may be. And here, this fort or fortress, whatever you call, this is made up of Gulchuru quartzite. It is mostly very coarse here, maybe some sort of a grit-like thing. And here, Kondareddy, it's a big history, is a story, but a lot of data is available on the internet. One can go through. Kannur is also a place for religious harmony. Here you find Islamic good structures, very impressive structures, and also Christian churches here. Here we're talking about Wahab tomb. This is the tomb here. He was the first ruler of, first Nawab of Kannur under Bijapur dynasty. This mosque or masjid was built after the death of Nawab in 1618. Here, one more information I would like to say. Neither I or Ravi Kumar have visited all these sites because those days we could not go because of Corona and other things. We propose to go and update our information. It's a very impressive here, this one. This is located on the banks of a small river, Hindri, in the Kannur town itself. The other is Coles Centennial Baptist Church. It was constituted during the First World War time, one Dr. William Staton. He was an evangelist, but he wanted funding. He got funding from his doctor friend from America. He generously funded for the church construction. It took some time, maybe about 6-7 years or even a little more. That's why this is named as Coles. Coles is nothing but Dr. Ackerman Coles here. And it's very impressive. My friend Augustine says the churches for construction, they use Naji limestone. Perhaps Naji limestone is also nearby. Anyhow, that is to be seen a little bit. Next is an impressive temple within the town, on the outskirts of the town, I should say. There is a Jagannath Gattu temple, and you can see the cave temple here. This is nothing but perhaps that Gulcheru quartzite, the base of the Kadapa supergroup, which I'll talk a little bit later. Already we have shown you the base of the Kadapa supergroup. And here both Shiva and Vishnu temples are there, with the idols are there for worship. It's a beautiful architecture. It's on a small hillock. Next, Ravi Kumarji, you already come. Now, after leaving the Kurnool, we come to outskirts of the Kurnool here. It's a new highway constructed now, bypassing the town, Kurnool town. The road goes to one place called Nandyal. Nandyal actually is the place where our colleague Mr. Augustine born and studied there, and his father was a bishop, and they were staying in the bishop compound and in the school also. That's even Dr. Rajshekar Reddy, our intact gentleman who had made the first presentation today, and he also had his initial schooling in that bishop compound school. Now we are here at the very near to Dopadu. Next, please. Here, that is here in the new cutting of the road. You can see the Gulcheru quartzite. This is the Gulcheru quartzite resting over the granite here. You can see the small break in slope here. That clearly indicates. And here you can see they are almost horizontal. It shows a little bit of dipping. That is a basinal dipping towards east. And here you can see the algolitic conglomerate, mostly occasional grits here and there. It's about 20 to 30 feet thick here. This side I did see this, and here I've not seen such a thick Gulcheru quartzite in the areas I visited. That's very impressive to anybody. And here you can see the basal part shown with a brown color here. That is the Gulcheru conglomerate. Gulcheru conglomerate is not exposed all along the basin. That means it is local. Somewhere it is thick, somewhere it is thin, somewhere it is absent. Next, please. Next comes very near to that. Here, I'll show you, go back. This is Orokallu, this place. We have left this place. Now we have reached Orokallu here. And we are talking about Orokallu and Ketavaram here. These interesting things here. Here, Panyam quartzite is exposed. Panyam quartzite is in the Kurnool group, in the younger sediments. Here, Ketavaram, there is a place called, you find prehistoric caves and rock paintings of Paleolithic caves. That means before 30,000 years. In the Panyam quartzite, you can find the artifacts here. You can find the paintings. They're all dated. Many foreigners come. They have done a lot of work. A lot of publications are there in different journals. And also, many Indians have done, particularly Mr. Dr. Kursetter, if I'm correct, his name, if I'm pronouncing correctly. He's a professor in the university here, in the Karnataka. Here, the near Varakalu, the quartzite here is the topper part of the Panyam quartzite is generally called as pinnacle quartzite. But now the word is obsolete now because the modern mappers, they have removed that because the pinnacles are not very common in the Palnar Basin, which is in the northeast. That's why it's mostly confined to the some areas. That's why pinnacle is not there. Otherwise, these are very, very impressive different structures one can get. And here, Government of India, Government of Andhra Pradesh has taken 1,000 acres area to develop a rock garden. Mostly it passes through the only. Why mostly it passes through only the Panyam quartzite, pinnacle quartzite, and here they developed different animals using the old vehicle parts, nuts, bolts, cycle rims or car rims, this and that. Very impressive, mostly for either for elders or for children. Next, please. So, from Varokal, we reach to next place, Kalabugga. Kalabugga here, you find a lot of springs here, and also the very historic temple built during 15th century. Here, this area is famous one for Gani Kala fault. Gani Kala fault, it's a long fault. It's some sort of a rotational fault actually. The upper side, the left side of the fault, I think it's down thrown. The right side is up thrown, I think. You can see different formations, Banganapallis and the Panyams, they're at the same level because of the rotational fault. And here I'm not able to see that the Kalva wall here because I lost some data, and that's known as Kalva wall. It has got a very straight feature. Here, the springs are very interesting. Many people, they take bath here, and the perennial springs. And these spring waters go down, and here you find a lot of plantations, coconut, particularly coconut. It resembles sometimes like Godavari, Konaseema, Amlapuram area. Very interesting, this site. Next, please. So from Kalabugga, we come to Betamcharla. There is a place called Betamcharla that is also known as Cement Nagar in this area. See here, the Betamcharla or Cement Nagar, whatever may be. This area is very interesting because for two reasons. One is Betamcharla, total area is mostly that of Narji limestone, again Kurnool group. This is about Banganapalli quartzite. Here, the basal layers of the Narji limestone, mostly they are siliceous. They are not used in the cement industry, but those things are mined here for as slabs, and this slab is more popular as a Kadapa slab. It has the basal conglomerate, limestone occurs in different colors, and you can see the designs using even Mr. Augustine's house and my house, my neighbor KP Reddy's house also. In the ground floor, we have the same type of design and same buildings. Best system developed in the area. And this was first recorded by Captain Newbold of Madras in 1840. He recorded a lot of things, including some land workings and other things also elsewhere. And this was later developed by none other than Bruce in 1883. and subsequently is by his son. And he also find a lot of artifacts and other things. It is most important for archaeologists and environmental studies, and it is of Upper Paleolithic age. Here, after this, we come to, there is a place called Banganpalli here. This is Banganpalli here. Banganpalli, for some reasons, I will not show you the way that is Banganpalli. The tourists should say that they are interested in mangoes or diamonds. Mangoes are only seasonal. You do not get every time throughout the season. But Banganpalli mango is one of the most liked fruit in the country. In some areas it is very costly. Locally also it is very costly. These were favored by the Banganpalli Nawabs. Banganpalli Nawab has got a small fort also here. And there are two Nawabs in the Kannur district. The other I was talking about the Kannur Nawab. This is Banganpalli Nawab. But he never yielded to British, but he remained as a small kingdom or Jamindari, whatever you call. And in fact, he was getting a small pre-purse of something like that, 1100 rupees or so those days. Anyhow, but as the saying goes, diamonds are forever. But here, the diamonds are not forever in the sense, here, diamonds are mostly found in the processed dumps here. Here you can see processed dumps which extend over 2 kilometers on the Banganpalli plateau actually. So here the person who is standing is none other than GSI former colleague KRP Rao or K. Raghuprasad Rao, and he and Dr. Shivaji and myself, we worked together for a long time. In fact, we were together for more than 2 decades or even more. And now you can see the Banganpalli conglomerate, the basal part of the Kannur group. Again, we have the conglomerate. And here you have only 20 centimeters, 30 centimeters, sometimes maybe 3 feet. And here it is. The matrix is, sometimes it is argillaceous, sometimes it is siliceous. Argillaceous is easy to break and recover diamonds, but the siliceous is very hard. We have to use, this is one of the pits we have done. It's a pit section, large pits we have done to collect large quantities of material for treatment. And what is that? Here, the problem with this conglomerate is here because there is a lot of overburden also. Some places where it's only 2 meters, 3 meters are exposed. That's where it is even 10 meters thickness also we have seen. That's why we have gone for some driving also inside, and we have collected material. And these are some of the shafts here. So these are the modern shafts going up to even 30 feet here. And you can see one of the shafts like this, and many visitors are going down. And here, this shaft is important for some other reasons. This place is known for one saint known as Veera Brahma. Many say he lived in this area for several years, and if you look at, many say he was born in somewhere in the north, particularly in Kashi, I think, Benares. Then he was taken by somebody from Karnataka. Then he was raised there. Then he has become a wanderer here and there. Finally, he came here to Banganpalli, and he settled here for some time before shifting to his ashramam is elsewhere in Kadapa district, Kandimallaipalli. Anyhow, but his is the only Asian who has written about Kalajnanam, future time events. He used to predict many things. Many of his predictions have come true. Before him, about 100 years before him, the other man who has predicted many things was Nostradamus of France. This man is remembered here. Many people, many of his lyrics are sung by ballads. Next, please. Next, of course, I would like to show the location here. Then we come to, from here, we go a little bit westwards, nearly 13-14 kilometers. There are two interesting things. One is Aganti, a temple, or Aganti caves, or whatever may be. The other is, on the other side of that, Jolapuram. This is famous for the ash beds. So, now we are looking at the Aganti Shiva temple. You can see the Narji limestone scarps here, and there are many caves here. And here also you find very good temple structures, and here the bathing tanks and the perennial springs here. Even downstream of these springs, again, you find a lot of coconut plantations. The waters go down, very crystal clear water. Another interesting thing is that in the temple, in the main temple, there's a bull here, Nandi. This Nandi is said to be growing Nandi now. It is 15 feet long and 5 feet high, and it is confined between 4 pillars. And pillars are nothing but they use the Bangampalli quartzite. Many devotees or bhaktas they used to make rounds around within the 4 pillars. Nowadays, it is growing and growing. Says the bull is growing by 1 inch in 20 years. 1 inch in 20 years. Now the devotees make pradakshinas around the outside 4 pillars. There are some theories how the bull is growing and what's in it. But one gentleman said the interaction between the waters and the stone making it swelling. I don't know what it is good in theory and other things. We are going to the hello. Here we are going to Golvalkar. Somebody, some noise. A request. Golvalkar. Noise from my side. Here, Golvalkar area in the Durai Valley. It's a very nearby Bangampalli again. Here you can see the Panyam quartzite here. Panyam quartzite, you find the caves, prehistoric caves, rock shelters, whatever you call them inside. And here you find a lot of artifacts and the Thoba ash beds. This is an interesting thing. In fact, we were also roaming in this area while carrying out exploration for diamonds in Bangampalli, but we never heard of this Durai Valley. In fact, it is on the main road only. And here you can see there are several sites here where these ash beds are found. So here the excavations by the Archaeological survey, and here also it's quite thick, maybe 1 meter or a little more here and there. And very interesting, you can see there are many excavations, and the sites you can see the type of artifacts those were recovered from here. And many presentations on this paper presentation by both Indians and foreigners. Next, from here we come to let me see what is Belem Caves. You can see Belem Caves here. Belem Caves are interesting. This is one of the largest cave systems developed in the country. Many say it is second largest, but I may differ here. And northeast we have both in Kashi Hills and Jainta Hills, large cave systems. Some of the cave systems in the northeast, Jainta Hills go up to even 30 kilometers, little more than that. Even the famous Molumo caves, it's only 7 kilometers or something like that. But here, the interesting fact is that it is this cave system developed on a plain country, but whereas other cave systems, you find them in hilly areas. So that is the unique feature here. You can see the entrance. You can see the entrance going inside. Here, these caves, again, they were discovered by none other than the great Brucefoot, Robert Brucefoot. This gentleman, he died in Calcutta and he was buried in Nilgiri Hills, where his family was staying. So here, unfortunately, his name doesn't figure anywhere on the surface. Surface, you find the statues of somebody else, but not this gentleman's name. His name you see on a plaque, something written here, historical facts here. The caves are natural and millions of years old, known to the local villagers for ages. First recorded by Robert Brucefoot in 1884, explored and charted by Dr. Gebauer, German caver, and his team in 1980s. Declared as a natural heritage by Archaeology Department, taken over by AP Tourism for further development, other things. Well, you find this German gentleman's statue on the surface, if I'm correct. We did visit a few of our colleagues about 4 or 5 years ago. The interesting part of the caves is they are very wide galleries, passages, channelways, and here even small vehicles we can run here. And here you can see the stalagmites. Next, please, is coming. So next we'll be going to the famous Gandikota Gorge. Now I say even everybody may accept this fact. It's a jewel in the tourism. It's a very interesting area. And this is gorge from along the Pene River. There are 3 major rivers in the Andhra Pradesh. One is the Godavari, the other is Krishna, the third is the Pene River. Pene River comes from the Chamundi Hills in Karnataka, and here it makes a gorge here. Often this is compared with the Grand Canyon of USA, but it's misnomer. I did see the Grand Canyon 3-4 years ago. It is more than 277 miles, Grand Canyon. That means more than 400 kilometers. Whereas this is, our gorge is only 7 miles. That is something little more than 10 kilometers. But however, this, we have our own, we need not call it as a mini canyon or mini, but in India we refer all these canyons as gorges. There are much longer gorge. Those who have worked in Shillong, they know Umiam Gorge. It's a very deep gorge. I did go down as an investor in 1973-74, field season there. You know, the gorge is interesting. Here, in Grand Canyon, the sediment thickness or the rocks thickness is, or the gorge is very deep. There it is nearly, on an average, it is said to be 1.6 kilometers deep, the Grand Canyon. And their rocks are exposed almost from 1.8 million years to and some 370 million years age. Here, our so-called mini Grand Canyon of Gandikota, it is it's only 300 feet thick, and that means 100 meters thick. The rocks, and the rock is single rock, that is Gandikota quartzite. Gandikota quartzite only. Here, there in Grand Canyon, one can go down to the bottommost part. One can ride down. One can cycle down. There are places for camping in between also, from surface to the bottom. Here, there is no such thing. Here, it requires a lot of development to go down. One has to go down. Some steps are there, not properly developed. But government, we have seen about 4 or 5 years before, but not now. But government might have developed some more things nowadays. Anyhow, now we come to the historic fort here. You can see the fort wall and the entrance. It's maybe about 20 feet high, and totally made of using this Gandikota quartzite. And here, Pemasani Naiks, or sometimes pronounced as Pemasani Naidus also. They ruled in this area for about 300 years. Gandikota was capital for them. And later on, this was captured by the Muslim rulers, and particularly Qutub Shahis, I think, of Hyderabad. And so it came under the influence or rule of those Muslim rulers later. And here we have got beautiful temples constructed during the earlier time of the, but they are in dilapidated conditions. Some renovation is being done, but not very fast. And the huge complexes here. And this is Ranganatha Swami temple. This is Madharaya temple. But here, fort wall, it has got a length of nearly 5 miles or 8 kilometers. After entering the port only, you get the small village of Gandikota. And here now, you can see the Jamia Masjid Mosque, or Jamma Masjid, or whatever you call it, developed by medieval period rulers. And very interesting. Now this is well preserved, and interesting also. I don't know, here, Gandikota, we have come up to here, that is in the Gandikota, and the upper member of the Chitravati group, that is Kadapa super group, short name, I made it. Here, now we have traveled from Kannur to here, almost between Kannur and Tirupati, 100 kilometers we have traveled now. But seeing so many things en route, whether we take, not only just here, but there are camping facilities here, there is Harita tourism guest house, and otherwise one has to stay nearby. Nearby hotels. But this period of visit, most likely the best period will be from November to February. Otherwise, it becomes very hot, and you like the tenting facilities and camping here. One could do boating also in the 2 reservoirs we have there nearby. So now we have given break here, a tentative break, but we have to see how much time each place takes to see many things here and there. We want to update it later. Then after this, Gandikota, we come to the Kadapa district headquarters. Kadapa is known for several things. Kadapa is in geological literature, it is mostly written as Kadapa, but otherwise in Telugu nomenclature, it is written as Kadapa only, simple. And Kadapa is also now, this Kadapa district is named after the former Chief Minister, Y. Rajshekar Reddy, YSR Kadapa district, it is called now. So my point of telling here, apart from Kadapa, the Kadapa district, there was a Britisher who was working as sub-collector or assistant collector in those days, C.P. Brown. In fact, Brown was responsible for translating the Telugu into English. Brown dictionary is very useful. Because of him only, all Telugu people should salute him for making a good translation of Telugu into English. So here there are two places immediately. One is the Amir Pir Dargah was built by Sufi saint in 17th century. Again, is said to be a descendant of Prophet Muhammad. It's a very spectacular. This is this mosque, and here, irrespective of the religion, Hindus, Muslims, maybe other communities, they go and take blessings of the Amir Pir. The other one is on the left bank of the Pene River. We have got a Pushpagiri, 7th century Pushpagiri temple complex, often known as Second Hampi. It houses many temples of Hindu faith. This also are not listed. We have to update our. Then comes the other place is that after Kadapa, we go to a place called Siddhavatam. It's about 15-20 kilometers from Kadapa only. So this is Siddhavatam Fort. So yesterday I was speaking to my other colleague who stays in the same colony. He says on Mr. I.V. Reddy, some of you maybe know him, he was telling that perhaps the causes which were used for constructing the fort is nothing but the Bairen Konda. And this is made equal into Nagari quartzite in the strike extension now, in the modern classification of the Kadapa Super Group. Siddhavatam Fort is very interesting, very, many, I think, tourists, they go, initially constructed using the mud fort, later on by the Vijayanagara dynasty in beginning of 14th century, then later developed by the same dynasty as a rock fort. It is occupies a 12 hectares area, quite impressive, in fact. Later on, it was captured by Mir Jumla, again commander of Aurangzeb and Nawab of Kadapa in 17th century beginning. 17th century later. And later on, it fell into the hands of British East India Company. Here, Mir Jumla is another man associated with diamonds in the medieval history. He is one person who has doomed Sirajuddin of Bengal. And he lost the kingdom, his kingdom. He fought against the British. But whereas this gentleman, Mir Jumla, joined hands with the British and deceived him. That I think I'm correct. Next comes, we'll go to a temple here after Siddhavatam. This temple is known as Vantimita Kodandarama Temple. This was visited by some of our colleagues here. Two of you, many of you will be knowing. T. Srinivasarao, the other is P. Vishesharao. And this is myself. And the temple was under renovation, particularly the entrance. That was the time we went. And temple is a unique temple. There are two Rama temples in undivided Andhra Pradesh. One is at Bhadrachalam. Presently it is in Telangana, on the left bank of the Godavari River. and the other is, this is temple at Vantumita, but this is much older temple compared to the Bhadrachalam temple. Now this temple is gaining a lot of importance after splitting of the United Andhra Pradesh into Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, and lot of renovation is going on in this area. And actually many people say this was built during Chalukyas, perhaps the Eastern Chalukyas or maybe Western Chalukyas, I don't know, and the Vijayanagara kings around 16th century. This was visited by many other saints and scholars. Bambana Potana, who has written Bhagavatam, the epic, historic epic in Telugu. And Annamacharya is another saint who will be talking in the next 1 or 2 slides about him. And also the French traveler, Tavernier, who has made 6 travels to India for buying diamonds and selling elsewhere. He appreciated the elegance of this, its architecture, the temple architecture, beautiful architecture. They must have used only the quartzites only, but which origin of the quartzite? Is it Bariankonda or something else? One has to know that more details. But the steps are mostly of limestone here. But there is no Narji limestone nearby, but maybe some other, we have to see that. So already in next slide is known. From here we go to a mining site, Mangampeta. So Mangampeta buried deposit, it's a unique deposit in the world. So the biggest single massive and volcanic bedded deposit of 74 million tons of its kind in the world. The results were established by GSI in 1970s. Here, it's a huge mine. You can see this open mine here, and also the exposures of the varieties. And this is the monument, so-called monument, classical monument, identified by GSI, and this shape, which is not accessible to any visitor here. You cannot go. You can see the bushy growth here, all thorny bushes. It is unfortunate. Neither the mines, it's being mined by AP Mineral Development Corporation. Neither they take any major care, nor GSI, who has identified it as a monument, sends its officers to look at and inform to them. Anyhow, the deposit is more than 1 kilometer length, the maximum thickness of 40 meters. Associated with the Cammophyllite, it is equal to Columbate formation of the Nalamalai group. This is the youngest group in the Kadapa Super group. Over that comes the special quartzite. Next, please. Next comes, there is a place called Railway Kodur, if I am correct. Kodur. No, sorry. There is a place called Talapaka. Talapaka is known for Talapaka Annamacharya. He was a great saint and music composer. He compiled. He lived sometime around this period of 1400 and 1500. More than 32,000 Sankirtana songs he has composed and sang in praise of the Lord Srinivasa of Tirumala Tirupati. Here, the interesting part is that he has been associated with the Tirumala temple also, and the path he has gone, I'll be showing you a little later how he has reached from this place to Tirumala hills. And this, the famous man, he had his studies nearby, a place called Utukuru, nearby Utukuru. That is also a tourist place where it's a place Bhakta Kannappa is known, historically known. mythologically known, this man. It's a place of Bhakti Kannapa's birthplace. It is right on the highway, in fact, highway. Then we go to Kodur or railway Kodur, because these two are different. One railway Kodur is where train goes. Kodur is where the, national highway goes. So the Kodur, railway Kodur, is famous for horticulture. Oh, number of fruits. You can see the mangoes, citrus fruits, bananas you can find there. And they make number of nursery beds, very famous. Here there is a horticulture college or university, I think. It's a university now named after former Chief Minister by Rajshekar Reddy. So, and also this is the Railway Kodur is the place from which the beret is exported to other parts of country or to port areas also for exporting to the Gulf countries where iron exploration is mostly carried out. So here it comes, before reaching here Tirupati, there is another place called Mamandur here in between. Mamandur is sort of 20-25 kilometers from Tirupati here. So let us have a look at the Mamandur. Mamandur is an eco-forest. It's a dream place for the nature lovers. You can see the students or youngsters going for trekking, and you can have a lot of facilities here. It's a trekking hub. Bird watching trails are there. Canopy walks are there. Medicinal plantations, so you can see. And you have got different types of accommodations here. Even tents are there, or tent-like features, small huts are there. And here, this is one of the trekking trails here, in fact, through a thick forest. And here the youngsters, how they are enjoying their walk. And there are many birds here. Bird watchers are there. And here, this is the path said to be along which that great singer and saint Annamacharya has traveled to Tirupati. And many people, they even now also, the locals, they walk along this because the distance is not much. 20-25 kilometers is not much. Now come to the famous place Tirupati now. This is my last slide. Hopefully within the time. Here you find the epoch and unconformity between the granite and the Nagari quartzite. This is the younger quartzite in the, but here in the beginning at Kurnool we are seeing the unconformity between the granite and the Gulchari. Gulchari is the base. There, here also again we are seeing, though this is the Panjim quartzite, and here this is again this is identified as a geological site declared by GSI, and slightly in a bad shape. This is downloaded from the net actually, and here you can see the granite and the quartzite. And here there are two things. The quartzite in different areas, it appears like this. It is, you can see that here, it gives different shapes here. Many Hindu pilgrims, they thought it is looking like a eagle face, the vehicle of Lord Vishnu. And they place some flowers either on the roadside or nearby. Some people, they climb also, but it's very dangerous. But after several years, this may break and may fall down the slopes of the granite. And here you can see the granite. The interesting place here is that this is what is that the hanging so-called bridge or whatever maybe what you call. This is now protected place now. Many people do not go, cannot go inside and touch the hanging beads. Many people say the Lord Vishnu used to sit below here and used to take rest or whatever, maybe used to stay below that also. Now, already we have seen one bridge shown by Dr. Reddy, other bridge shown by Dr. Sudha, but this is the third bridge you are seeing, and we do not know what will happen if there is some new tectonic activity in the area, the bridge will remain or collapse. Only futurist people can tell, but that foreteller, he did not say anything about this. Now come to the last slide. So the God of 7 hills, many people say there are 7 hills in fact, and one of the hills broadly known as Sheshashalmi Hills, on which the temple is located. And here this slide I'm showing, not for the mythological interest or anything, it is how this management is being done by the Tirupati Tirumala Devasthanam Trust. Here I would like to say one thing about one Mr. Parak, PC Parak. We had a PC Parak as a Secretary Coal when our previous Prime Minister Manmohan Singh ji was heading the coal ministry. He was the coal secretary. There was some controversy and other things. I know him. He was a classmate of our other senior colleague, Mr. Kashiram, who stays in Jaipur. This Mr. Parak and Kashiram, they were classmates in Roorkee, but Parak comes from the northern district, Jaisalmer, I think, whereas they were classmates at Roorkee, and they met after 25 years, and in Hyderabad, I too did go. And he was telling Kashiram, did you go to Tirumala at any time? Kya hai bhai, udhar kya hai? Arey, go and see. Kya hai? I'm not talking about the God, I'm talking about the management. Because the temple management here, unique, I think nowhere in the world, even the other large gatherings elsewhere, the Kumbh Mela and other related things. Here, anybody coming to Tirumala, one has to try, because we are at the base of these hills, Sheshashalmi Hills, that is Alipiri, what we call. From Tirupati railway station or airport, we have to reach. From here, some people go by walk, some people go by car, and there are no other means actually. And here, you can see the Tirupati Ghat road. There are 2 roads for going up and coming down, and well managed, but sometimes the turns are very dangerous also, it looks. And number of people reach by foot. There are a lot of facilities are given. This is by foot. There is one normal route is it's a 9 kilometers, said to be 9 kilometers, more than 3,600 steps. All facilities for halting, for taking food, this and that. And after reaching, you find a lot of accommodation in the Tirupati, and there are many types of cottages and a lot of security arrangements. They make sanitation and other things. And here, pilgrims they go in queues. There is a queue, Vaikuntham queue complex, what they call. You can see number of queues. Sometimes the temple was closed for some time during this Corona period, but later on, again the pilgrims started going, and sometimes the pilgrims, they have to wait for 2 days to have a darshan of the God. The queues extend for kilometers outside, whether it's summer or winter, doesn't matter. So here you can see the view of this temple entrance, and here this is the sanctum sanctorium. Here where this is totally covered with the gold. And he has this temple has got a lot of money because from the contributions, some people contribute diamonds, gold jewelry, crores of worth straight away. And here, big people, they come, including for the temple darshan. Even our ISRO scientists of each launching of each satellite, they come and pray, or before that, I think, before they come and take blessings of the God, irrespective whether the Hindu is heading the ISRO or a Christian is heading or Muslim is heading. That's another issue. I'm not going into those things. So that is the belief they have. Here, I read recently the total assets of the temple is said to be 2.26 lakh crores. That is equal to $27.5 billion. Huge. The richest god on the earth, and many people named after his name, either Srinivasa or Govinda or Venkateshwara. There are many other Balaji hotels are there, many in south actually. In fact, very nearby our house also, Balaji is there. Anyhow,
please conclude, sir.
This is the Balaji is a famous lord, but always his eyes are closed for various reasons. There are many theories are given, which I'm not going into that, but only I feel that he doesn't like to see our Kali Yuga devotees, Kali devotees. Because we are mostly sinners. But he doesn't want, he would like to hear all our, whatever he would like to present him in our mind. But all our people, devotees go there, they all ask for boons for their family or for themselves, not for the society. So with this, I end the talk. Thank you all for the listening. I don't know how much time I've taken, but with this, I hand out the mic to our Tripathi Sahib. So you have seen some parts of this track, I know.
Thank you, Satyanarayana Sahib, for very elaborate presentation and giving us a tour from Kurnool to Tirupati. Is there any question from audience or participants? Any questions from Satyanarayana Sahib?
So, is there any preventive measures for the preservation of the vegetation at Tirupati Maharaj?
I think Tirupati Trust has got a lot of money. There are sanctuaries on the top of the hills. So the Shashashalmi hills are also known for red sanders, which is being cut illegally and smuggled to Japan because it's used by Japanese for medicinal properties, making some instruments, this and that. And almost every day you hear in the news, many smugglers coming from the southern part. I don't like to tell you the state or neighboring state, Tamil Nadu, or bordering areas of Andhra Pradesh. They come and illegally they were caught by police, security people and other things. Some measures are there. How much is government is taking interest in this protecting the greenery or in that area? I'm not much aware.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Sir,
Any other question?
Sir, is there any specific cave with the name as which is known as Kurnool Cave? Why I am asking, because I have read many references wherein lots of fossils have been described along with cave paintings and other things. You have
that is
mentioned several caves.
That is Kurnool Caves means actually there are. It's a Kurnool district is a cave district, I should say. There are caves within the quartzites. There are caves within the Narji limestone.
You have not mentioned about the fossils. That's why I'm asking. which one of these
Yeah,
actually very rare fossils are found in some of these places? I mean,
fossil should be within the. I
including
think I don't have
human
much idea. I don't have much idea. I should go into the literature or to develop our knowledge also. But I do not know whether some fossils here or in this track or I'm not very sure.
Okay, thank you. Any other question, or should I thank learned speaker for a great tour of Kadapa Basin? Any other question? So I thank Satyanarayana Sahab for a very wonderful presentation, very detailed presentation, including every component in his presentation. Now I hand over to Dr. Mishra for next session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Tripathi, sir, for chair the session, and Dr.
Satyanarayana sir.
Satyanarayana, sir, Dr. S.B. Satyanarayana, sir, Director, Geological Survey of India, Hyderabad, given a nice talk on Kurnool, Tirupati Geotourism Track. Thank you, sir.
In fact, I would like to thank you for including this talk.
Yes, sir. Thank you. So next session, sir, our chairperson, Dr. V.S. Puri, sir, IFS, former PCCF and head of Forest Force Kerala, former director KFRI Kerala, our eminent speaker, Dr. Ganesh Pant, ecologist, Department of National Park and Wildlife Conservation, Kathmandu, Nepal. Oh, welcome, sir. Dr. Puri, sir, please chair the session and introduce our eminent speaker, Dr. Ganesh Pant.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this talk. We're having a talk by Dr. Ganesh Pant, ecologist from the Ministry of Forest and Environment, Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation, Nepal. His expertise is on bird conservation, biodiversity conservation, wildlife ecology and management, human dimensions of wildlife management, impacts of climate change, adaptation planning for key wildlife species. His PhD was on the protection of one-horned rhino in context of climate change. He looked at vulnerability assessment and adaptation planning. He did his PhD from the University of Queensland, Australia, and his master's in environmental management, again from the University of Queensland, Australia. He has got many awards to his credit: Endeavour PG Scholarship, Australian Development Scholarship, Referred Small Grants Project. He is on the expert group of the IUCN Asian Elephant Special Group, the World Commission of Protected Areas. So he brings up to the table a lot of expertise, and as we all know that Nepal has taken great strides on the conservation front. Many of its national parks and sanctuaries are sought after by destinations for those interested in conservation. So Dr. Pant will be speaking on protected areas of Nepal. So without much, taking up much of his time, I request Dr. Pant to make his presentation. Dr. Pant. Hello, Dr. Ganesh Pant.
Misha Saab, is it audible?
Yeah, you're audible. Dr. Ganesh Pant. I think you need to put your...
Let respond.
को लगता है बैक सेशन में ज्यादा टाइम लग गया तो वो हट गए.
I think we should proceed for the next one, please.
कर रहा हूँ, एक बात हो जाएगी तो
Professor Misra, if you can probably give him a remind.
Yes, sir.
Is there any way you can send a message to Dr. Pant?
Ganeshan Saab has joined, na?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here now.
Actually, previous talk more lengthy. Dr. B.S. Puri, sir, chairperson, already joined, sir. And, yes, sir. Please proceed.
Yeah, so Dr. Ganesh, we already introduced you, so you can kindly go ahead with your talk straight away.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry about that. I was waiting, and I had another meeting, very urgent meeting here, very important meeting here. Sorry about that. I was in that meeting in the next room. Yeah, at the department. Yeah, okay. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Before I start my presentation. Okay, I'm going to share. All right. Okay. It's not giving permission to share. I don't know what's wrong with that. I'm trying to share the screen, sir. Sorry, I'm not able to share my screen here. I don't know what's the problem. So can I send it to someone, the slides?
Yes, Dr. Pant.
Yes, please.
Please share your slide in my mail, sir.
Okay. Will you send me the email
Yes.
ID? Sir? Okay.
Yes.
In the chat box, sir.
Yes, sir. I have shared my mail ID.
Yeah, in
WhatsApp.
In WhatsApp. Okay, thank you, sir.
Actually, sir, Dr. Ganesh.
Yes, please.
Next speaker, Madam from Ghent University, Belgium.
Yeah.
So, if first his talk, then your talk, sir, and hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm here.
From Ghent University, Belgium.
It is fine. Yeah.
Oh,
I hope
can you permit? Sir, Dr. Puri sir. Hello. Chairperson sir.
Yeah.
Actually, madam,
You can go.
one talker from Belgium, Ghent University, Belgium.
Yes. Sure. I think because they'll have a time problem, they surely can. If there's no problem from Dr. Pant, I have no problem.
Yeah, that's fine, sir. I hope it won't be a very long presentation to wait very long.
Yeah. Dr. Pal?
Yes.
Can you share your presentation?
Yeah, sure. I'm emailing you, sir.
Go. Hello.
Hello.
Share your presentation, sir.
Yeah, I'm
on my email.
Yeah, I'm emailing, sir.
क्या मैं परमिट करूं सर? पंत साहब, क्या मैं परमिट करूं मैडम को?
Yeah. Did you receive my email, sir? I have sent the attachment there. Sir, please check your email. Check your inbox, sir. I have sent.
आ गया? Okay, sir. Received. Yes, Dr. Pant.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Your presentation on share in the screen.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Namaskar and good afternoon, everyone. Respected chair and co-chair of the session and distinguished participants, I would like to welcome you all in my presentation session, and I would also like to thank the organizer for this opportunity. On behalf of the Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation Nepal, I'm going to give you an overview of protected areas of Nepal. Next slide, sir. In my presentation, I'll briefly give the background information, then highlights the conservation efforts, achievements, some challenges, and way forward. Next, sir. As you all know that Nepal is a small mountainous country. The area is small, but still it's very diverse in terms of cultural and biological diversity as well. Next, sir. If we talk about the forest biodiversity, we have actually Nepal, in Nepal, almost 45% of the area is covered by forest, and we have 118 ecosystem types identified in Nepal, and there are 35 types of forest. As you see in this picture here, what we have mentioned here is we have actually, very diverse, in terms of Nepal is really diverse in terms of biodiversity. Here you can see from the lowland, just 60 meters above mean sea level to highest point on Earth, and we have that different representative biodiversity that makes the country very diverse. Next slide, sir. Okay, here what I'm just presenting here is this is the share of Nepal in terms of number of species. The first one is mammal species. You can see up to 5% of the total number of mammals recorded in the world are there in Nepal, and in terms of the bird, there are up to 10%, and yeah, this is the in different taxa, including flowering plants. Next, sir. And we also have a actually a good network of protected areas to conserve this representative biodiversity. Actually, formally the biodiversity conservation in Nepal was started during early 1970s, and it has in nearly about 5 decades. We have actually I've gone through several kind of experiences and some achievements. And in the initial days, our focus was on only key spaces. But over the time, the concept has evolved. We are conserving whole ecosystem at landscape level, even the transboundary landscape with India and China, we are still we are focusing on the spaces, but taking greater landscapes and the taking overall ecosystem into account. And the other thing is, initial days was more on protection oriented, but now we have engaged local community and also practiced integrated conservation and development model, which is a successful example. That example is one example of that is Annapurna Conservation Area here in Nepal. Next slide, sir. Yeah, talking about the protected areas of Nepal, at present there are 20 protected areas covering 23% of the total country's land, and we have 12 national parks, 6 conservation areas, 1 wildlife reserve, and 1 hunting reserve. You can see all these green areas are protected areas, and yeah, these are some of the areas are also connected with forest corridors. Next slide, sir. Here I'm just highlighting 2 protected areas here. One is Chitwan National Park, which is the first national park of Nepal, and it was established in the year 1973, and this is actually initially the area was protected for greater one rhinoceros, the only surviving population, remaining population of rhinoceros at that time in Nepal. And we have actually for the greater one rhinoceros, we have second largest population in Chitta National Park after the Kaziranga National Park in India. And yeah, this is actually also the habitat for other key species, tiger, wild elephant, and other many species. This is also a World Heritage Site. Next, sir. And this is another national park I'm highlighting here. This is Sagarmatha National Park, also known as Mount Everest National Park. This is because Mount Everest lies within this park, and this is to the eastern mountain park of the Nepal. And yeah, this is another World Heritage Site, and there are the area also covers some of the biodiversity hotspots, but this is basically covering the high mountain ecosystem. And yeah, this is another World Heritage Site. Next, sir. Yeah, as I mentioned, we have two natural World Heritage Sites, Chitwan National Park and Sagarmatha National Park. These two parks are the natural World Heritage Sites in Nepal. And we have 10 Ramsar sites. These are the Ramsar sites are the globally significant wetlands. We have 10 Ramsar sites as of today in Nepal. Next slide, please. Talking about the institution where I'm working, actually, the protected area management is the mandate of the Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation, and we have different protected area offices to look after these protected areas. And the its center we have the Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation. As I mentioned, Chitwan National Park was the first national park, and the latest addition on that protected area network was Bake National Park. That was especially declared in 2010 for conserving tiger, as we committed for doubling the tiger population based on the population of that time. Next slide, sir. And for the protection of key wildlife species and the overall protection of the protected areas, the government of Nepal has deployed Nepalese army since 1975, and they are basically involved in park protection. And next slide, sir. We have different policies and plans for guiding these conservation efforts actually for the management of protected areas. At top we have actually Nepal is also party to several multilateral environmental agreements, including CBD, CITES, and UNFCCC, and Ramsar Convention, World Heritage Convention. And these are the basic guiding principles at global level. And we also have some national level policies plan, and also we have park management plan for specific protected areas, and also we have some of the species conservation action plan for key species, including rhino, tiger, and these species. And yeah, we actually follow all these policies and act and regulations we have, and we do our all these activities for conservation based on these guiding documents. Yeah, next, sir. And for the cooperation at regional and transboundary level, we actually have bilateral agreement between India and Nepal, and also between India and China. With China also, and we actually for the conservation we follow that landscape level approach based on the agreed points. And in this region, we have another intergovernmental organization called SAWEN, which is South Asia Wildlife Enforcement Network. And there are 8 countries of this region on that, and this is basically for the coordinate. This is the actually coordinating body for the enforcement of wildlife law in this region, especially for those which are traded beyond the border, and for the illegal trade of these species. The controlling of the illegal trade is the main objective of this institution. And Nepal is now heading this organization actually, because Chief Enforcement Coordinator is the Director General of the Department of National Parks, and the SAWEN Secretariat is here in Kathmandu, Nepal. Next slide, sir. And at national level, we also have different, committees and different kind of organizations to, control wildlife poaching. And one at top level is there is a National Tiger Conservation Committee on the chairmanship of Right Honorable Prime Minister, and there are different institutions for that, up to grassroots levels, including the community-based organizations. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is actually, we are, as I already mentioned, we have very, diverse stakeholders. There are many stakeholders. We are collaborating with many national and international organizations for the conservation in Nepal. This is just to give some highlights of the, institutions involved. Next, sir. And the key activities we conduct, in this, besides, protection, I mean, activities for controlling the illegal killing of wildlife and illegal wildlife trade. We do some, habitat management activities that includes basically grassland management and wetlands management. These are the key components of the wildlife habitats. Next, sir. Another highlights I wanted to give you here is we also have done some of the active population management, like for the rhino. We had only rhino population in less than 100 number. During 1960s there were only less than 100 rhinos in Nepal, and after protection and the active management of those population and reintroduction of these rhinoceros in their historical range, we have created actually 3 population now. One is Chittagong National Park is there, and other populations are there in Western Park, Bardia and Suklapata National Parks. And actually now we have more than 750 rhinoceros in 4 protected areas in 3 complexes in Nepal. So we had translocated about 100 rhinoceros from Chittagong National Park to Bardia and Suklapata National Park to the western side of Nepal. Next slide, please. Just to highlight one of the achievements, as I mentioned, the population during 1960s was around 100, and this population has gradually recovered, and now we have more than 750 rhino population in Nepal, which is an example of population recovery in Nepal. Next, sir. Another example is tiger population. We had committed to double the tiger population based on the 20 chain baseline. Actually, that was 121, and now we have 355 tigers in Nepal, based on the latest camera trapping survey that we did nationwide. And this is almost we have almost tripled the tiger population between 2010 and 2022. So this is another achievement to highlight here. Next slide, sir. Oh, that is empty. Sorry. Next, please. Next, sir. As I highlight some of the achievements, we still had some ongoing threats, like habitat loss and fragmentation because of the development activities. There are still pressure, and the other thing is poaching and illegal trade. This is actually an ongoing threat, so we need to be active for year round. So if we are not able to control that illegal activities, and the pressure is there for the wildlife conservation. So this is an ongoing threat. Next slide, sir. Next slide, please. Yeah, and another pressure is as the population of the wildlife population increases, the conflict between human and wildlife is also increasing, and this is one another challenge. And the other thing is, to create balance between development and conservation. If our development is not responsible, then we are going to lose wildlife. This is one of the examples here I wanted to highlight. Next, sir. Next slide, sir. Yeah, and we also have some emerging challenges like climate change is impacting everything. So there are some visible impacts from the climate change to wildlife species, and there are some of the impacts that we even don't know about. And this is another challenge to sustain the management of protected areas in Nepal. This is just to show that this is another challenge. Yeah, next, sir. And yeah, for future, actually, as our achievement, one of the achievement was controlling the poaching, and we also celebrated zero poaching year for the especially in the case of rhinoceros for consecutive 3 years, and we have learned a lot based on that. And our effort is ongoing, and we want to create that. Actually, we want to keep that poaching level for every wildlife species in Nepal at zero level. We are trying we have different interventions at different these 6 pillars for continuing that. This is actually zero tolerance towards poaching is our strategy. Next slide, sir. And the other thing is, as I mentioned, there is some issues between conservation and development, and to avoid the we are trying our best to avoid habitat loss and fragmentation. And in the case where we need to go for development, we are trying to promote wildlife friendly infrastructure. This is just an example what we are planning for future. Next slide, sir. And the other thing is, we have some information on, impacts of climate change on wildlife species, and we are trying to develop some, climate smart management plans and implement adaptation planning activities for the known species. And also, we are going to have some assessment like what species and ecosystem are likely to be more vulnerable in the context of climate change, and we are trying our best on that. Next slide, sir. Yeah, incorporating all these points, actually, recently we have developed a protected area management strategy that the Department of National Parks and Wildlife Conservation in Nepal has developed this, and by 2030, we are trying to make our protected areas climate resilient and self-sustaining, and we are going to build upon the best practices so far, and that's why we have come up with several strategies under different themes. And yeah, next slide, sir. These are different themes, and we have developed strategies under these themes. There are actually 5 key themes and 5 cross-cutting themes. First one is landscape protected areas and corridors management. Second is species management, and law enforcement is another theme. Human wildlife coexistence is also another theme, and livelihood, tourism, and green economy. These are the key themes, and we also have some cross-cutting themes for this strategy: research, monitoring, and knowledge management, climate change, gender equality and social inclusion, institutional development, and communication and outreach. These are the strategies. So we actually we have achieved a lot over the 5 decades of conservation history in Nepal, and protected area management has been one of the priority. And actually, we are trying to keep this, and also would like to, improve that situation. And that's why we have this strategy, and we are trying to implement this strategy so that we can continue our effort and sustain this initiative. And hope this is going to be good contribution towards biodiversity conservation. And this is the approach we followed in Nepal. Actually, considering the time, I wanted to share briefly and my apology for the inconvenience due to some such difficulties due to connection and all these things. Sorry about that. And next slide, sir. I would like to thank you all for your presence. Thank you.
We have 10 minutes, sir. Hello, Dr. Pant, we have 10 minutes. Next session in 4:20. So
yeah.
you...
Yeah, that's fine, sir. I'm here. If there are something you would like to know more about, then yeah, any of the participants, then I'm here, sir.
Probably if there's any questions. Yeah, Doctor, you had a question, you can go ahead and ask it.
Next talker, Lakshmini Madam, present his PPT. But chairperson, please,
Yeah.
Dr. Puri sir.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If there's no questions, I'd like to thank Dr. Ganesh Pant for the excellent overview of conservation and the protected area network in Nepal. Strategies adopted and the focus areas that Nepal is taking. I think especially commendable is the increase in population of rhino and tiger in a short span. To get that type of increase is really something praiseworthy. So with these words, I thank Dr. Ganesh Pant and also congratulate the National Park and Wildlife Conservation Department for its great work that it's doing. Thank you. So and with this, I hand over to Dr. Misra.
Thank you, Dr. Ganesh Pant, for this very brief presentation. Actually, time come था. So, and Dr. B.S. Puri Saab for given time for chair the session, and Dr. Ganesh, very important aspects of the National Park of Nepal. To other talk also on national park some other days. So thank you all of you, sir, for both, sir. Dr. Puri sir and Dr. Ganesh Pant. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now next session is our speaker, Dr. G.C.L. Games, Senior Lecturer, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Ruhana, Matara, Sri Lanka, Professor and Head. senior lecturer and head of the department History and Archaeology. Our chairperson, Professor Chandana Rohana, Department of Archaeology and Heritage Management, Rajarata University, Sri Lanka, and co-chair, Madam Ift Azim, Research Officer, Lahore Museum, Lahore, Pakistan. Ift, Madam. Hello. Ift, Madam.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Good
Welcome.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Welcome, Dr. Gamage Lakshmini, if I am right to pronounce your name. This is the, I am here going to introduce Dr. Gamage Lakshmini to all of you.
Actually,
She
Madam,
holds certificate for security from Royal Military Academy, Belgium, studied conflict and peace development studies at
yes,
University
madam.
of Life Sciences
Hello.
in Norway. Yes, sir.
थोड़ी सी वो जो चेयरपर्सन हैं उनने कहा कि हम 5 मिनट में ज्वाइन करते हैं, तो अपन थोड़ा सा इंतजार कर लें उनका. हेलो.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. I can't hear that. Sorry, sir.
हाँ हाँ जी जी, थोड़ा इंतजार कर लें. एक्चुअली वो आ जाए फिर शुरू करते हैं, है ना.
ठीक है सर.
Hello, may I start? Hello.
Actually, I am waiting for Dr. Rohana, sir.
Just wait, Professor. I will call him.
Seminars and conferences. She is current head of the department at the Department of History and Archaeology, University of Rohana, Madhara, Sri Lanka. So this is the brief introduction, and now over to Professor Mishra. Professor Mishra, can Dr. Lakshmini proceed?
Yes.
Over to you, Dr. Lakshmini.
Lakshmini.
Yeah. Yes, Professor.
Please start your presentation. Dr. Chandana joined at 4:20 p.m.
Yeah, I think he will join lately.
Yes.
Is it clear, my presentation? Could you please?
Yes, we can see.
Well, your presentation.
Okay. Good evening, all of you. Thank you very much, Professor, for marvelous introduction given regarding me. Actually, I'm Dr. Lakshmini Gamage, current head and senior lecturer at the Department of History and Archaeology, University of Rohana, Sri Lanka. I rashly move to my presentation. This is the topic of my presentation: historical study of the Metyagane Mayuravati Rajamaha Viharaya. Actually, Mayuravati is a name of the temple which is situated in Metyagane village. Rajamaha Viharaya is a Sinhala name. We usually use this name for a temple. little bit of difficult to share this my presentation.
Hello, hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Welcome. Welcome, sir. Chandra, sir, welcome. Yes, Madam Lakshmini. Hello.
Yes, Professor, it is difficult to share this presentation. Just give
Your,
me a little
your
time.
presentation is visible.
Very good. But it is not sharing. I can't move to another slide. That is the reason.
Oh. So, some any person give some tips. You, madam, you send me in my WhatsApp. So we will present from our side.
Yeah, I would like to introduce Dr. Lakshmini Gamage.
Okay, sir. Doctor, if already introduced him, if you can some points, please introduce him.
Yeah, interesting. I would like now.
Yes.
Okay, please give me. Professor Dr. Lakshmini Gamage. She was already finished her certificate of global peace secretary from Royal Military Academy, Belgium. Studied conflict and peace development studies at University of resource person has been innumerable as she has chaired in number of international seminar and conference. Dr. Lakshmini Gamage, she is current head of the Department of the History and Archaeology University of Ruhuna, Matri in Sri Lanka. Actually, she was a very excellent teacher. I think I read her several research articles. Actually, I wish all the best. Come here. Now your time.
Please give me a little bit of time to share the presentation.
Lakshmini madam, please send your presentation in my email.
Okay.
I am already share our email ID in your WhatsApp. हो गया पहला तो आया है. Yes, your first slide visible.
I think now okay. BC.
Please test your second slide also. Moving or not. Hello. There. Please direct click your second slide. Direct click your second slide. Your second slide. Please click your second slide. Okay. Please click.
Professor, I sent my presentation to your WhatsApp. Could you please share it?
Yes, you send your WhatsApp in my mail. WhatsApp or mail?
WhatsApp.
Oh. आ गया लो. Dr. Lakmini, if possible, please send in my email. In my email. I am already shared my email in your WhatsApp. Hello. Dr. Gamal?
I sent you. Yeah, I sent you an email.
Email. Okay. Received.
Is it technical problem?
Yes, received your in my email. Just I. Okay, within 2 minutes.
Is it technical problem?
Yes, sir.
Wait for 2 minutes. Okay. Huh? Huh? ये अपना है Close your sharing, madam. Please close your sharing. Lakmini madam. Hello. Huh?
Okay. Are you going to share Penoni after?
Okay. Hello. Yes, Lakmini madam.
Yes.
We have
You
shared from our sides. Yes.
Okay. I will stop.
Oh.
Okay.
To start your lecture.
Could you please share second slide? Okay, I move to introduction part. Actually, it is not possible to study the history of Sri Lanka without focusing on Buddhism and its influences. I think you all know Buddhism was introduced to Sri Lanka during the 3rd century BCE with the arrival of King Ashoka's son, the Arahat Mahinda from India. Since then, the entire history of Sri Lanka was intertwined with Buddhism. Buddhist monks became the dominant force in determining the overall social, economic, political system of ancient Sri Lanka. For this reason, it is essential to examine the ancient temples where the monks lived and the historical significance associated with them. So, this research explores the historical features of the Matyagane Mayuravati Rajamahaviharaya, located near the 3 ancient kingdoms of which are Dambadeniya, Kurunagal and Yapava. Those are 3 ancient kingdoms of Sri Lanka. It is situated very close those kingdoms. As it is unable to find a broad evaluation regarding this historical place, this research would be a valuable attempt to drag out hidden historical details to the current society. That is the main reason that I have found this research topic to study. Could you please move another next slide? I actually move methodology part. This is qualitative research incorporate 2 data collection methods such as literature survey and field survey. According to the literature survey, both primary and secondary sources were used. Among that, primary sources were prominent. For example, inscriptions, chronicles, etc. And also books written by various scholars were used as secondary sources. In addition, in-depth interviews were conducted with 21 individuals with knowledge of the research topic. Actually, field investigations were conducted in Mayuravati Rajamaha Vihare in Matiyagane, Damadeniya Vijay Sundararame, and Asgiri Rajamaha Vihare. Mostly in-depth interviews were conducted with selected key informants. The facts were also collected through the observation methodology. Research is based on the historical data analysis tradition. Can we move to next session? I am going to explain what are the geographical location of Matiyagane Rajamaha Vihare. This temple is located in Matiyagane East Ramaniladari division of the Narambala Divisional Secretariat, division in the Kurunegala district of the Northwestern Province. This place is located about 2 miles east of the ancient kingdom of Damadeniya. The temple is about 100 yards from the place called Matiyagane Gurulla Junction on the Kurunegala Nikambo main road. 9 caves with descriptions in the temple. The largest of them is cave with an ancient shrine room. To the south of the temple is Devalaya with ancient tools in the cave. According to the locals, it was built for the god Yapa Bandara. 2 of the 9 caves have been converted into a house of idols and a shrine. All remaining 7 caves are half covered or open with soil. The remains of several caves can still be seen today. Can we move on next section? The old Haulwa Vihara was located in the cave below the Devalaya. About 100 years ago, a group of people demolished a new shrine that was supposed to be built. There was an old pottery near the place where the inscription is located northeast of the Devalaya. There is also a stone slab used for the flower seat of the pottery. There is a mound of soil on the northeast side of the inscription. Archaeologists have identified the ruins of stupa in the late 20th century. Next section, please. Next slide. This is the geographical area used in the map. Next slide. Next slide. Now I am going to discuss what are the history of the Mayuravati Rajamaha Vihare. There are also various discussions about how the village Matiyagane got its name. Some believes that the word Mati Vihara in the Matiyagane inscription, Mati later became Mati and evolved Mati. Various scholars have commented on the original of the name of this temple based on the inscription in this temple. For example, Senara Paranamithana, one of prominent archaeologists who read the inscription, mentions that the word Matiga here means Matika is Sanskrit, which means clay, hence the name Matiyagane. The villagers suggest that the area became the clay art Matiyangana in Sinhala and later Matiyagane. The area was rich and clay which was used as raw materials for the potty industry. And also other scholar, Prof. Ponchibandara Sannaskala also states that the Pujavaliya was composed in this temple. The Pujavaliya also one of the great chronicles. The book was then taken to Damadeniya along a clay road from this temple, and the area was based on that clay road. Another idea in folklore in that Princess Mayuravati, the daughter of King Devanampiyathissa, started this temple and made a system of caves, made drips and offered sacrifices. Therefore, the temple is named after Princess Mayuravati. Next slide. Venerable Haparakada Vajirathero says that based on the inscription on the Matiyagane temple, this temple had not been called Matiyagane since pre-Christian times. At least from the court period, the village was used as Matiyagane and the temple as Mayuravati. Tikiri Abhiratna, who also one of prominent historian, also pointed out that the Matiagane was frequently used during the Portuguese rule. The original of this same temple seems to date back the early Anuradhapura period. During the region of Kin Devanampiyathissa, Buddhism came to Sri Lanka. Ken Devanampiyathissa played a significant role in spreading the influence of Buddhism in the Anuradhapura kingdom and other parts of the country. According to Mahavansa, during this task, various temples were built in various parts of Sri Lanka under King Devanampiyathissa. Legend has it that the Mayuravati temple was one such temple. Based on the inscriptions, the lower courtyard of the Mayuravati temple, when Haprakata Vajra Thero and Senator Paranavitana say that this temple belonged to the Anuradhapura era. Next slide. According to it is possible that this temple started in the early period of Anuradhapura and existed as monastery. 9 descriptions are found in this temple. They appear to have been inhabitability by monks. Usually the name of the person who sacrificed the cave is mentioned above the roof of the cave, but no such thing can be seen in this cave system. Another critical point to note here is that the Sannas Patra presented by the Asgiri Mahaviharya to the Thero, who is usually the chief incumbent of this temple, also mentioned Matiagane Mayuravati Rajamaha Viharya, which belonged to the state name Devanampiyathissa era. Contemporary sources attest to the great respect for Buddhism and Buddhist monks by the king of the people during the Anuradhapura kingdom. However, the kingdom of Anuradhapura, which lasted for several centuries, gradually ended around the 10th century in the face of Tamil invention. Next slide. Although King Vijayabahu first re-established a Sinhala rule after the end of the Soli rule, the second Rajarata rule originated in Polonnaruwa. It is difficult to trace the sources of the Mayuravati temple during the Polonnaruwa kingdom. However, interviews in the area confirm that monks may have lived this place even during the Polonnaruwa kingdom. When the invention of Kalingamaga in 1215, the kingdom of Polonnaruwa also declined. Due to the cruel anti-Buddhist rule Kalingamaga, the Sinhala elite and the Buddhist elites began to leave the Rajarata kingdom. It appears that many of them came to Dambadeva and Yapahuwa. At this time, a general named Subba, who was Yapahuwa, established a monastery for the monks in the Valasgala area. After the decline of the Rajarata kingdom due to Maga invention, the Yapahuwa kingdom became the third kingdom of Sri Lanka in the 13th century after the migration of its inhabitants to the southwest. Next slide. King Vijayabahu III, who made Dambadeniya his kingdom, brought the tooth relic and the relics of the bowl, the Dambadeniya. It is also mentioned in the Polonnaru Pujavaliya that the Vijayasundararama is Dambadeniya was built, and the Buddhist monks were housed in the temples in the suburbs and entertained all fours. Interviews elderly in the Matiagane area revealed that the temple was also a direct contributor to King Vijayabahu's modernization of the Yapahuwa kingdom. It was revealed in the interviews that there was an old footprint on this temple from Dambadeniya. Parakrambahu II succeeded Vijayabahu III in the kingdom of Dambadeniya. Under him, more services were rendered to Buddhism and the Sangha Sasana than ever before. Under him, more services were rendered to Buddhism and Sangha Sasana than ever before. Upasampadava were performed and a Sangha consensus were reached. New temples were built and the monks settled in the cave temples of the forest natural and look step to establish pure Buddhism. Next slide. A class of caves is located was also under the patronage of it may remain. According to Mr. Sannasgala and the residence of the author of Pujavaliya. Thus, it is possible that the monks lived in the temple from Anuradhapura period to Dhammadeniya period. Next slides. Next slides, please. Professor, could you please share this? Can we move next slide?
I think it is stuck, no?
Yes.
Professor, please move next slide, please.
Next slide, please. Okay, these are the stone slab used for the flower seed. Pictures that I have taken from the temple. Next slide. Stupa. Next slide. Okay. Although the Matyagane temple was in excellent condition during the region of Dhammadeniya, it seems to have been dilapidated condition for about 3 centuries after that. Several labs scattered throughout the area have fallen into disappear since that period. It can be assumed that an epidemic maybe have caused it. Again, information about the Matyagane temple is revealed during the Kota period. The Sannasa presented by King Parakrambahu VI gives information about the temple. The copper plate to this temple by King Parakrambahu VI of Kotte is one of the primary sources of that history. It is said that King Parakrambahu VI of Kotte renovated this temple and dedicated to the Devarakita Thero who lived there. Thus, it can be inferred that this place was the ruins after the Amadaniya period. Next slide. According to the Sannasa, the temple was renovated by Queen Mayuravati and dedicated to Devarakita Thero in the 17th year of region of King Parakramabahu 6. The king also donated about 500 acres of land to the temple through the Sannasa. Due to this area, Matyagane may have belonged to the temple. According to scholars, Queen Mayuravati was the queen of King Vikramabahu III of Gampala. It was another kingdom of Sri Lanka. According to them, the father of Queen Mayuravati was a viceroy named Parakramabahu who lived in Senkatagala. Accordingly, Queen Mayuravati was the grandmother of King Parakramabahu VI of Kotte. In the 17th year of the region of King Parakramabahu, Queen Mayuravati informed the king to renovate the temple and offer it. Considering these facts, it can be concluded that Queen Mayuravati was in her old age. According to the Asgiri Uppata, Queen Mayuravati started the construction of this time around the year 1477 AD. That was about 5 years before King Parakramabahu came to power. According to the above description, this temple was in very advanced stage during the Kotte period too, but it gradually became extinct when the Portuguese invention. Even when the Portuguese came to Ceylon, Matyagane was still the capital of Sri Lanka, South Korala. The Matyagane area is important. Okay. When King Senarath was the ruler of the Kandy, Matyagane Senkotuavatta was the Portuguese center of administrate of South Korala. Father S.D. Pereira, who reports on the Portuguese period, refers to the area as Matyagama. He reports that Nikapitiya Bandara in the area launched a revolt against the Portuguese. It is reported that Nikapitiya Bandara had set fire to the administrative center and the church at Matyagane's Sentuvatta, while Philip Oliveira, who was the Disava of Sapkorale, was on his way to duty Sabragamua from Matyagane. It states that the revealed hosted for a week with the assistance of a King Kandy. In the end, the Portuguese claimed victory. Senkaduvatta, the center of the Portuguese, was close to the temple. It is not a secret that the Matyagane temple may also have been affected by the Portuguese. Remains of stone structures found at various places on the temple land may be the ruins of the Portuguese ruin. Next slide. However, Rajasingha II, who succeeded King Senarath, was able to suppress the Portuguese rule in the South Korale. Accordingly, it appears that Mayuravati temple was modernized under the kings of Kandian kingdom. King Rajasingha II renovated the Mayuravati temple in 1675. At that time, the chief incumbent was Venerable Gunadasa Dhammasira Thero. It is said that the king gifted him a set props, a gold ring, and many other things. It is said that Ganinanse also worked at the Matyagane temple soon after. It is said that after the demise of that Ganinanse, the temple was devout of the monks. The area's elite contributes together then travel to Kandy. They asked the Askiriya Mahanayaka Thero to name a monk for their temple. As a result, the Askiriya Mahavihara named a monk after him, and from then on the Matyagane Rajamahavihara joined the Askiriya Mahavihara. Next slide. After that period, written evidence of this temple is found during the English rule. Englishman James Davis, he is Assistant Settlement Officer, describes that lands belong to the temple in the document related to the land settlement dated 11910. That document is beneficial to look at the area's history at that time. These documents mention the area, population, etc. of the lands belong to the temple at that time. One of the main points that can be deduced from the information contained here in is that the village was self-sufficient even at this time. According to it, the pointing of this cave temple have been repainted by artists in the Matra area. By 1891, there were only 322 people living in the area. Matiagane, 17 shares of temple land were given to those who played the drums for the temple. But those lands have now become private property. Next slide. Other important things of this temple epidemics, there are three main inscriptions associated with the Matiagane temple. The three epidemics are the Matiagane rock inscription. Actually, Matiagane rock inscription, according to this inscription, taxes of Kadavaka tank and Salavia paddy field donated to this temple for the welfare of Buddhist monks. And also other important thing is the Matiagane Vihara Sanas of King Parakramabahu 6. It also gives a lot of information for the historians. Mainly, King Parakramabahu's copper plate is beneficial. Identify the connection between Mayavati with this temple. Sanas is also useful for understanding how the temple was renovated during the Kota period, the Sangha who lived there at the time, and the contemporary temple properties. And also other thing is Matiagane silver plate of King Rajasingha II. This Sanasi is very useful to understand the present situation of Matiagane temple. King Rajasingha II dedicated the Sanasa to Venerable Gunadasa. The Sanasa mentioned that the forces of the temple were painted and offering and lands offered to the temple. Therefore, those all epidemics have given a lot of information for the historical debates to the Sri Lanka. Thank you very much. I finish my presentation. It's very sorry for at the beginning of I have faced a technical problem. It's sorry. Thank you very much. Listening.
Are you hear me?
Yes,
Are you hear me?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Actually, good presentation. Dr. Lakmini, I would like to ask you a small question or
Yes.
clarification. What are the main subject reason for selecting this kind of research topic?
Actually,
My
sir,
question.
yes, I got it. Actually, sir, this is regarding temple. Regarding his temple, it has a big value regarding his history. History of this temple has not observed up to now any kind of historian. That is the main reason I have selected to study of this history of this temple. That is the main reason for my selection.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Lakmini Gamage, your valuable presentation. I think it's a valuable evidence you provide for society. Thank you very much.
Any query? Any person? Any participant? So thank you, Madam Lakshmini, and for giving nice presentation in this webinar, and Dr. Chandana, Professor Chandana from Rajrata University, Chandana Rohana from Rajrata University for chair the session, and Ifk Azim from Lahore Museum as a co-chair. Thank you, all of you. Dr. Lakshmini cooperate me and give a team from Rohana University for our for deliver talk on our webinar. Four experts from his university deliver our webinar, international webinar talk. Thank you, Dr. Lakshmini and
Okay, thank you very much, Professor, to organizing this kind of seminar. Thank you very much, you too.
Thank you very much. You to invite for me actually chairperson.
Thank you, sir. So next session, Dr. Amit Soni. Dr. Amit Soni and chairperson, Dr. Indrani Chaudhary, and co-chair, Mr. Phan from Cambodia.
From Cambodia. Very good evening to the host and the guests. Now let me share the screen. May I share the screen about Dr. Amit Sonit's background? Just brief.
Actually, chairperson introduced him, but first, Madam Indrani.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, I am saying. Yes, sir.
Yes. Very good evening to Dr. Indrami.
Yes.
You may introduce Dr. Amit Sonit background or me? Because I'm Sophia from Cambodia. I'm just chairperson.
Yes.
If you give a chance for me, I can read Dr. Amit background as well as.
Yes.
And also you also, right?
Now, very good evening, everyone. Today is a session.
मैडम अभी अमित सोनी ने ज्वाइन नहीं किया है, वो ज्वाइन कर लें, मैंने कॉल किया है उनको.
अच्छा.
मैं जस्ट कॉल कर रहा हूं उनको.
Good evening, host and all of delegate. Dr. Indrami, may I introduce Dr. Amit
yes.
as the person? Yes. Can you see my screen clear?
Yes.
Okay, just a minute. So I'm glad today again that I introduced Dr. Amit Sonit's briefly profile. So Dr. Amit Sonit, as official address, Associate Professor, Department of Museology in Indira Gahis National Tribal University. At the address village Lapo Post Judge Anopo, Madhya Pradesh, India. And his resident address B2 the back apartment near Mahila Sarihit Baja, Buha Para Rebo, Chhattisgarh. The number 492001. And also out of the guests and key expert can be contact to him as I saw the email address and contact number to him also. And Dr. Amit Sunit is presently Associate Professor in Department of Meteorology under Faculty of Triple Study in Indira, Gahis National Triple University. Amakantiak Macha Pradesh. Earlier, he was Assistant Professor in Department of Triple Studies, Art, Culture, and Folk Literature at IGNTU. He did Master MA in Anthropology and Tribal Development and Master MA in Meteorology. He has qualified UGC NET in both the subjects. He did his PhD on the topic bioculture and anthropological study.
सोनी साहब आपको इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं फोन जी कंबोडिया से.
Excuse me.
हाँ ओके ओके हाँ आप करिए जी.
Okay.
Yes,
may I continue? Yes. He has worked in anthropological survey of India, the Paul Research and Training Institute, Rapo and Senges, Nat. Museum and exhibition project in various parts of India, along with anthropological research, especially in tribal arena. He has a good number part of India along with anthropological research, especially in tribal arena. He has a good number of published articles, number 39, in various book and report journal, and a book entitled by a visual ethnography in his account. He has presented various research papers on national and international conference, seminars, and workshops. He has also worked as vice president of Museum Association of India and member of editorial board of two report journal. He is editor-in-chief of India Journal of Research in Anthropology, IQAC. This the last page of brief Dr. Amit's background, area of specialization, museology, museum study, social culture, anthropology, report study and development, folk and tribal arts, collecting is exhibition, display, and museum development, documentation, writing and audio visual, marketing, non-profit organization, we call NGO, cultural study. So the guest speaker, the guest audience and organizer can contact to him also. Thank you for all of you pay attention that I brief of profile to Dr. Amit Sunit. Thank you so much.
Now I request.
Thank you, Mr. Pan.
Thank you, Sophie. It's a very interesting topic about him, Soniji's tribal art, culture, and museum in India. He will describe maybe different forms of art and how it is preserved in Museum of India. I hope it will be more interesting one, and I wish him great for this great platform. And he will speak in that in this theme as he has given. I hope it will be interesting for all. and we have learned lots of things from him. So I thank you everyone once again, and I request Soni ji to speak his presentation.
Thank you, Madam Professor Chaudhary, and Dr. Pan from Cambodia for giving me the podium. Now, first of all, I would like to, thank you, Madam Chaudhary. Thank you, Mr. Pan.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Namaskar, Mishra ji.
Namaskar.
Now let me start by sharing my screen. Yeah. Is I am visible to everybody now, right now?
No. Not
Hello.
visible. No. Yeah, not visible, sir.
Is the slides are visible to everybody?
No.
No, sir.
Hello.
No, sir. No. Not visible, sir.
Hello. Hello, Dr. Mishra.
Not visible.
Your slide not visible, sir.
Is the slides are visible to everybody? I switched off my camera actually because due to low, today there is very low.
You please send your.
You can say network.
Soni sir, please send your presentation in
Okay.
my email.
Now is it visible now?
No, sir.
Okay. 1 minute.
Please send your presentation in my email.
1 minute. Yeah. 1 minute. Is the screen is visible now?
No.
Okay. I am sending it. Is it visible now?
No.
मिश्रा सर अभी दिख रहा है क्या?
कुछ नहीं दिख रहा सर, कुछ नहीं दिख रहा, शेयर ही नहीं हो पा रही है।
Okay.
मेल आईडी तो है ना मेरा सर, मुनि साहब?
एक बार मेल आईडी भेज दीजिए आपका।
अच्छा,
1 मिनट।
हाँ सर, मेल आईडी शेयर कर दिया हमने।
ओके। सर क्या अभी स्क्रीन दिख रही है?
कुछ नहीं आ पा रहा, लगता है नेटवर्क का उधर वो है, आपके इधर नेटवर्क कम है। आप भेजिए उसको, प्रेजेंटेशन तो भेज ही दीजिए सर।
हाँ, मैं भेज रहा हूँ।
कई जगह दिक्कत हुई है, कई टॉक में यह हुआ है, काफी डिस्टर्ब। अभी लंका की एक दो टॉक कराई और वहां नेपाल से भी, तो नेटवर्क का इशू है। आपका इधर का भी रिमोट एरिया है तो इसलिए उधर भी दिक्कत होगी।
हाँ, मैंने इसीलिए आज फोटोग्राफ सारी हटा दी थी, क्योंकि मैंने पहले फोटोग्राफ रखी थी, लेकिन फोटोग्राफ्स लोड होने में टाइम लेता है, इसलिए मैंने फोटोग्राफ्स आज सारी हटाई थी इसी कारण से।
वो क्या, मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया था पहले लोगों से कि वो प्रेजेंटेशन भेज दे तो उसमें समय जो है वो कम लगता है, लेकिन ज्यादा वो भी नहीं कर सकते। अच्छा, दूसरी बात, अपने से करो तो ठीक रहता है, वो हाथ में अपने रहता है प्रेजेंटेशन।
हाँ, मिल गया, मैं अभी आपको तुरंत भेज रहा हूँ।
हाँ, मेल में करिए, मैं सिस्टम खोले हुए हूँ, 2 मिनट में शेयर कर दूंगा।
ये आपको सेंड कर दिया है, चला गया।
मेल में है ना? हाँ
हाँ,
तो अभी नहीं पहुंचा। अमित सोनी, देखो आया। मिल गया है सर, जस्ट मैं डाउनलोड करके शेयर करवाता हूँ 1-2 मिनट के अंदर।
क्या अभी कुछ दिख रहा है क्या?
हाँ, कुछ घूम तो रहा है। हाँ, आया। हाँ, अब आया।
हाँ, नाउ इट इज विजिबल।
स्टार्ट कर दूं?
आप थोड़ा देखिए ये स्लाइड जो है मूव हो रही है कि नहीं, पहले थोड़ा टेस्ट कर लीजिए।
हाँ, ये स्लाइड्स क्या है, एक्चुअली एक रिबन की तरह मूव हो रही है।
हाँ, चलिए।
गूगल पे मेरे को लाना पड़ा, गूगल प्लेटफॉर्म पे लाने से ये रिबन की तरह मूव हो रही है।
जी, पहले आप हमको भेज देते तो ये चालू हो जाती।
हाँ, स्लाइड्स क्या मूव हो रही है क्या?
मूव होती हुई दिख रही है, ये चलेगा। अच्छा,
ठीक है, ठीक है, चलिए लेट्स स्टार्ट, बिकॉज विदाउट वेस्टिंग एनी टाइम, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी मेरे आज का डे खत्म होने का टाइम हो गया था। सो आई थिंक नाउ वी शुड स्टार्ट इट। Topic of my today's presentation is tribal art and ethnographic museums in India. Actually, here I tried, as Dr. Mishra has requested to me that I should deliver something related to tribal art for scholars and also for the students, because there is very less published or talked about the tribal art and its concept, basic concepts. So I am just trying to give you in the starting a glimpse of what is tribal art and ethnographic museums, what ethnographic museums are presenting in India. So before starting the actual topic, I would like to thank the organizers of this international webinar. Sir, is my voice is coming? I am starting my topic now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is the series, I think 6th or 7th series organized by Professor Mishra, and I thank to Professor Mishra and his team, entire team, and his college, Government MS Golvalkar College, Rewa, MP, affiliated to APS University, Rewa, for giving me opportunity to deliver my talk on such a interesting issue. Before going to the actual topic, I would like to stress a bit on tribe, because while dealing on various you can say various talks and with my students, I usually face problems that they don't find a particular definition of tribe actually, or its relevance in the current time. So I would give a bit glimpse of what is tribe and how this word is originated in the colonial period all over the world. So if etymologically we see through the online etymological dictionary, this word is originated somewhere around 13th century AD, and it is popularized in the colonial period actually in 1600 AD. So in the starting, it has been started. This word is originated from the French word tribu, Old French, and from Latin tribus, which originally means try and bus. It is a combination of 2 words, try and bus. Try means 3 and bus means the natives or a group of people, root people. So originally it was used by the Europeans to designate 3 Roman states or 3 Roman communities, which were Latin known as Latins, Sabestinians, and Etruscans. But with the time being, we adopted this word, and gradually many words are used synonymally for designating these communities which belong to these tribal communities. In the colonial period, the word tribe was actually used by the colonizers to call the colonial communities, or to designate the colonial communities in the starting. But later on, they differentiated between the people residing in their colonies. So in India, particularly, if we see in the Indian scenario, we have different names for the tribal communities in India, like Vanvasi, Girijan, Janjati. Janjati is again means the folk people. Girijan means the people residing in the hills. Vanvasi means the people residing in the forest areas, forest dwelling communities. And Adivasi here means the people who are residing from a very primitive age. Later on, the primitive word is also used by these European countries to designate the non-European countries. So, the French boys book is there, Primitive Art. If you remember, it was published around in 1855 somewhere. In 1871, a book Primitive Culture was published. These are very popular books. The Primitive Culture was published by Edward Burnett Tyler. So these are very popular books where these communities were called primitive. Now they are using, because all these words have some problems, some criticisms. So now they are using the word Mool Nivasi or indigenous people. But this word again got some criticism these days because this Mool Nivasi, the concept of Mool Nivasi or indigenous people, is usually based on the route of migration. Actually the person who is the community migrated or not. So it is very difficult to tell whether a particular community migrated to some geographical area or not. So in this scenario, this migration channel is again creating problem that somebody don't want to be called as they are migrant to some geographical area, because if we see from the ancient time, all the communities in the world, in a very short form or the larger form, they have migrated somewhere from their native places. So this particularly term is again getting some criticism. Here in Indian scenario, I would like to quote one good definition of tribe by Professor L.P. Vidyarthi, which was published in his book in 1981. So in Indian scenario, if we see, the tribe is a social group with definite territory, common name, common district, common culture, behavior of an endogamous group, common taboos, existence of distinctive social and political system, full faith in its leaders, and self-sufficiency in their distinct economy. So thus we can see that it's a definition of an independent society, basically, which have their own territory, particular geographical area where they move around or migrate within particular that geographical territory. They have a common name for that, common district for them, common culture is there. So in this way, they are self-sufficient economy. Sir, the slides are moving and visible, and my voice is clear.
Yes, sir.
Now, just a brief bit glimpse that the Indian government has decided few criterias that backwardness or economic backwardness are supposed to give the reservation criteria as scheduled tribe. But anthropologically, Professor T.B. Nayak has devised few features of tribes in Indian context. He told in 1972, he published actually that a tribe should have least functional interdependence within the community. It should be economically backward, but this should not reflect the backwardness in their thoughts. It means primitive means of exploiting natural resources. Tribal economy should be at an underdeveloped stage, and it should have multifarious economic pursuits. That means they are not limited to one particular economic activity. They are dependent on forest. They are getting their livelihood from forest, from agriculture, from artworks, and from different sources. There should be a comparative geographical isolation of its people. They should have a common dialect. Tribes should be politically organized, and community panchayats should be influential. Here, the community leaders, tribal leaders are quite influential and respectable in their communities. A tribe should have customary laws to regulate them. Now comes the modern scenario where the Article 342 of Indian Constitution tells us and gives us the list of scheduled tribes in India. And these scheduled tribes, based on various criteria, were nominated through president's nomination, means were declared through president's notification. So in this way, we get 5th schedule area in India and 6th schedule areas and various list of various scheduled tribes. But it doesn't mean, I'll give you two examples like Gujars in Rajasthan state of India. They are in you can say Jammu state also, and in Himachal state also. Jammu is union territory and Himachal is a state now. And in both the places they are scheduled tribe, but in Rajasthan they don't belong to that scheduled tribe category. Similarly, in Madhya Pradesh, Panika, a weavers community is scheduled tribe in few districts like Anuppur or your Dindori, Mandla, but they are not scheduled tribe in other districts in Madhya Pradesh. So similarly, we find that this whole thing is depend on the governor's recommendation and president's notification here. So in India, word tribe, here we can say, though the word tribe has lost its etymological or word meaning significance these days, but we symbolically use this word in India and in many parts of the world to represent the groups which are not in, especially in India, in Indian context, especially the groups which are not included in caste system, but they are part of the greater Hindu culture, which we find through their cultural traits. So the tribe is symbolic in the current days, the word tribe. Now I come to my actual part, because I defined tribe because just I wanted to define the tribal art even. So if we see that art forms in India, we have few classical arts and few desi or vernacular or folk arts. So tribal art comes under the category of vernacular art, of folk art. And if I try to define tribal art in my own words, that tribal art, because usually we don't find a concrete definition of tribal art. So in my own words, if I define that tribal art includes aesthetic objects, artistic expressions, environments and experiences created by systematic use of human skill, imagination and experience, which are functionally related with tribal culture and can be enjoyed and shared with others. These are either made or used by tribal people. To define it further, I must say that at a point of time and at place, hello? and at a point of time or at a place when in a culture, in a tribal community, some art form which is developed, either it is made by tribal people or made by some non-tribal group, but used by tribal people, and it's part of tribal culture functionally, then it is tribal art. Like apart from different tribal art forms, if we see the bell metal craft of Bastar, a tribal area in India, the bell metal craft is usually this craft, their craftsmen are Gadwa. Gadwa is a community which is a non-tribal community, but they actually make these brass alloy sculptures for Gond tribes residing in that area. Now we see its nature. The tribal art is more utilitarian and functional in nature. Actually, tribal art is usually called need-based art or utilitarian art, and it has a functional aspect in tribal culture. It may also be used for the purpose of decoration and enjoyment, but here the functional aspect is more important in tribal communities. It is made and influenced by local resources, surrounding ecology, and tribal culture, especially tribal religion, myth, lifestyle, and economy. Here we can see the basic themes of either tribal art are tribal culture and the surrounding ecology. They use their local resources to make these handicrafts or these performing art styles. The basic themes are tribal culture, basically tribal religion, their myths, their legends, their history, their origin, their stories, or the experiences of their life, day-to-day life or lifestyle. And it is highly related with their economy sometimes. When we see the various craft forms are their occupations also, they earn their economy, and it is also related, the various craft forms are also related with economic activities where it is not a specific economy. Tribal art is not a specific economy. In that places also it is related with their economic activities. So we can say here that tribal art forms are traditional, but they are as well as dynamic. They are changing with the time. They are including new aspects there. Like in classical, there are fixed things, but as it is a vernacular art, folk art, desi art, this is dynamic as it changes with the culture. Every work of art has two aspects: its present experiences as well as a record of the past, and it is valued, preserved, and studied for both identities. So it has a gist of past also. We can say it is related with the present cultural scenario also, and it has significance for current culture, current generation, and for the generations to come. So tribal art is a means to learn and preserve culture for coming generations. And in various cases or most of the cases, it works as a tribal identity or mirror of tribal culture actually. So it makes the identity of tribes, especially in India. If we see like tribal combs are sometimes it is identity. Few tribal dances are tribal identity. Tribal masks are tribal identity. So we see even tribal craft. If we see the Agaria tribe or Asur tribe of central India, their iron craft is their identity, their economy. They smelt iron from the iron ores, they get the raw iron, they make various implements, and along with that, where artifacts like your windows or lamps, they make with the raw iron. So this is part of their economy and their this is sometimes their identity also. Now we come And I must say sorry to everybody that I have excluded the photographs, the beautiful photographs, just because as I was facing problem, I tried to share it, but I am facing problem with the network connection today. So I excluded those photographs because it was making the file very bulky. So sometimes in future, if I get chance or if anybody is interested, I can share the photographs to them. Now, as we see, there is classification of tribal art. It is done by various scholars in various places. But usually, if you see, we divide it in two broad parts. One is your tribal handicrafts, which we call crafts. Crafts is part of larger tribal art. And second one are performing arts. So we can also call tribal handicraft as tangible tribal art and performing art as intangible tribal art. Here I will tell you various art forms with examples as you can see on your screen. Is it visible, sir, now? Hello?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So we, as I told you, we call it utilitarian art or decorative art also. Decorative, but also utilitarian art. So tangible tribal art or tribal handicraft, actually all if you see the various classifications, these are all tribal handicrafts. Like tribal paintings, earlier it were wall paintings, but now they are making these paintings on canvas also. So Sora, I must say the Sora painting is one of the very ancient form of tribal painting. It is actually a religious painting done by the Sora tribe in Odisha. They are residing in the adjoining part of Odisha and Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand. You will find the Sora tribe and especially a subgroup of Sora, Langia Sora, is especially famous for their tribal painting, and it is done by the tribal priests actually. The both, because tribal societies are usually egalitarian societies, so their male and female both can be tribal priests, and both of them do this painting for the religious magico religious purpose. So again, if we see on the western India, Varli tribe in the Thane district and the surrounding areas, the Varli tribe is famous for their Varli painting. It is, though it is also related with religious, but mostly it is related with their day-to-day life activities, and especially with their one Tarpa dance. If you see the revolving paintings, round circles and circles of dancers, it is of their dance form Tarpa. Then we see the Pithora paintings done by Bhils in central India, or the painting done by Rathwas in Gujarat, and the famous Gond paintings done by Gond painters in Telangana, in Chhattisgarh, in Maharashtra. But there is a huge variation in Gond paintings also. There is one ancient form and one there is a new form also. Newly developed form, as I was saying. Like if you see, go to the Bastar, you will find the ancient form of Gond painting. That is your in the form of memorial pillars or decoration of their huts or the Ghotul paintings. But if you go to the you can say to the area near to our university, you will find here there is one village called Patangad where Alvin was supposed to live, the famous ethnographer or philanthropologist in India. So in that village, you will find the Gond painting, which is nowadays very famous in this area. But it is a later addition to the Gond tribe. Earlier, they were doing some different kind of Gond painting, but they have totally changed or this form and developed a very new form of Gond painting here in this area. Next category in this tribal handicraft is woodcraft. So if you see in woodcraft, usually you must remember various wooden posts, wooden pillars, or wooden furnitures, doors, or handles of various you can say tools, arms, or your tools. So you will find various decorated handles and doors in tribal huts, tribal furnitures. So you will find all these things in tribal woodcraft. The third category here is of tribal stonecraft, and usually we see a bit less crafts in different tribal groups of India, such kind of craft. And usually we see the sculptures or few utensils made up of stone craft. Fourth one is your terracotta. Here we find a good number of different categories like pots in wheels also, and utensils, terracotta utensils, toys played by you can say in rural areas or in villages, the terracotta toys. Similarly, if you see the bull shaped toys or different types, and votive sculptures also, because it has been witnessed in Gujarat among Bhils and Agam among Gons, that if वो मन्नत अगर उनकी पूरी हो जाती, so that they of on in that honor of the god or goddess, they submit this votive sculptures of elephants or horse in the you can say sacred area or village temples in tribal villages. Then we include bamboo craft. There is a huge variety in bamboo craft also. Bamboo utensils, decorative bamboo pieces, and basketry. A number of different types of basketry we find in tribal areas. Different types of basketries are used for different purposes. For keeping the fishes, there is a different kind of basketry. For drying the fish or to flesh, there is a different kind of basketry. For keeping clothes, usually in rural areas, you might have heard the word jhapi, which is a usual word in marriages you will find. So a basket containing the clothes or for keeping the clothes, that basket is known as jhapi. And for different purposes, for keeping granary baskets are different, and for different purposes, for taking mud, a different kind of basket is used. For agricultural activities, different kind of baskets are used. For day-to-day daily purpose in domestic uses, different kind of basketry is used. Even for storing water and sometimes for drinking your local wine also, they use the basketry utensils, bamboo utensils, especially in Northeast India, you will find. So there are different kind of bamboo craft and basketries found in tribal handicraft. Next is your metal craft. There are, as I told you, there are metal craft, iron craft, I told you, done by the Agaria community living in the central India, and you can say Asur community of Jharkhand. They usually they are the iron craftsmen of central India, the ancient, because they have their own lost wax, because they use their own technique of iron smelting, making iron crafts. So they are iron craftsmen in India. And I also told you about bell metal. It's an alloy of brass. It's an alloy of brass, and using that alloy metal, they usually, by employing the lost wax method, ancient lost wax method, they make various idols of gods and goddesses, which is used by the neighboring Gond community in Bastar. So these are the various metal craft forms. Apart from these, fiber crafts means handicrafts made by fibers, means your coconut fibers or plant fibers or different kind of fibers. Even the plant bark fibers are also used for making different sort of tribal handicrafts, and sometimes plant bark fibers like your kerang plant. So that plant fiber is used for making clothes, and it is done by Bondo tribe of your Odisha. So there are different tribal groups making these different kind of handicrafts, like by using fibers and bones. Apart from this, the next category is of masks and puppets. Masks and puppets. So the woodman masks, metallic masks, and different paper mache masks and different other sorts of masks are made by different tribal communities and used by them while their dances, while their dance dramas. And we can find these masks and good number of masks in Indian Museum also, and different museums in India. Similarly, few tribal communities are famous for their puppets also. They make puppets here, but its presentation comes under the performing art, usually the puppetry show. But they make the puppets like Chadar Badar by Santhal tribes. They make puppets there. Rajasthani puppets are famous. Shadow puppetry is famous in Andhra and Kerala. Similarly, we find musical instruments made by them. The musical tunes comes under the category, or the performance come under the category of performing art, but usually musical instruments means percussion instruments like your mandar, dhol, or different various even tribal indigenous instruments are there, like your I must say kirkich. It is made up of bamboo, a percussion instrument. So these kind of instruments are various wind instruments and string instruments. The making and using of these instruments are comes under tribal handicraft. Next one is a big major category, that is of cloths and dresses like shawls, saris. As I told you, Panika community in my neighboring area are famous for their saris, and all the neighboring tribal communities use these cloths on special occasions. They purchase these especially for their marriage occasions. So they make shawls, saris, and different sort of headgears here. Again, if we see the ornaments self-made by beads, feathers, bones, wood by the tribals, and the market purchased ornaments, metal ornaments, are also identical in nature, which are used in the tribal area. Then your tools and weapons, agricultural implements, domestic implements, tools and weapons. Sometimes we see the decorative designs over these tools and weapons also on their handles, on various places like on bow and arrows. So these tools and weapons are also comes under the category of tribal handicraft. Then their habitation style. If you see, the tribal people living in different tribal areas have different kind of habitation, and they use different decorative styles to decorate their houses in those areas. Like if you see the tribal painting, as I told you, relief work they do, relief work on their houses they do. They make different shapes of houses and architecture for huts, sacred places, and sometimes if you see in case of tribal dynasties of previous time, like Ahom or Bone dynasty, a Bhil dynasty, you will find some places there forts also. You will find few temples also there. So you can find few antique pieces also there in this situation. Apart from this, the decoration or the decorative art is loved by tribal people. It is again for the has utilitarian use of body painting, tattooing, piercing. Like in if you go to the Jarvas in Andaman and Nicobar, usually they do body painting to get rid of the hunted or soul of the hunted animal. So it has ritualistic purpose also, it has decorative purpose also. Again, if you come to the Baga tribe in central India, they are famous for their tattoos. If you see their tattoos from their forehead to the whole body, all the visible parts of their body have tattoo marks. So these tattoo marks are made on different phases, have different purposes and different cultural relevance. Piercing in the same fashion is also done by various tribal communities and in a very artistic manner. Now I come to the second category, second broad category of tribal art, that is performing art or intangible tribal art. Here we include dance. Many communities and many tribal dances, if you see, are famous or identity of that particular group. Songs, different kinds of songs are sung by, and on different occasions these are sung by the tribal communities. Musical tunes means drum beats and different kind of musical tunes and rhythms which are performed comes under this category. Myths, legends, and puppetry shows, as I told you, comes under the category of performing art. As I told you, the puppetry show by Santhal tribe, Chadar Badar, it is usually known as Chadar Badar, and it has musical tunes, a small group of instrument players, singers, and the main lead artist usually perform this Chadar Badar puppetry show. Similarly, various drama forms like if you see in Bastar and adjoining Odisha area, the Bhatra tribe does the Bhatra Nat. Bhatra Nat is a drama form, pure drama form, a tribal drama form done by them. Similarly, various number of drama forms or dance drama form like Gaur Nitya. You will find in tribal areas in India. Now I would like to shift to this was a glimpse of tribal art. I hope I have given you a wide range and information about the tribal art, especially in India and its various categories. Now I would like to move to the museums, especially ethnographic museums or tribal museums in India. The basic gist, the basic thing which I want to tell you here, that how we are focusing, because in tribal area, in societies or tribal communities, a particular art form is limited to associated or interlinked all facts, all aspects of their culture, deeply rooted in their culture. We are displaying in museums, whether it is in the museum
सोनी जी शायद नेट के कारण गड़बड़ हो रहा है, अभी आ रहा है। हाँ नहीं हो, इनका वो भर जाएगा। आता तो नहीं, कुछ शेयर करना पड़ेगा, शेयर करना पड़ेगा वो
22, that a museum is a not-for-profit permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage. It is open to the public, accessible and inclusive. Museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and
सोनी
through
साहब, हाँ,
participation of
प्रेजेंटेशन
community.
नहीं आ रहा आपका,
हाँ,
वो जो आपका
हेलो,
प्रेजेंटेशन, हाँ, प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं दिख रहा है।
नहीं दिख रहा है तो सर आपके तरफ से एक बार वो कर दीजिए, क्या कहते हैं, शेयर कर दीजिए,
हाँ,
मैं इधर से बंद कर देता हूँ, आप
हाँ
7वीं
ठीक है,
स्लाइड पे आ जाइएगा।
हाँ ठीक है, आप अपनी तरफ
ठीक
से
है
बंद करिए।
सर, शेयर कर दीजिए। यस, थैंक यू मिश्रा सर। आई होप इसके पहले की स्लाइड्स दिखी हो, 6वीं स्लाइड तक। इसी कारण से मैंने फोटोग्राफ्स आज अवॉइड किए बहुत ज्यादा। सो कैन आई कंटिन्यू नाउ?
हाँ, ये फोटो आप पूरी अवॉइड कर दिए क्या? हेलो,
फोटोग्राफ्स,
हाँ, कुछ फोटो
हाँ
होनी
आज
चाहिए।
नेटवर्क बहुत कम है इसलिए फोटोग्राफ्स अवॉइड किए थे थोड़ा।
तो ये जो हमारे पास भेजे हैं,
हाँ हाँ,
फोटो नहीं है बिल्कुल। हाँ,
क्योंकि
फोटो
नेटवर्क
होती
की
तो
प्रॉब्लम होती है कई बार फोटो अपलोड होने पे, तो मैंने क्योंकि मुझे यहाँ से देना था इसलिए फोटो अवॉइड किए थे।
अच्छा अच्छा, हाँ,
हाँ,
फोटो रहती तो और अट्रैक्टिव रहता, थोड़ा सा मजा आ जाता।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। तो नेक्स्ट टाइम मैं आपको कवर करके भेज दूंगा जब डालना हो कहीं तो, क्योंकि
हाँ
उसके
नहीं,
साथ
अभी
बहुत बड़ी फाइल हो जाती है।
हाँ नहीं,
है
कुछ
ना?
10-20 फोटो भेज दीजिएगा तो हम इसमें डलवा देंगे यूट्यूब में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, थैंक यू। मैं इसको बना के फिर से आपको भेज दूंगा, फोटोग्राफ वाली भी है रेडी एक। ओके, so can we continue?
Yes sir.
So here I was saying, so they जो definition थी, I come to the next slide, slide number 8. So as per my definition, as per my understanding, museum is a service sector institution which preserves the past, heritage, and present knowledge. It's a service sector institution which preserves the past and present knowledge, both tangible and intangible, through research, acquiring collection, and related information, documentation, conservation, and it disseminates knowledge, generates awareness, and provides informal education with amusement by means of exhibitions and activities for greater social benefit to the posterity. So, we need to make changes in the perspective and approach of our museums as per the demands of Indian situations, especially considering visitors coming from different parts of the societies. So nowadays also museums are changing their communication strategies and display strategies, employing the new technologies also, that how they can maximize the representation or interpretation associated with the objects or culture and give the best to the society, best back to the society. Next slide, please. These are various modes of social communication and awareness and education utilized by museums. exhibition, chaos, activity corner. Next slide, please. Ethnographic museums in India. Hello. Next slide, please. Next slide. Slide number 10. Yes. Slide number 10, sir. पहले किससे पहले? बस बस बस. Thank you. So, as we see the formal museum management, here I am going to only talk about the tribal museums or ethnographic museums in India. So formal museum movement started in India in colonial period. Though we have different setups like your Tamasha Ghar or different kind of setups, Chitrashalas earlier in the earlier phase also. But in the British period or the colonial period, the museum movement started from Calcutta in India in the form of Oriental Museum in 1814, and later on this museum was developed by Asiatic Society of Bengal, and later on this museum was developed as Indian Museum in 1866. Similarly, Madras Central Museum was established under Madras Literary Society in Madras in 1878, and they have the Beeks collection. They started their tribal collection or ethnographic collection with Major Beeks collection in 1878. Similarly, in Prince of Wales Museum, which was established in Mumbai, now which is commonly known as Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Vastu Sangrahalaya, it was started in 1922 with some priceless collections, and it has also few ethnographic collections. Similarly, if I focus on the ethnographic, especially ethnographic museums in India in pre-independence era, the Napier Museum at Trivandrum Museum, Lucknow Museum, Central Museum at Nagpur, Mysore Museum, Government Museum at Bangalore, and Mahant Ghasidas Memorial Museum, which was you can say established by the king of Rajnandgaon state, Raja Mahant Ghasidas at Raipur, and Central Museum at Jaipur, Kutch Museum at Bhuj, Baroda Museum and Picture Gallery, established by Maharaja Sadashivrao Gaikwad at Baroda. If you see there now, there is Baroda University also. Bhuri Singh Museum at Chamba, Lady Wilson Museum at Dhampur, Gujarat, Museum of Assam Research Society at Guwahati, Museum of Andhra Historical Society, and various other small museums of ethnographic collections were established. And if I name one more special museum, that is by Sharat Chandra Roy, who did his renowned work on Munda tribe. He made a small museum in his home in Ranchi in 1918. This was his personal collection. Now it has been developed as a big museum there. So next slide, please. These are the museums which were developed later on. Next slide. Next slide, please. Hello, Mr. Sir, next slide. Slide number 11. These were the museums which were developed later on in the post-colonial era. Like in National Museum, which was developed in the Darbar Hall of Rashtrapati Bhavan in 1949, and it was later shifted to its current building in Jadpur in 1960 at New Delhi. Salarjung Museum at Hyderabad, Museums of Tribal Research Institute at Ranchi, like several other museums, if I name, you can see also. Here I must mention few special museums like your National Handicraft and Handloom Museum, which comes under the Textile Ministry in India. It has a very good collection of tribal handicrafts and handlooms and it is next to the Pragati Maidan area in New Delhi. Your Sanskriti Kendra Museum and different other museums in India developed in the post-independence era has that means ethnographic or tribal collections. Similarly, Tribal Museum of Bharati Adim Jati Sevak Sangh, it is the oldest NGO in India which is working in the field of tribal arena. Its museum is in Jandewala Extension in New Delhi, Central Museum. Purkhoti Muktangan, Raipur, it's an open air museum. Vacha, a Bhasha museum, it is in Tejgarh, Gujarat. Various tribal means languages you will find here. And Shankar Dev Kalakshetra in Guwahati, Assam. Apart from this, the Tourism Ministry of India has developed the tribal villages called Shilpgrams. Shilpgrams. You can find one Shilpgram in Udaipur, one Shilpgram in Bastar, in Netanar. So different museums are developed. Here I must tell you about, apart from the Craft Museum in Delhi, two significant museums. One of the famous museum, or the National Museum of tribal culture, you can say, in India is Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya in Bhopal. So the Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya Bhopal is the biggest anthropological museum, or you can say ethnographic museum or tribal museum in India. It has a very vast collection. It is situated on two hills on Shamla Hills on Bhopal, two adjoining hills. It has 32 rock-cut caves also of prehistoric time. There are cave. It was established by Anthropological Survey of India in 1977. Later, it was made a subordinate body of Department of Culture in 19 as Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya. And in 1985, and in 1993 it was renamed as Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya. So this museum, as I told you, poses a huge collection on different galleries, open air display also, as well as Vithi Sankul is also there, which is a closed building display. So regularly visitors go there, and it has a very vast collection from all over India, and it is a remarkable museum which is developed by the active involvement of the community or artists from tribal communities. Because for developing various shots of from that area of especially the community people, and they develop it there in the museum ground itself. Different communities and art forms of India by utilizing various museographical means of social community. But I must say here, as part of discussion, I will come to the next museum also, that when we go to the museum and represent a tribal art, sometimes due to few barriers, we miss the representation or full representation of tribal communities. Suppose if you want to see the representation of Bega tribe in Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Manav Sangrahalaya, you will find around 200 object of 200 collections, 200 artifacts there. But you have to see that where it is displayed very rarely there, and it doesn't gives the full glimpse or picture of the community. I agree with that this is possible with the community museums, but we should give proper or equal representation to different tribal groups in India. Next big museum in southern India is Dakshin Chitra Museum. Next slide, please. Next slide, Mishra sir. Dakshin Chitra Museum. It was established on 14th December 1996 at East Coast Road, Muttakudi, near Chennai, and it is dedicated to South Indian cultural heritage. So this museum is made and run by Madras Craft Foundation, and it has a all sort of habitation style along with full household objects and artifacts in that house. So this is the museum of living houses. Means the developer of these houses sometimes on rotation live there in each houses as docents, along with the artists live in those houses, and they give demonstration and training to the general public for the sake of propagation of tribal art forms. So this museum of living tradition of art, folk, performing art and craft is set up with the objective of preservation and promotion of South Indian cultural heritage. Next slide, please. Next slide. So here we can say a big era of tribal museums are there in India. Like if you see, there are 8 museums by Anthropological Survey of India. There are very good number of 18 or 20 TRI museums are there in all over India. And if you see, apart from these, zonal cultural centers are there, which are representing tribal culture and artists, which are giving chance to the tribal artists in India. Along with this, there are different state museums, central museums, all over the India, which display the tribal culture, tribal artifacts all over India. So this we can say that in a whole, the different ethnographic museums are trying in India to display the tribal culture. But here, the one part which is a matter of discussion usually is that representation of tribal art and culture in museums, whether we display it in full form with the presentation, actual presentation of tribal art, with the active involvement of community belonging to that particular group. So this is a matter of question which can be rectified in future, and our museums can be developed better with the active community involvement, with the aware community, which can develop the feeling of pride for their cultural heritage, and this will bring us a harmonious, you can say, situation in India. Thank you for your patient learning, and I must apologize that I have cut off all the videos and you can say photographs, just because today I was facing much problem with this network connection here, and I wanted to, because as in our museum field we say that show must go on, so we actually go with the things. These are few you can say the museum photographs of Zonal Anthropological Museum Bastar here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I go to the chair. If
Yes. थैंक्स वाले बोले गए फोटो एक मिनट अभी अपने पास है हाँ यस इंद्रानी चौधरी जी.
Sir, it's a very interesting paper, and he has mentioned everything thoroughly about how tribal culture has developed, and what about the themes related to their art. Every aspect he has explained, and he has also explained about the anthropological base, ethnographical base of the object and utility of the society, and their terms also he uses so nicely. And he has mentioned about the different museums, and how they have kept picturized performings in different object of tribal arts. So one points I want to mention about this tribals that forms. He has explained already that tribals is tribal work is not significant. So it was a westernized use mostly, and mostly indigenous word is perfect in that way. So sometimes also it was criticized, but my point is that if one of my paper also I also wrote about written like that tribal art of Assam, like that. I am belongs to Assam, and he has but their seer also opposed that you cannot accept that word tribal. It was hurt their sentiments. So it is better to use indigenous. Now I learned today that indigenous is also coming to that point. So it is also a criticism, also that point coming. So I do not like to use actually tribal. So now I do use indigenous art. So migration from my point of view, even my in Northeast, sir has not mentioned much about migration. In our community, we can say in, indigenous art, especially in Northeast, especially we have about more than 1,500 tribes in Northeast India as a whole. So we have about
Yeah,
eight.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, but you have not mentioned other tribes because of Mijos and Nagas and others. They have different tribes, different customs, habits, even food habits and art objects also. They have nicely they have preserved, but still they are now that they have their cultural identity they want. Now that they don't wanted to find out their actual history because they are most of them are at present losing up because they are culturally identity only it's showcased only in the museums only. So they are now most of them they are now preserve their own identity like indigenous form of art objects. They try to collect it. And from my parts, you have mentioned everything from Indian parts of view, but from northeast part of view, even I am today I am wearing one necklace. It was made of by our bills. Now it was actually it was a used by some of tribes. Now in the session, I am putting my dress also that the Naga dress I am wearing, but man, it's showing that a cultural identity. So I want to use because of now we are using that terms also in women likes in ornaments form in different art form. So everywhere we are trying to keep our culture, different tribes. So it was also accepted nowadays. Modernization is coming up, and people are also accepted. And now the modern world also globalization. It's changes is always there, and Sir has also saying about that how it changes because they're not static. The culture is always dynamic. So he was so nicely explained, and from that way, I am thanking you, sir, once again. One question in my mind coming up that folk art and indigenous art, what is the difference? Just from my want, I want to know. Folk arts
Yeah,
and
madam.
indigenous art, what
Yeah,
is the basic difference?
madam. If you see the words indigenous means in Hindi, my voice is clear, madam.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah. So the word indigenous or tribal, indigenous means your the
Yes.
native people or their native art form. Okay.
Yes.
Similarly, indigenous people we were using for Mool Nivasi or the Mool Nivasi concept was there. But it is again criticism. First of all, I want to tell you here, but it is the part of larger folk art. Actually, folk means your again the Janjati word which we use in India, Janjati.
Mhm.
Janjati is our folk people.
Okay.
Folk people are known as Janjati. So again, we are saying the same thing, that is folk art. So if we see the folk art as a broader term or the rural art forms prevalent in India, the tribal art form or indigenous art form is part of that because it belongs to particular community. Similarly, one more thing about the indigenous, as you have rightly pointed out, if you see the Bodo community in Assam also. One good thing I want to tell you here that in Assam, gradually different communities in Northeast India they are developing their district museums and community museums. Recently, one more museum was opened up in Assam, and its videos were shared. And I know this thing because one of my PhD student, he is deputy director in Rashtrapati Museum in Delhi, and he is also going to present his topic on the
Yes.
changing museum scenarios in I think day after tomorrow. So he usually tells me about different sort of new museums coming up in Assam especially, and in all over Northeast. And he also tells me this problem that what we are doing, that due to the religious conversion in that area, we are showing the mixed identity, and in many places they are also losing the cultural heritage also. So somewhere it is correctly represented, somewhere it is wrongly represented. So what I want to say, the museums with the involvement of the people can represent the current scenario also, but they should not forget their heritage. They must also represent their cultural heritage, their traditional art forms, their traditional culture. Suppose the Bodos, which are migrated from the Tibetan area to the current area. Bodos usually say, few of my Bodo students. So in that scenario, we call them indigenous people here. But the non-tribal peoples have this opposition that they are also migrated to this land at some point of time in the history. So the indigenous term is again getting controversial these days. Thank you, madam. I hope I had cleared my point.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Phone. Hello, Phone. Who's here?
Yes.
Mr. Phone. Please. Yes.
Yes. Yes, thank you for your nice presentation, Dr. Amit, and also Madam Chairperson, that you good comment feedback to Dr. Amit. And also I'm very glad that your presentation about museum. Let me share from my side. I have been to visit in India also 4 long years ago, since 2000, as I remember, since 2011, and I have been there. I joined the short course. The period of time that I went almost 3 months. So I went Taj Mahal, Lotus Temple, and some many area that for tourists I interested, especially the India culture and the heritage, and also I have been visit at the museum, but I forgot the name. But mostly Dr. Amit mentioned already at the previous time that his presentation. And one more thing from my side, India, I extremely remember the slogan of India, incredible India. So everything incredible. I do believe this, and also when on that time when I visit India, I so proud and great opportunity on that time that I have been there. This just from my side and my share experience. Thank you so much, Chair Rewa and Dr. Amit and Chairperson and the guest speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you. That give opportunity to me to share. Yes.
Thank you for sharing your view. Thank you, Madam Indrani, Professor Indrani for chair the session, and Dr. Amit Soni for present a nice lecture on museum.
Thank you, Madam Chaudhary.
Sir, सबसे ये request
Thank
है,
you. Thanks a lot. And whenever you come to the India, Mr. Khan, you are welcome.
हाँ, इससे रिलेटेड फोटो कुछ हमको शेयर कर देंगे तो मैं YouTube में उसको जोड़ दूंगा, तो और अच्छा लेक्चर के साथ कुछ फोटो हो जाएगी तो थोड़ा सा और भी समझ में आ जाएगा. ठीक है ना? ओके, थैंक यू सर.
Very nice.
Today at 10 a.m. Dr. Soni is the chairperson, and one important museum, talk on important museum, Pradhan Mantri Sangrahalaya, New Delhi. First lecture. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.